Perfecto. Ahora sí, estamos
All
listos para
right,
empezar.
so we're ready to begin. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Sandra Ligia Gonzalez. I'm the Secretary of the Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Matters in Medical Devices Affairs. Today, I am on behalf of the project that's called Advanced Training for Medical Device Regulators Around Critical and Emerging Technologies 2026 conference. You're all welcome. And so let me start by thanking the participation of everyone and welcoming the member of the Presidium who I will be calling very soon. We will start with Rosa Aurora Samar Arismendi, who is the General Coordinator of the Federal Sanitary System of COFEPRIS, who is here face-to-face with us. Thank you very much. Jorge Ilio Silverio, National Director of the INAVISA from Paraguay. He is going to be joining us remotely. Welcome. We have Michelle Rodriguez, the Director of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration Latin American Office. And we have with us, Michelle, welcome. Sorry, we also have with us Joao Carapeto, who is the President of the Mexican Association of the Innovative Medical Device Industry, AMID. So, having said this, some logistic announcements to begin with so that you know what's coming on for the day. Could you help me with the slides? Something is not working here. Oh, it is now. Thank you. This event is being carried out in a hybrid format. We already have simultaneous interpretation English-Spanish. This is being done through the Zoom platform. So we would thank people who are here in the auditorium. If you'd like to have access to the interpretation, use your mobile or use your computer in the silent mode with your headset so that you can listen to the professional interpreters who will be helping us today. Just make certain that you keep your mobiles in silent mode. We will also have recordings available for the people who could benefit from the conversations afterwards, because we are going to listen to top experts today. We want their words to be preserved for future benefit. We'll have recordings in English and Spanish, and all of the presentations will also be available for people who might be interested. For the Q&A, because we want this to be a dialogue and that we all benefit and acquire the greatest learning from our gathering together, because it is a great effort to have so many people joining us today. Here in the room, we have 2 microphones available. And if people would like to ask questions on Zoom, could you please use the Q&A box of the platform? For the people here in the room, you are only allowed to bring in water. Food or beverages aside from water is forbidden. So please help us keep the order. Thank you very much. And now, allow me to pass the floor for the inaugural remarks. Dr. Rosa Aurora Masamaris Mendis, you can either come here or if you would like to speak where you are, that's also fine. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me convey on behalf of the Federal Commissioner Víctor Borja Aburto, he sends his regards and his best wishes so that this workshop is extremely beneficial for everyone. Today we'll be talking about critical and emerging technologies in the framework of the Regulatory Convergence Project for Medical Devices, the MDRC project, on behalf of COFEPRIS and as the General Coordinator of the Federal Sanitary System responsible for the international agency. And on a personal note, I would like to convey that we are extremely pleased to be a part of this ambitious initiative. It is a great honor to have Mexico hosting this very important event. You are all warmly welcome to our country, and we Thank you for the great effort, the willingness, and the commitment of each one of you to be here, joining us and making this collaboration space possible. We would also like to acknowledge and thank the Alliance for Standards by the National Standards Institute of the US and the State Department of the US, all the sanitary authorities, particularly our dear friends from the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration of the United States, and the National Direction of Sanitary Surveillance, DINAVISA, from Paraguay. And Sandra Ligia, thank you very much. And we also thank the industry of medical devices, AMID, Canifarma. Thank you very much for your attendance, as always, during these important events. For the people who are here in the room and for the people who are following us all throughout the world, everyone, thank you and welcome. We value your time, presence, and participation. This event is quite an achievement that was able to materialize thanks to the collective commitment. Even in a context of great dynamism and many challenges, organizing this workshop required great effort of coordination, and it is taking place at an important, complex time. We are keeping in sight an ambitious agenda for the next 5 days, which we will certain will be very fruitful to strengthen the dialogue, the exchange of experiences, and the understanding between the regulatory services and all the supply chain of medical technologies. At COFEPRIS, we are trying to establish a regulatory trust model between the regulated entities and the regulators so that we can be more agile, more transparent, and more efficient in our work without losing quality of the products that the people will enjoy at the end of the day. So we are here like in the soccer match, right? Passion does unite us, and also the conviction of doing things right, and create conditions that can help extend timely access to inputs, technologies, and treatments for the people who need them. We work as a team because we share the same responsibility. We promote all actions, and we are the people who are inside the field. But unlike the World Cup that we are so much enjoying right now, our objective is not just to have one team gain or win, but rather that we all win, because the more we work together, the more everyone benefits. As it has been proven during the MDRC previous stage, the works that started bilaterally between the US and Mexico and some other Latin American countries and Southeast Asia, it proven that through open, transparent, and collaborative communication, it is possible to transcend borders and achieve regional and global objectives. Those efforts have contributed to specific achievements, technological tools, the strengthening of capabilities of the regulatory staff, the updating of standards, and participation in international mechanisms as the International Forum of Medical Device Regulators and the Single Auditing Program of Medical Devices, amongst other benefits that have stemmed from the PPP collaboration. So today we believe that in this new stage, we will continue bringing in fundamental elements to strengthen good regulatory practices and consolidate a regulatory ecosystem that is more predictable for more innovation, investment, and better health results. Because that's what this is all about. Health is a universal right, and it is also the fundamental element for economic and social development. The medical device sector in Mexico has a strategic potential, so much so that it's been acknowledged within national development policies as Plan Mexico, as well as in international instruments such as the US, Mexico, and Canadian Free Trade Agreement, USMCA. So through this principle of cooperation, I would like to quote the hymn of the COP Where there's
esta
a will, there's
voluntad
a way. That's
compartida
what they
nos
sing in the
impulse a
World
seguir
Cup. And so
avanzando
let
y a
us
seguir
hope that we
construyendo
can
puentes
continue
y sobre
building
todo a
bridges
seguir haciéndolo
and we
juntos.
can
Muchísimas gracias.
do it together. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por las palabras, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for that
transmitirnos
warm
mensaje del
welcome
Borja,
and
por el
conveying
reconocimiento
Dr.
al trabajo
Corja's
que hemos
message
realizado
and the
en conjunto
acknowledgement
y
for the
que
work we've
estamos
done
comprometidos
together
a seguir
and that we are
colaborando
committed
para
to
el
keep on
beneficio de los pacientes en
collaborating for
México,
benefiting
que como decías es
patients
una
in
pasión que nos une
Mexico.
a todos los que
That's
estamos
a
aquí.
passion that
Ahora
unites
te
us all. You
permito
said that very well.
solicitar
Now,
las
I would like to
palabras de
request
apertura del doctor Hilo.
Dr.
Adelante, por favor.
Hilo to also address the
Su
audience.
micrófono está cerrado.
Your microphone is muted.
Muy buenos
Sorry.
días, ¿me escuchan?
Good morning. Can you
Sí,
hear me?
perfectamente.
Yes, we can.
Perfecto. Un placer y un honor estar
It is a
aquí
great
con
pleasure and
ustedes,
honor to share
la
this space with you,
comisionada Rosa
Commissioner
Aurora
Rosa
Samán,
Aurora
estimada
Samam,
directora
Michelle
Rodríguez, a
Rodriguez,
todos
the
los
director,
presentes
to
de
all of
la
the
Coalición
attendees of the
Interamericana para la
Inter-American
Convergencia
Coalition
Regulatoria.
for
Muchas
Regulatory
gracias por
Convergence.
este
Thank you
evento.
very much for
Desde
having organized
Dinavisa,
this
la
event.
Agencia
From
Regulatoria de
Dinavisa,
Paraguay,
the
agradecemos
Regulatory
esta
Agency of Paraguay, I
posibilidad
would
de
like to thank the
participar en
possibility
este
of
importante
participating in
evento.
this very important
Agradecer a los
event. I would like to
organizadores
thank
por
the
generar este espacio
organizers
de
for
diálogo y
creating this
construcción
space of
colectiva
dialogue and
en un
collective
momento
construction
particularmente
at a
desafiante para los
specific
sistemas regulatorios en todo el
challenging
mundo.
moment
La
for all
regulación
regulatory
de
systems
tecnologías
around the world.
médicas atraviesa una
Regulating
etapa de
medical
profunda
technologies is
transformación.
undergoing a stage
La
of deep
velocidad de la innovación
transformation. The
tecnológica
speed of
supera muchas
technological
veces
innovation
la capacidad
surpasses many
tradicional
times
de los
the
marcos
traditional
regulatorios
ability of regulatory
para
frameworks
adaptarse.
to
Hoy nos
adapt.
enfrentamos a productos
Today,
cada vez
we
más
face
complejos, más
challenges because
conectados, más
products are more
integrados.
complex, more
La
connected, more
inteligencia artificial
integrated.
aplicada al
Artificial
diagnóstico y el
intelligence for
tratamiento,
diagnosis
los
and
dispositivos
treatment.
médicos basados en software,
Medical devices are based on
las tecnologías
software.
digitales en
The
salud, la
health digital
impresión 3D de
technologies,
productos médicos,
3D
la
printing of medical
ciberseguridad de
products,
dispositivos conectados,
cybersecurity
la
of
medicina
devices
personalizada
connected
y
to
las
the web,
nuevas tecnologías de
personalized
monitoring de
medicine,
remoto
and
son las
remote monitoring
amenazas urgentes de
technologies
una
are just
realidad
a
que
few
desafía
examples of new
permanentemente a las
realities that are
autoridades regulatorias.
challenging
A esto se
regulatory
suma una
agencies.
responsabilidad
And
creciente,
we have an
garantizar la
increasing
información de tiempo más
responsibility to make certain
oportunamente de
that
tecnologías
patients can
seguras,
have access
eficaces y
to safe,
gratuitas,
timely
sin que los procesos
technologies
regulatorios se
without
conviertan en
regulatory
barreras
processes
para el acceso
becoming
a la
barriers
innovación.
to access,
En este
barriers to
contexto, la
innovation. So,
convergencia
in this
regulatoria
context,
debe ser una
regulatory
aspiración para
convergence is not just a
convertirse en
dream
una
or an
necesidad
aspiration, it is quite a need,
estratégica.
it is
Sabemos que
strategic.
ninguna autoridad
We
regulatoria,
know that
independientemente de su
no
tamaño o
regulatory
nivel de
agency,
desarrollo,
regardless of their
puede
size or
enfrentar solo los
development, can
desafíos que
face the
plantea el actual
challenges
ecosistema
of the
global de
current
tecnologías
ecosystem
médicas.
of medical devices
La
alone.
confianza regulatoria, el aprovechamiento de
Regulatory trust,
evaluaciones
taking
realizadas por
advantage
otras
of the
autoridades,
assessments done
el
by other
intercambio de información, el
authorities,
reconocimiento de
exchanging
decisiones
information,
globales y la
acknowledging
armonización
peer-to-peer
progresiva de
reviews,
requisitos
and
constituyen
the
herramientas
better management
fundamentales
of
para
requirements are
fortalecer la
tools
eficiencia
for us
regulatoria y
to have
optimizar el
better
uso de
regulatory
recursos.
uh, uh,
Desde
practices
Dinavisa
and use
hemos
our
asumido
resources
plenamente
wisely.
este
In
desafío.
Binavisa, we
Nos
have taken up the
encontramos
challenge.
transitando
We
un
are
proceso de modernización
undergoing a
institucional
institutional
orientado a fortalecer
transformation
aún más
process
nuestras
to
capacidades
strengthen
regulatorias,
our
alineando
regulatory
nuestros procesos
capabilities
con los
and to
estándares
align our
promovidos por el
processes with the
ecosistema
standards
Armonización y
promoted by the
Convergencia Global.
harmonization and
En
convergence
materia de productos
ecosystem
médicos,
globally.
Dinavisa viene
Speaking
desarrollando
about
una
medical
estrategia
devices, we have
basada en
had
tres
a
pilares
strategy that
fundamentales.
is based on three
El
pillars.
primero es el
The first
fortalecimiento
one
técnico
is
normativo.
technically
Estamos
and
avanzando siempre en
regulatory
la optimización
strengthening.
de nuestro
We are
marco
always
regulatorio
working to
para
improve our
responder y
regulatory
acompañar
framework to
adecuadamente a las
respond
nuevas
and accompany
tecnologías
the new
y a los riesgos
technologies and
emergentes
the
asociados a
emerging
ellas
risks
sin
associated
perder
to
ese rigor
them
científico.
without losing
El
scientific
segundo es la adopción
rigor.
progresiva de mecanismos de
Secondly,
convergencia regulatoria y
convergence
reliance.
mechanisms
Reconocemos
for
el enorme
reliance.
valor que
We know the
representa
value
considerar
they
decisiones y
bring to
criterios
our table
regulatorios de otras
when
autoridades,
criteria from other
siempre dentro de
authorities
un
can
marco de
be
evaluación
supported
contextualizada
within the
y
correct
preservando nuestra
contextual analysis
responsabilidad
and
en la toma de
preserving our
decisiones. El
responsibility in
reliance no
decision
implica
making.
delegar
Reliance
funciones,
is not delegating
lo que
functions.
implica es utilizar
Reliance
las
is using
inteligentemente. Y
them
el tercer pilar es el
intelligently. And the
fortalecimiento de la
third one is
vigilancia
strengthening
post-comercialización.
surveillance
En
after
un
the
entorno donde los ciclos
commercialization.
de innovación
In an
son cada vez
environment
más
in which
rápidos,
innovation
el
cycles are
monitoreo
very
continuo del
quick,
desempeño y la seguridad
continuous
de los productos
monitoring of
requiere una
performance of the
vigilancia
safety and
destacada.
security of
Y
products
creo que
becomes of
es
the
ahí
essence.
donde más
And that is where we need to join forces more so that we can be more efficient. Our vision is moving into a regulatory scheme that is dynamic, that is based on risk, that is supported by evidence, and that is integrated by peers and regulatory and convergence spaces that are regional and global in nature. This vision is closely connected to our international strategy. Dinavisa is actively participating in global and regional spaces, convinced that the construction of regulatory capabilities is a collective effort. Currently, we are moving into the global benchmarking tool adoption. Sanitary challenges know no borders, but we have different tools and we have different contexts to solve them. That is why I am convinced that the regulatory responses have to be constructive from cooperation, trust, and mutual learning. I am convinced that these meetings do contribute significantly towards this objective because we are able to exchange experiences, identifying coming experiences and identifying challenges as well, and building a consensus and work networks to strengthen regulatory capabilities all throughout the region. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Hilo, y aprovecho también
Thank you,
para
Dr. Lu.
agradecer la
And I would like
participación
to
presencial
thank
de las representantes
the
de Dinavisa. Muchísimas
representative of
gracias.
Dinavisa here in the
Michelle,
room.
te cedemos la
Michelle,
palabra. Muchas
you
gracias
have
por
now
participar
use of the
con
floor.
nosotros de
Thank
manera
you very
virtual.
much for
Y
joining
muchísimas
us
gracias también
virtually.
a Patricia
And
Pineda por
thank you,
acompañarnos
Patricia Pineda, for
presencialmente.
being here in the face-to-face event. Michelle, please go ahead. Thank you, Sandra. Good morning. Patty is the ambassador today. She is the person who is actually in charge of our portfolio in Mexico. She's been doing that for several years, so I feel very satisfied because we have the best representation there in the auditorium. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I would like to acknowledge the efforts that my colleagues have done both in Mexico, COFEPRIS, Dinavisa, and Paraguay as well. For several years, we have been working bilaterally, but also in multilateral arenas in which we have been working very closely to reach international alignment and highlighting the importance of participating in those bodies and reliance, of course, that is well executed, as Jorge has said, because a blind reliance is not good reliance. Processes are needed. So different spaces and dialogue, we have all reached that understanding, and that is why the countries that here are very strong voices in the defense of this concept that is so important for the region. Speaking about medical devices, I feel very glad to see how both in Mexico as and in Paraguay, developments have taken place that are very significant, and they continue individually and regionally. We're moving together towards those concepts and activities that are so beneficial for everyone. It is a great pleasure for me to participate in this event because one of the things that we have been emphasizing in the last few years is that reliance, good practices of production, the alignment with international standards, are not only priorities of the regulator, but also it is the responsibility of the regulated entity. So those ecosystems in which the industry works and participates together with the public sector and vice versa is essential for the understanding of the challenges and improvements that are needed. So this week's activity is very important. It brings a new perspective in a subject that is so important. I believe, it seems to me that this conversation is going to be very rich and at these times in which so many changes are taking place all throughout the region, the FDA continues open to collaboration with all the countries, with a coalition. So thank you very much. I believe that this week's activities, and I see that the agenda is going to be quite wonderful. I believe this is going to be of great benefit for everyone. Thank you.
Michelle, muchísimas gracias. Igualmente,
Thank you very much,
aprovecho para
Michelle.
agradecer el
Now,
apoyo
let
de
me
la
take
Oficina de la
advantage to
Secretaría para
thank
América
the
Latina
FDA,
por los
Latin
trabajos
American
que hemos
Office, for all of the
desarrollado
work that they
ya
have
durante
been done
bastantes años.
for so many years now.
Con esto, entonces, me
Now,
permito
with this,
invitar al
let me
podio
invite
a
to the
Joao
podium
Carapeto para
Joa
que nos comparta sus
Carapeto
palabras de
so
bienvenida.
that he
Gracias.
can also welcome the audience.
Muchas gracias, Sandra. Buenos
Thank you,
días a
Sandra.
todas y a
Good
todos.
morning, everybody.
Y saludo con gusto a las
I feel
autoridades
very
reguladoras
pleased
de
to
México, de
extend
Estados
my
Unidos,
regards to the
de Paraguay,
Mexican, American,
también a los
Paraguayan
representantes de COFEPRIS,
authorities, the
Inavisa,
representative COFEPRIS, Dinavisa,
FDA,
FDA,
CRC, y a todos mis colegas de
and
industria
to
que
all of
nos
my
acompañan
colleagues
hoy,
of the
todos los
industry, we
expertos
thank
que nos
you.
van a
To
acompañar
all of the
toda
experts
toda
that
esta
will be
semana.
joining us all throughout the
Y
week,
para
we're very
mí es
grateful.
un honor participar en el inicio
It
de
is a
este foro,
great honor
porque
for me to
yo sé que todos los que
begin
estamos
here in the
aquí
kickoff because I know that
sabemos
all of us here
que la
today, we
regulación
know
sanitaria
that
no es un
sanitary
trámite, es una
regulation
función
is
pública
a public
esencial.
function that is
Es una de
essential
las
and
formas más
complex.
concretas
It
en
is
que
one
un
of the
país
most
protege
concrete
la
ways in
salud de su
which a country
población,
protects the
le da
health of a
acceso a la
population,
información,
thanks
genera
to
confianza
innovation,
y
the
permite
creation
que
of
la
trust, and
tecnología
allowing
llegue de forma segura,
technology
oportuna
to
y con
be
calidad
safe
a quien más lo
in
necesita,
reaching
que
people
son los
timely and with
pacientes
high
de
quality
toda a
to
nossa
benefit
região. E
patients all throughout the region.
este encontro
That is the reason why
que
this
estamos aqui todos
encounter
hoje es
is
tan importante.
so
E eso
relevant.
comentava antes que la
In
tecnología
Sanders told
avanza
us
hoy
that technology is
día a una
moving
velocidad
very
absolutamente
rapidly.
increíble
The speed is
e
amazing,
inédita, não?
something we
Estamos
had never
hablando
seen
de
before.
dispositivos conectados, estamos hablando
Medical
de
devices
software, estamos
connected to
hablando de
everything,
inteligência
software,
artificial, de machine learning,
artificial intelligence, machine
de real
learning,
life evidence,
real life
de
evidence,
automation e
and so
frente
many other
a
things.
essa
So,
velocidade que es
vis-a-vis
inédita,
this
nenhum
new
sistema
world,
regulatório pode
no
trabajar
regulatory
aislado.
system
Esse me
can
parece
work in
o pilar.
isolation.
E por
That
isso, como
is
região,
evident
devemos
for
construir uma
everyone. That
agenda
is why, as a
colaborativa
region, we
orientada a
need to
resultados,
create an agenda that
intercambiando
is
boas
result-oriented,
práticas e
exchanging good
mecanismos
practices,
de
and
confiança.
strengthening the
E nesse
reliance
sentido, a
and trust
reliance é
mechanisms. And
absolutamente
so reliance
fundamental.
is of the essence,
E
as we
também,
said.
já se disse um pouquinho antes, el
And
reliance não quer
reliance
dizer
does not mean, I
renunciar
agree,
à la
to give
soberania
up
regulatória.
your regulatory
Não é isso, não?
sovereignty. That's not what
Significa
it is.
aproveitar
It's rather taking
os
advantage
resultados, as
of the
evaluações
results, the
prévias, a informação que é
assessment, the
confiável,
work that some
estándares
other people have
internacionais,
produced,
experiências regulatórias de
international
outras jurisdições.
standards, experiences
Então,
from other
é nesse
jurisdictions,
equilíbrio
and learn from them.
que
It's
necessitamos
an act
trabalhar.
of
Soberania
balance,
regulatória,
and that is
pero
why
sin aislamiento
we do need
regulatório.
collaboration, and we
Desde a MIT,
don't need to be isolated.
reconhecemos os avanços do COFEPRIS.
Lamit, we applaud COFEPRIS
Gracias, não, por
breakthroughs.
tudo que
Thank
estás a
you very
hacer em
much
termos de
for everything
modernização
you
do vosso
do
marco
to
normativo e de
modernize your
fortalecimento dos
regulatory
mecanismos
framework
de
and
equivalência e
strengthen your
reciprocidade são
mechanisms
tão importantes
for
para a
equivalences. That's
indústria,
very important
são
for the
importantes para o
industry.
sistema
That's
de
very
saúde, são
important for the health
essencialmente importantes para
system.
os nossos
They are
pacientes, não?
of the essence for
Desenvolvimento em
patients.
tecnologia que lhes permite
Having
diagnóstico
technology to
mais
achieve a
temprano,
timely
mais rigoroso e
diagnosis in a more
tratamento
rigorous way
que
and treatments that are
funcionam sob
better
condições
suited to the
de saúde.
conditions to
Ora bem,
improve the health of
también es
people,
verdad que
that is
necesitamos seguir
also
trabajando.
very relevant, but more work needs to be done. It's not enough. It's never enough. We need to keep on working in expediting the process even more and to make it more professional and to adapt ourselves to the times. This is a great opportunity that we have this week to continue working on that, to accelerate our response times. I know that right now we have 3 countries working together in therapeutic regulatory matters, but there are so many others undergoing the same transition. And it is all about accelerating the time. And people have also said the industry is responsible. They have a very clear responsibility. It is not enough to ask the authorities to be expedite if no quality information is provided, if no compliance is guaranteed, and all of the things are needed for collaboration, because reliance is also built from how the regulated entities perform. We know that And that is the commitment that we have as an industry. At AMIT, we believe that innovation only makes sense when it is using ethics and quality, and that is why we are looking to strengthen our standards with traceability and with collaboration with authorities so that medical devices can reach patients and physicians according to the highest standards required. And people have also said that the medical devices industry has been strategic in Mexico, but not only Mexico, throughout Latin America, by promoting investment, employment, and knowledge transference, and connecting economic development with something that is fundamental, which is health gains. And that is the reason why we're here today. I'm here because, well, Mexico is a wonderful host, and this event will create all the trust, reliance, and promote safe access to technology to improve the health of our region. Sandra, to wrap it up, I will formally declare this week's works inaugurated. Thank you, everybody. Good luck.
Muchas gracias por
Thank you
declarar
very much, and thank you for opening the works of this week. I thank all the Presidium members for doing this, and if you can go back to your seats, we will continue with our agenda. So without further ado, we're going to continue by sharing what we've set forth as the goals, the main goals for the work that we're going to do this week. Obviously, this has been continuously evolving, and we try to include here the most relevant aspects. However, I know that all of you here have specific goals, very professionally speaking, that of what you want to achieve of your own participation in this event. And so to that regard, I will invite all of you to make sure that this meeting is a meeting of dialogue, that to take advantage that we're all here in person, that we can talk to each other, that we have that possibility of sharing this type of work, and as Joao was mentioning, and that's part of something that as a coalition and of the MDRC project and with this new project, the AgTech project, it's something that we have been working on constantly, which is we want to make sure that everything that we do is done based on an ethical perspective and always understanding and assuming that we are all co-responsible. Everybody here is co-responsible of what's going to happen with the patients that are going to use the medical devices. We all play an important role for that. And we all have a component, equitative, equal type of responsibility for the success that we want to achieve, guaranteeing the safety of all the patients, not only in Mexico and Paraguay, but in the whole world, understanding the complexity, the diversity, and the large scope that the medical devices supply chain has in the whole world. So we're going to talk about the perspective of the project that we have together with the collaboration of the American National Standards Institute and the collaboration of the United States government. And because we want to do that, we want to talk about a little bit about the background that we're going to have with the participation of the American National Standards Institute, a representative of that institute. This is a public and private initiative. As we mentioned before, we're collaborating with the U.S. Department of State, who have provided the financial resources for us to be able to be here and to be here talking between the private and the public sector with the specific sponsorship of the U.S. government for the Mexico and Paraguayan governments. We worked with the American National Standards Institute as part of this initiative based on the standards version 2.0, and within the institutions that we also participated for the implementation of the project, we have ADVAMED, which you know about, very extensively, and the coalition itself, with whom we have the honor of working for many, many years. And the intention of this project is, without any doubt, to make progress in developing capabilities. And you may talk about how are we going to develop more capabilities and more capabilities, and Joao mentioned that. And in all the previous presentations I mentioned, the speed of innovation in the medical devices sector requires developing new capabilities constantly, and in areas that we may not even think about it 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, we hadn't thought about some of those. And where we're finding new things every day, which make us committed to find the spaces to bring the experts and share those knowledge with all the relevant stakeholders in this sector. And the key for success in this case is for everybody to acquire that knowledge for all the relevant stakeholders to have the knowledge so that we can work with these new challenges. And that's the main objective of this initiative. For specific objectives, well, for this week, as mentioned before, also we want to identify new opportunities so that we can have more efficient regulations. We know the efforts that have been done to achieve these objectives. We know that there's always room for continuous improvement, and we are wishing that through the conversations we're going to have this week, we can find new opportunities and we can find ways to cooperate and collaborate to achieve those. And this purpose has to do with how can we use resources more efficiently, not only in the regulators, which is really important, but also the resources of the companies, because we are connected without any doubt. And the lack of resources affects everybody. It's not only for the government or for the industry. So that's why we need to make sure that we can achieve regulations and work on them more efficiently. And also another mechanism to achieve this is the formal institutionally implementation and constant implementation of best regulatory practices as the main basis so that the regulatory development can achieve the objectives with the most efficiency possible, and making sure that medical devices that are available have the quality, the safety, and the performance that they are committed to, and of which we are co-responsible, as I said before. Another objective is to be able to exchange knowledge and experiences. As I said, we're all here, so take advantage of that fact that we have regulatory agencies from Mexico and Paraguay here present. Virtually, we're going to have also the participation of the Australian and Singapore's regulatory agency. Let's identify other options so that we can collaborate constantly, productively in all of those public and private initiatives so that we can find the necessary spaces to make all the work and the implementation of all the reliance mechanisms very well implemented and correctly implemented, because that's where we have all the resources, but that way we can also reduce the approval times to create the marketing authorizations for medical devices. And lastly, to strengthen also international trade. As I mentioned before, the medical devices supply chain is quite complex, so it's critical to have these regulatory frameworks that converge, to have all the work that will allow us to have this exchange of medical devices between countries so that those can reach the patients so that they can use it. And at that moment, where here in Mexico, we're talking about a review of the trade agreement with the United States and with Canada, which has a specific chapter on medical devices and also has other chapters on regulatory practices, among many others. Well, that becomes very important. And recently, there have been initiatives from the U.S. government to establish these reciprocal trade agreements with many other countries in the world, and many countries in the region are also participating in that. And we know that Paraguay is part of that. And so, as part of this collaboration between the public and the private sector, there is a possibility of strengthening the mechanisms for international notifications. Even though that's illegal obligation.
tenemos que
Well, for
cumplir sí o
us,
sí con
we
las
need to
obligaciones
comply with it,
legales,
yes or
pero
yes.
abre una
We need to
magnífica
follow through
oportunidad
all the
para que
legal
los
obligations.
expertos en el
But there's
mundo
a wonderful
puedan
opportunity for
colaborar con el
experts throughout
desarrollo
the
de las
world
mejores
to
regulaciones posibles para
collaborate
todos los
with the
países.
development of
Para
best
nosotros es
regulations
crítico
possible for
el
all the
poder
countries.
contar con
For
la
us, it's
experiencia
very
de todos
critical
esos
to have
expertos
the
que
experience of all of
contribuyan a
those
estos marcos
experts so
regulatorios
that they will
para hacerlos
contribute
los
to
más
those
eficientes, los
regulatory
más
frameworks
modernos,
so
los
that
más ágiles
we can be
y,
the
por otro
best, the
lado,
most efficient, the
supremamente
most agile
importante,
ones. And
evitar que se
another part
generen
that's really important
obstáculos
is to
técnicos
make
al
sure that
comercio
we
que se
don't have
transformen en obstáculos al
technical
acceso
obstacles to
a los
trade
dispositivos
that
médicos
at
para
the
los
end will be
pacientes.
obstacles
Estos
to
son los
medical
objetivos que
devices
hemos
for
planteado
them to
y
reach
cito,
the
seguramente ustedes
patients.
tienen algunos
Those are
otros.
the objectives of the goals
Asegúrense
that we've
de
set forth.
compartir
I'm
con
sure that you
nosotros si hay
all
algo
have your
que
own
en este
goals.
programa
And make sure to
supremamente
tell us if
intenso
there's
no
anything
hayamos
else
cubierto
that
para
in
que
this intense
podamos encontrar
program we have
oportunidades
not
futuras
covered.
para
Let us know
poderlo seguir
so that we can
complementando.
find the opportunity
Muchísimas
to add
gracias.
that information and supplement it. So thank you very much. And
Ahora me permito
now
invitar
I would
a
like
que
to
nos acompañen
invite
en el estrado
our
a
next
Alison
panelist
Iglesias.
members. I want
Ella es
Alison Iglesias
directora
here. She
de la
is
Dirección
the
de Registros
director of
de
the
Dispositivos Médicos y
Medical
Productos Dentales de
Devices
INAVISA.
and
Y de
Dental
manera virtual estoy viendo
Devices
que tengamos
Registration for
conectado
Dina Visa.
a
And I
Kenneth
think
Cavanagh,
that we
quien
have
es
online
director asociado
Kenneth Kavanagh, who is
del
the
Programa y Estrategia
Associate
Internacional
Director of
de la
International
FDA, de
Policy
los
and
Estados Unidos
Strategy
de América.
of the United States
Por favor,
FDA.
Alison, si nos acompañas y
So,
podemos iniciar
yes,
con tu
Allison, if you
presentación
can be here,
en
we
lo
can
que
start with your
confirmamos
presentation
la
while we
participación virtual de
confirm
Kenneth. Gracias.
that Kenneth is connected virtually. Thank you very much.
Muy buenos días para todos. Antes que
Good
nada,
morning,
quisiera
everybody.
agradecer a
And
la
before we
organización y
begin,
a
I want
todos
to
los
thank the organization
participantes,
and all the
representantes
participants
del
who
gobierno, del
represent
sector regulatorio, la parte privada.
governments, regulatory
Muchas
sectors, and the
gracias por
private
compartir
institutions
este
for
espacio
inviting
también
us.
con
Thank you for
nosotros, que
sharing this
siempre
space with
es
all of
muy
us. It's
oportuno y nos
always
ayuda también
quite
como autoridad
timely, and it
regulatoria a
helps
seguir
us as a
mejorando cada
regulatory
día. Bueno,
authority to
en este
continue
panel
improving.
hablamos
In
sobre
this
el
panel, we're
futuro de
going
la
to talk
regulación
about
de
the
los
future
dispositivos
of
médicos
regulation of
en
medical,
INAVISA.
in regulation of
Dentro de
medical
nuestra visión
devices.
estratégica,
And here in the
entre
Navisa,
otros temas
part of our
importantes,
strategic
también
vision
hablamos de
includes
siempre la agilidad
topics that say
regulatoria,
that
la
regulatory
seguridad en
agility is
inteligencia
important
artificial
as well as
y, por
having
supuesto,
security
una
with
vigilancia continua.
artificial intelligence and continuous surveillance.
Entonces,
So,
siempre ir
as I was
trabajando en
saying,
las vías
we
aceleradas
always want to
en la
work on accelerated or
armonización global.
fast tracks for
No me voy
global
a profundizar tanto
harmonization.
en los temas
I'm not
porque
going to
dentro de la
go
semana
really
vamos
in
a
depth in
ir
all the topics because we're
desarrollándolo,
going to
¿verdad?
be
Pero
developing
sí
throughout this week.
mencionar también
But
la
I do want
seguridad
to
en la
mention
inteligencia artificial,
the safety and
que
security
contemos
of
siempre con
artificial
algoritmos
intelligence to always
transparentes y
have
que estos sean
transparent
auditables.
algorithms that can be
También en una
inspected or
vigilancia
audited.
continua,
You know,
que
we
es
also want
ahora
to
el
talk about
mismo un
continuous
pilar súper
surveillance,
importante
which
en
is one of the
INAVISA,
most important pillars right
que el
now in
monitoreo
DINAVISA,
esté
to
basado
make
en
sure
datos del
that
mundo
monitoring
real
is
y,
based
por
in real
supuesto,
world
una
data,
expansión
and of
adecuada de
course,
tecnologías
to
médicas
expand
conectadas.
all the connected medical technologies in the best
Entonces,
way
en
possible.
cuanto a la
So,
regulación de
regarding
la regulación moderna de los software
the
e
modern
inteligencia
regulation
artificial,
for softwares and
pensamos que
artificial intelligence,
las
we
autoridades
believe
reguladoras
that
debemos de
regulatory
exigir que
authorities
estos
should
algoritmos
ask
sean completamente
for these
auditables,
algorithms to be
que
fully
estén
audited,
libres de
to be
sesgos y que
auditable,
tengan una
you know, and
capacidad
reviewed, to be
fuerte de
free of any
justificar su
bias
eficacia
and to
clínica.
have the
Y
capability
por
of
supuesto a
justifying
través
their clinical
de
capabilities.
varios
And so
puntos y
after
entre estos
several
está la
points,
validación
we have several
analítica,
points for this. One of them
donde
is
se midan
analytical validation,
datos de forma
where we
consistente
measure
bajo
data
métricas
constantly
estándar,
following
también una
standard
validación clínica
metrics. We
adecuada,
also
que
have
tengan
the
resultados
adequate
médicos
clinical
tangibles,
validation so
¿verdad?
that we can
Y
have tangible medical
que se
results
demuestre que
and to
el uso
prove
en entornos
that the
reales se
use in
traduzca en
the real
diagnósticos
world can
correctos y
translate
mejores
into
decisiones
correct
terapéuticas. Y algo
diagnosis
muy
and
importante
best therapy
también
and
es el
treatment
impacto en el flujo de
decisions.
trabajo,
And another important thing is the
donde se
impact in
demuestre el
workflow,
valor
where we
práctico
can
y
show that there is a
que
practical value
se
of
vea
this
la reducción
and
de
where we
tiempos de
can see that
atención, que se
the
minimicen los errores
care
y también que se
timelines are
garantice la
reduced,
seguridad para
errors
los
are
profesionales
minimized,
de la
and we can
salud.
ensure health for all
En cuanto
health.
a la
We can
vigilancia
ensure security and
post-comercialización,
safety of all
siempre
health
venimos
professionals.
hablando de que la
Regarding
evaluación
the
no
post
termine al
marketing
otorgar el registro
surveillance, we always
sanitario,
say that
sino
this
que el
surveillance is not
monitoreo
ended on
sea
the
una
other side of
exigencia
the
estricta
registry only.
para
We need to have
asegurar
a
que se
strict
mantenga la
monitoring
seguridad
so
y la
that we can make
eficacia de
sure
ese
that
dispositivo
the
médico a largo
efficiency
de
and
su vida
safety of
útil.
that medical device continues throughout
Eh,
all of their
esto
useful life.
también a
And
través
that
de
also
estos
occurs
procesos los procesos de
through
vigilancia estén conectados
surveillance
siempre con el
processes that
sistema
are
de gestión de
always
calidad
connected
y
to
toda
the
la matriz,
quality
el
management
análisis
system
de
and the whole
causa, de
matrix,
riesgos
so that they
de la
have a cause
organización del
and
fabricante del
root cause
dispositivo
analysis.
médico.
They see what are
Y
the causes of all the
esto
medical
no
devices.
solamente que
And
sea
it's not
parte
only
de los objetivos y de los
a part
procesos
of
de la
the
autoridad
objectives
reguladora, sino que
or that
también
the
sean
regulatory authorities will
procesos
work on that.
estrictos
This
para
has to be part of the
la
strict
parte
processes
del sector regulado, de los
of
fabricantes de los
all the
dispositivos
regulated
médicos,
sector,
con una
including the
adecuada
manufacturers of medical
planificación,
devices,
una
so that
detección y
we
el
can include
seguimiento clínico,
good
la
planning,
recopilación de
good
los
detection and
reportes,
clinical follow-up,
detección, tendencias de
have
fallas,
periodical reports,
también el informe
detecting, see what all
periódico
the
de
failures are.
seguridad, las
Also, the
notificaciones
safety
oportunas a la
periodical
autoridad
report
regulatoria
to
y
have
también, por supuesto,
timely
las acciones
notifications to all
correctivas si es que
regulatory
se debieran
agencies
hacer.
and
Por
to have any
último,
corrective actions
siempre
if necessary.
importante seguir
And
trabajando
lastly,
en la
it's also
armonización y
important to
las vías
continue working in
aceleradas,
standardization and
que
accelerated
siempre
pathways. So
busquemos
we
alinearnos
always
con
need to make
estándares
sure that we are
globales,
aligned to global
crear vías
standards
rápidas
to
para
create
las tecnologías médicas
quick
innovadoras
pathways
y
for innovative medical
también
technologies, new
en cuanto a
technologies,
la
and
confianza
also
internacional,
regarding international
evitar la
trust.
duplicación de
Well,
trabajo,
to
¿verdad?
prevent any
Aprovechar
duplication of work,
ese
to
esfuerzo
make sure that we can
para
take advantage of all
fortalecer
the efforts
otras
that have
áreas
already
y
been
otros
done
procesos
to strengthen
regulatorios.
then other areas and
Entonces,
other
todo
regulatory
esto
processes.
teniendo
So
como
all of
objetivo
this
final un
has
acceso
the
seguro
final
y
objective of having a
ágil de las
safe
tecnologías
and
sanitarias
agile access of
para los
sanitary
pacientes.
technologies for
Muchas
all
gracias.
patients of health-related technologies. Thank you very much.
Alison, si quieres quedarse por acá para la sesión de preguntas, muchísimas gracias.
So if you
Alison,
want to
muchísimas
just
gracias. Y
wait here
ahora
for the Q&A session
cedo la
afterwards, thank you
palabra
very much, Alison.
a Kenneth
And so
Kavanagh,
without
que
further
nos está
ado, I will
acompañando de
pass the floor
manera
to
virtual.
Kenneth Kavanagh, who
Kenneth,
is
the floor is
connected
yours.
virtually. So Kenneth, you have the floor.
Thank you. You can hear me?
Perfectly well,
Escuchan?
thank you.
Good. Let me share my screen. Hi, everyone. I apologize I can't be there in person for the presentation, but I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. So let me switch my screens. Sorry about this. There you go. Okay, I think you should be able to see the title screen. So my focus today will just be some of our US FDA Center for Device and Radiological Health's thoughts on medical device regulation future, specifically regarding global engagement. I think we all have a similar mission across the world, but in the United States, our focus is that our patients have high quality, safe, and effective medical devices, a public health importance first in the world. Let's make sure that we promote access to promising technologies once we feel comfortable doing that. A lot of the times we run into similar considerations in our countries. We have our frameworks we need to follow, and sometimes these frameworks don't. We're not designed to consider the most novel technologies, such as digital health or other areas. Um, but there may be ways we can improve this process by working together and minimizing the number of requirements that need to be followed in order for a product to become available in different countries. So I think we all, again, kind of believe this, but there are benefits to aligning our work internationally. This can reduce technical barriers to trade, really improve our efficiency as regulators, can stimulate innovation, and ultimately promote access to promising technologies. As a maybe a legal summary, one of our current framework for regulation is supported by commitments that we have with industry. And you can see here that the general commitments that we have right now that are focused on international harmonization. There was a recognition that our work internationally within FDA really benefits us. It can benefit our industry as well as benefit our patients. And the key themes for these commitments are listed here. Really, it's our agency's ability to work with other groups, whether it's in specifically with other partners or maybe in a more public uh, meeting with multiple parties, to really show that the work that we're doing internationally is valuable and that we as an agency adopt it. And tying this all together into a strategic plan showing how we were going to achieve these goals. This is our current commitments running through the end of, well, for the next year and year and a half or so. We actually published an international harmonization plan 3 years ago that discusses these strategies in more detail. And as part of our commitments, we've published our international harmonization activities for the past 2 years. Those reports are available if you'd like to look. There are some general themes that come up through our harmonization activities. I think they're similar to ones we've heard already or will hear this week, really promoting the use of international consensus standards and minimizing deviations that are country specific. We really promote internally as well as with global partners the use of internationally developed and harmonized documents such as IMDRF documents, as well as participation in international harmonization themed programs like the Medical Device Single Audit Program. We also support the use of least burdensome principles. That's what this is all intended to support. And really within our center, we've prioritized these activities by bringing on extra staff to accomplish these goals. Some of these partnerships, as I mentioned, are through collaboration with other regulatory authorities, whether that's multilateral or bilateral. I have some multilateral efforts listed here. IMDRF and MDSAP, which you're aware of, and of course PAHO, which I'm sure you're aware of. There are successes that can happen within these organizations, but even outside of these organizations, we can see other successes. We can build trust in the work that we're each doing and take on additional projects outside of these formal organizational structures. Focusing on IMDRF for a minute, within IMDRF, we published a strategic plan covering the next 5 years, but some of the themes listed here that I think are supporting some of the activities I mentioned. Managing the growth of IMDRF, and it's encouraging that Mexico and Paraguay are both parts of it and participate actively. We really recognize that and appreciate your input so far. Provide a sufficient basis of foundational guidance for other regulators to perform their activities, no matter what no matter what part of IMDRF you are. Developing innovative technical documents, having a broad stakeholder engagement, and really promoting the implementation and appropriate use of IMDRF guidance. These are activities within IMDRF that we plan to focus on in the next several years. There's been a lot of discussion of reliance even so far. I have to mention it though, as an area that CDRH is also interested in. You can see the formal definition here. You may be aware that IMDRF published a playbook of reliance programs earlier this year. I won't walk through it here, but just wanted to mention that it's a resource for anyone who's interested in designing or changing the reliance program to best meet the needs of all stakeholders, consider feedback, ensure that the goals are clear, that opportunities are optimized, all of that. The playbook is very flexible. It covers different forms of reliance. It covers all stages of the medical device life cycle. It's something that CDRH put a lot of effort into, and we plan to follow as we pursue our own reliance opportunities and maybe a valuable resource for you as well. I also mentioned the MDSAP program and Medical Device Single Audit Program. Their current meeting is actually taking place right now in Japan. Unfortunately, I'm not there, but some of my colleagues are. This is an example of really the work sharing form of reliance. How can regulators combine their efforts on specific tasks and benefit from the results of that work? In this case, for manufacturer audits and being able to accredit organizations outside of regulatory authorities to do that work and perform audits that can meet the criteria of different regions, aligning where we can, and sharing the information resulting from those audits. I know that you're aware of or maybe involved in MDSAP, would encourage that as a way to really improve consistency and efficiency in what your organization does from the auditing standpoint. Finally, just mention a specific activity that CDRH has done with harmonization, and that is adopting our quality management system regulation, the QMSR. This regulation replaced our previous one earlier this year. And really one of the main goals here was to align our regulation with globally harmonized standards, in this case, ISO 13485. Hopefully that had the desired effect. It's an area where we really tried to align globally. It took us a long time to get there, and could potentially be a model for other harmonization efforts within the center. As other considerations for the future, as mentioned, I mean, these are a lot of activities. They take time to do if you're going to do them right. If you're going to find the right partners and follow the appropriate good practices. It can take time, but it's better to take that time and get it right rather than produce an output that people may not accept or may not work well. Not everything can be fully aligned, but it's also important to understand there may be differences, and being aware of them and how to take them into account can also be valuable parts of this process. Regardless of the processes that a country is developing internationally, it's really important not to add or complicate existing regional requirements. If something works just as well from a globally harmonized perspective, think carefully whether that can be enough or whether you really do need to add something on top of that. And finally, I just want to recognize that consensus um, can increase stability, especially right now with various regional changes or changes in emerging technology. Yes, it can be harder to reach that consensus potentially, but if we start early and build that consensus earlier on multilaterally, that can mean that a more stable framework can be developed and that future changes will be less disruptive. Um, that's all I have. I look forward to hearing any questions or comments you have and hearing the comments from the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Ken. Y ahora quisiéramos abrir
Thank you very
piso
much,
para
Ken.
preguntas
And
por
now we're
parte
going to
de
open the
los
floor
participantes
to
presenciales y después
questions of the
continuaremos
people
con
who are here
preguntas si es
in
que hay
person.
por parte
And if there are
de
any
los
questions
participantes
of the people
virtuales. Aquí
online,
tenemos una
we will
pregunta.
go
Si
to
nos
them
pueden ayudar con
afterwards. So
el
first we have one
micrófono,
question here of somebody who
por
is in
favor.
person here. If you can help us with the microphone, please. Thank you.
Un segundo. Si necesitamos micrófono, por favor, para que los participantes virtuales puedan
So just
tener
a second,
acceso.
we're going to provide a microphone so that
Aquí
all
en la
the
parte técnica.
online participants can have access to what they are asking for. So yes, thank you.
Un segundito, por favor. Así damos espacio para que vayan pensando más preguntas.
And that time, we're taking some time so that you can think about any questions you might want to ask. So thank you. This question is for Miss Allison regarding, well, congratulations first, I'm a user and a participant of the Navisa through local distributor, but what can you tell us about techno-surveillance and that implementation? I know the regulation exists, but it's like under process. Are you giving, what are we talking about implementation for the rest of the year? And what she responds, can you introduce yourself, please, before she answers? I'm sorry, yes. I am Maria Jesus Valdez from Ecumedics, and I'm here in Mexico City. So thank you for your question. And in Dina Visa, the techno-surveillance area has already implemented a national techno-surveillance system. There you can find all the general guidelines for this techno-surveillance process in the country. And we're also developing specific guidelines to perform like more of proactive type of surveillance with the regulatory aspect also. What really helps us there is the work that we do with other regulatory agencies. And I'm sure that you know that we've been working with Mercosur, and we're also working as part of the IMDRF as an affiliated member. So we've been working in those areas to develop other documents. So we have a post-marketing document for medical devices that was developed through the whole Mercosur area. We worked that together with Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Bolivia. And that's
Lo
the
tenemos
document, that's a guideline.
terminado, solamente
We've
estamos
already,
viendo
it's already drafted,
de
and
qué
we're
forma se
only
va
waiting to
a
see how
formalizar.
we
Si va a
can
ser una
formalize that document,
resolución
if it's going
a
to
través de
be
una
through a
resolución o
resolution
va a tener
or if it's going to
una
be
figura de guía, un instructivo.
just as a
También
guide
estamos
or a
trabajando en un
handbook. I
documento de
mean, we're
instrucciones de tecno
analyzing that. We're
vigilancia
also working
que
on
ese
a
está en una
technosurveillance inspection
etapa
document, and
de
that's
término,
still
podemos
in
decir,
the previous
pertenece
stages.
dentro de
You know,
Mercosur.
we're about to finish
Entonces,
it. It's
en
also being worked on through
síntesis,
Mercosur. So as a
estamos
summary, I can
madurando
tell you that
ciertos
we
puntos
are
en esos
maturing and
documentos que
working on
venimos
several
trabajando,
points with those
pero de
documents that we're
igual
working,
forma el área de
but
tecnovigilancia viene trabajando
the
continuamente con los
technosurveillance area is
fabricantes y los
also working with the
importadores
manufacturers and
en
the
lo que
import and the
respecta a la vigilancia y a los
manufacturers
eventos adversos
regarding
que puedan estar
surveillance
atribuidos
and
a
any
esos
adverse
dispositivos
event that
médicos.
could be
Y es muy
connected to those
importante esa
medical
parte y
devices.
agradezco tu
And that
pregunta
part is really, really
porque
important. You know, I
gracias a
thank you
la
for your question because
sensibilización que
thanks
se
to that
realizó en el
awareness
país,
that was
hoy
done
en día
in the country,
tanto
to
los
date,
usuarios,
both
clientes
users as well as
o personal
clients
sanitario de los
or
establecimientos de salud de
any
Paraguay, estamos
healthcare
hablando de hospitales
staff
públicos, privados,
that are
hoy
in
en día
Paraguay,
están
you know, the
notificando y eso
public
para
and private
nosotros también es un
hospitals are
gran
now
logro
applying
porque
this, and that's
anteriormente
quite an
no
achievement
recibíamos
because in the past we
notificaciones
didn't get
y
any
eso
notifications,
hacía
and
de que
now they are
teníamos que
notifying
salir a
us.
buscar
In
sí
the
o
past,
sí
we
las
had to go
situaciones,
and find
preguntar
out
y
if there
también había
was any
como un temor
situation and
capaz de que
ask
pase en
things.
todos los
And there was
países,
this
¿verdad?
fear
Una
that this
persona
could
tiene
happen in
miedo
other
de
countries. You know,
notificar
people
o de hacer
were
una
afraid
denuncia o
of
de hacer un
notifying
reclamo por ciertas
or
cuestiones, ¿verdad?
claim for
Entonces
something
lo que estamos
or demand
logrando
something or tell
hoy
you
en
about
día
something.
es que las
So what we
personas se
have
animen
achieved
a
to date
notificar y
is
bueno, y
make sure
a
that
partir de
people
esas
can notify,
notificaciones se generan
can
las
feel free to
investigaciones
notify.
en
And
donde ya
based on those
trabajamos de forma
notifications, we start
transversal
with
en
all the
diversas áreas de
investigations.
Dinavisa,
And then with that, we work with
perdón,
different
entre esos
DINA
el área de
visa areas
tecnovigilancia, el área de
together with
registro
the
donde yo
techno surveillance
estoy a
area
cargo, también
and
el área de
to
asuntos legales y el
the
área de
legal
vigilancia y
areas
comercialización.
and
Se
also to the
realizan las
post-marketing area.
investigaciones,
So
se
we do all
levantan
the research,
muestras y
we
también eso se
get all
envía
the
para
samples,
análisis
and that is
y
also
para
sent
obtener
for
así el resultado,
analysis
¿verdad? La
and
acción
to obtain
regulatoria.
a result for
Tenemos
regulatory actions. We do understand that
memorando de entendimiento
I
con
know we
otras
have
autoridades, como
MOUs
por
with other
ejemplo
authorities,
del Ministerio de Salud de
like
Corea del Sur,
from the
donde ya
South
hemos
Korean
estado a
Ministry
enviar
of Health. Will we
una
have able
muestra de un
to
dispositivo que
develop
tuvo
a DNR for a
una
sample of a
denuncia o una
device that already had a
notificación,
claim?
¿verdad?
Uh,
Tuvimos ya los
we had a
resultados,
notification and we
se
got the
toman,
results of that
se
investigation,
desarrollaron las acciones.
and the necessary
También
actions were
estamos
developed.
trabajando,
And we're also
vamos a enviar
working,
próximamente muestras
I mean, we're going to send
a
some
otro
samples
laboratorio
soon to other
exterior fuera
laboratories
de Paraguay, ¿verdad?
outside of Paraguay,
Donde
abroad
también
laboratories,
tenemos
where we
acompañamiento de la autoridad
are
regulatoria.
also
Entonces,
being
por ese
helped
motivo
through
es
the
muy
regulatory
importante
authorities
resaltar
in
que
those
esa
areas.
ayuda
So
entre
it's important to
autoridades
say that
regulatorias
those
hace que podamos llevar
helps
a
or
cabo
assistances between regulatory
procesos que
authorities
por el
enable
momento no
us
lo
to
podemos
carry
hacer
out
porque en Paraguay
processes
ahora
that
mismo no tenemos
right
un
now we couldn't do
laboratorio de
because in
control de
Paraguay we
calidad de
don't have
dispositivos
a
médicos, ¿sí?
quality control
Entonces,
laboratory
eso
for
hace
medical
que podamos
devices. So that
ayudarnos y
means that
confiemos
this
en el
way we can
resultado de
help
una
each
autoridad
other and we can
regulatoria
trust on the
de
results of
referencia,
this
¿verdad? De confianza y
reference,
podamos
regulatory
llevar a
audit,
cabo
you know, and that we
tecnovigilancia
can
en Paraguay.
carry out
No
the
sé si puedes
technosurveillance
responder
that
a
is
tu
necessary in
pregunta.
Paraguay. Hopefully I answered your question with that.
Gracias a ti.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias y las felicito
Thank
porque ya
you.
son digitales.
Congratulations, because now you're
Gracias.
digital as well. Yes, we are. Thank
Muchas
you.
gracias. Si me
Thank
pueden
you.
ayudar levantando la mano quien tenga alguna pregunta.
If anybody has a question, could you please raise your
Sandra,
hand?
yo tengo dos
Sandra,
preguntas
I have two
del Zoom,
questions
así
on
que voy a la
Zoom.
primera.
So the first question
This question
says,
is to Ken from Veronica, Veronica Hernandez from the Pharmacopeia from Mexico. So the question is, he's congratulating you for the presentation, but can you also share in a short and sweet way the criteria that FDA took to go from KSR to ISO?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, in short, probably not sweet. I have to admit, I'm not an expert on quality management systems, so I'm not the best person to answer just the technical comparison of QMSR to 13485. Just from a process perspective, though, I know it was helpful that as a center, we have been very active in the ISO technical committee that's responsible for the general like medical device quality documents such as 13485. It was a standard we were very familiar with. had placed a lot of input in and really recognized the value in moving to something that's harmonized globally. I think it also helped. We conducted a lot of outreach to mainly to industry or even other regulators ahead of the implementation date. We're trying to explain the change, what it meant, what it didn't mean, and gather feedback on how the move to QMSR would impact industry, and that resulted in an implementation date earlier this year. I think we also really had to recognize what was it's kind of like what I mentioned. What are the areas where we couldn't align with QMSR? There are other regulatory requirements we have that we weren't really able to change as a result of this. We have some other definitions for things like medical devices. That's really part of our overarching act that regulates all medical products and foods, or other requirements related to post-market event reporting, other things like that. We've tried to outline where those apply. So it's not really just a one-to-one acceptance of 1345, but we tried to explain how we're using it and what other additional considerations manufacturers would need to follow. Hopefully that's helpful, and maybe there's other participants later in the week who might be able to better answer the technical side of things. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question to all of the panelists. So voy a hacer ahora no sé si hago en español o en inglés. Elaine Bugarelli from Global Pharma de Brasil pregunta si hay una
She is
legislación
asking if
armonizada
there is
de
a
post
harmonized
mercado.
legislation for post-sale, for post-market in
Si puede hablar un poco.
MDA Paraguay. Could you please talk about that a little bit if possible?
Alison, por favor.
Alison, please.
Bueno, en Dinavisa,
Well,
la
in
área de
Dinavisa,
vigilancia
the
post-comercialización,
post-sale
tiene
surveillance
desarrollado
area
implementadas varias normativas.
have
De
implemented
hecho,
different
todas estas
regulations,
normativas
and actually all of the
están
regulations
armonizadas con
are
países de la región
harmonized
y
with the
también,
countries
¿verdad?,
of the
con
region
otras autoridades
and with
regulatorias
other regulatory
internacionales de referencia.
authorities of reference internationally.
No soy la persona adecuada tal
I
vez
am
para
not the
dar
right
detalles
person
sobre
either to
este
give you more
punto,
details about
pero
this
todas nuestras
point,
normas
but I know that
están
all of our
armonizadas
standards are
con
harmonized
otras normativas
with other
internacionales
international
y
regulations.
igualmente seguimos trabajando en otras
Likewise,
dentro del
we
ámbito del
continue
Mercosur y también
working within
en lo que
Mercosur
respecta al IMRF.
and with the
No
IMDRF.
sé si te respondí algo
Was I able
de la
to
pregunta.
give you some answer? It was not the best one. Yes, it was good. Thank you.
Aquí tenemos otra pregunta, por favor, si nos ayudan con
Here,
el
there's
micrófono.
another question.
¿Quién tiene que responder?
Perdón, sí. Ken,
Ken, please go ahead.
would
Sorry.
you mind commenting on the previous question?
I didn't really have anything to add to that. I think one of the areas that I don't know that this is directly answering the question, but I'll say within IMDRF, I have to admit, looking at the work that IMDRF has done, a lot of it has been really pre-market focused, like focusing on activities you do to place a device on the market with maybe less effort on post-market activities or even things like registration or other areas beyond just evaluating, let's say, clinical or non-clinical information. I think some of that is changing where, especially with digital health, where a lot of the life cycle is going to involve post-market changes. What does it mean when do you consider having a new device and how that would work? I think that may introduce other activities or other opportunities for aligning how different regions approach these kinds of post-market activities or just non-review activities. But that's just, I guess that's just my view of things. It just seems like a good time really for identifying really how we can align. Just hearing how important alignment in those areas is as important as it is on the pre-market side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. We have a question here in the audience.
Buen día, mi nombre es Emanuel Franco.
My
Primero,
name is
felicitar
Emmanuel Franco. First of all, I would like to congratulate you
muy
for the
clara,
presentations.
muy
They were
resumida,
very
muy
clear,
clara,
very
muy
summarized, very
sobre
clear.
términos de ISO 13485,
ISO 1345 risk management.
y
I
también
was
la
very
parte
glad to
de
hear that,
estandarización.
and also about
Cuando hablamos
standardization.
de armonización,
When we speak of harmonization, it sounds simple, but it's not. I believe that the authorities are facing a challenge that goes beyond just mere will. How do you change a whole regulatory framework to adapt? And in that case, my question is, could you please share with us from the US perspective, from the Paraguay perspective, the IMDF perspective, what is the strategy? Because obviously, when there are regulations that are not focusing on how dynamic the markets are, and so change requires time. So what is the thing that has worked for you to do this in Paraguay? And also speaking about standardization of the IMDRF, how do you create a regulation that is robust enough, but flexible, but open, but dynamic for all of the changes that are now required within the sector?
Gracias por tu pregunta.
Thank you for
Primero
your
que
question. Well,
nada,
first of all,
lo más importante para
the
nosotros
most
es
important thing
que
for
desde
us
en
is
el año
that
2021
in
Dinavisa
2021,
se volvió
Dinavisa
una
became
agencia autónoma y
an
autárquica.
autonomous
Anteriormente
autarkic agency.
nosotros
In the past,
dependíamos del Ministerio de Salud
depended on the
de
Ministry
Paraguay,
of Health of
entonces
Paraguay,
los
not
procesos
anymore.
eran
So in the past,
diferentes,
the processes were different.
dependientes,
It all
tenían su
depended
tiempo
on
y
the government's time,
costaba
and
más
it
contar con
was very
una
difficult
actualización de una normativa.
for
Entonces,
any regulation to be updated.
gracias a este logro,
But thanks to this
Dinavisa
achievement of
puede
more independence,
implementar
Visa
normativa,
is now able
actualizar
to update
sin que
regulations
tenga que
in a
pasar
more
por
expedite
tantas
way. We don't
etapas
need
y
to
otras
go through
y
so many
depender de otras
stages or
instituciones.
loops or
Eso nos
depending
ayuda
on the
muchísimo.
decisions of other
Entonces
institutions. So
ya
now
es
we have
las
more
normativas se realizan a
power, if you
través
may.
de,
The
se desarrollan a través de
regulations
las buenas
are
prácticas
done
regulatorias
through good regulatory
en Dinavisa
practices within
y eso hace
Visa,
que
and that is
cada
the reason
área
why
técnica pueda
each technical
empezar a
area
trabajar
can
desde
now
cero en
start
alguna
working
norma que
from
le haga
scratch, many
falta
times in
para siempre
regulations that might be
tratando de
missing,
armonizar
always trying
con
to
todos
be
los países.
harmonized with the rest of the countries to
Y
begin
en cuanto
with.
a esa
In
armonización,
terms of that harmonization,
cuando iniciábamos recién, bueno,
when
nuestra
we
primera
just
experiencia
started,
fue
our
siempre en el
first
ámbito del
experience
Mercosur.
was always within Mercosur,
Siempre
right?
en las normativas, como todos los
In
países tenemos
relations,
realidades
just as the
diferentes,
countries, our realities are very
en las
different.
normativas siempre trabajamos
Regulations were
tratando
always considered
de
from a
no
perspective of
decir
trying
algo
not to
que le
say
limite a
anything
cualquier
that
otra
could
autoridad
limit
regulatoria.
or
Teníamos
affect
que
negatively
escribir
other regulators or regulatory
requisitos
agencies.
o
Our
exigencias
requirements, our
que puedan
demands
ser
have to
llevadas a cabo
be
por todos los
written
países,
in a way in which anybody
pero
could
tratando
apply
de
them,
llegar a
and
ese
also
objetivo
trying
de
to
ese
reach
requisito.
the
No
objective
es
of
fácil,
having
como
the
decía,
requirement
es un
be met.
trabajo
It's not easy.
difícil,
This
eso
work is difficult
conlleva
indeed.
muchas discusiones técnicas.
Many technical
Cada mes
discussions have to
nosotros
take
tenemos
place every
reuniones
single month.
en
We
ese
have
ámbito y
meetings
en otros,
on that matter and many
en otros
others.
ámbitos también son semanales las
And
discusiones. Y
those
eso
discussions
conlleva
are
un esfuerzo
happening weekly.
grande
It is a big,
por parte de
continuous
diferentes
effort
áreas de
on
Dinavisa
behalf of
y
different areas
como te
within
digo,
Dinavisa.
siempre se trata de
And it's always
tener
about
un documento armonizado,
having a
pero
harmonized
teniendo en cuenta
document
la
that
realidad de
works,
cada
that
país.
considers the
Entonces
reality of
siempre,
each
tal
country.
vez después de un
So maybe
requisito,
after a
nosotros
requirement has been
tengamos que
issued,
poner que
sometimes
en
we need
caso
to go
de
back and
que la
say,
autoridad
well, in
regulatoria
case the
tenga otra
regulatory
normativa
authority
específica en ese
has
punto, se
another
debe
specific
cumplir con
matter
esa
considered,
normativa de ese
this
país,
is the
esa
regulation that
normativa
has to be
específica.
met. This is a
Son
specific
esos
point.
detalles
So it is that
importantes que
striking
lo
that
dejamos
balance between
plasmados
the
en
details
esas
that have to be
normativas para poder
clearly
llevar a cabo
expressed in
las
the
actualizaciones.
regulations so that updates can happen. Thank you, Alison. Ken?
Thanks for the question. I'll start at least by stating maybe how U.S. approaches this. I would agree it's difficult. And in some ways, it may be easier to harmonize. I may have mentioned this, but it's easier to do this in areas where there isn't an existing framework that you need to change. So that's why I think in areas like digital health, maybe, or like real world clinical evidence, maybe some of the more emerging areas, those represent especially good opportunities to align. We can start early, build that into an existing system without needing to change as much of the framework. Now, we can't do that with everything. I think if there are more fundamental regulatory activities where we're trying to harmonize, That's possible, but it may take longer. The QMSR change I mentioned, I mean, that was many years long process. But we worked through it. I think it's important really to perform a lot of education, both external as well as internal. At least with QMSR, we had to, and still do really, speak to the investigators who perform those inspections to help them understand what this regulation meant for them. Um, and for our own review staff, again, helping understand how this change will impact them and in some ways won't impact them so that they have the right level of information, I think will be helpful. A lot of these efforts are intended to improve the efficiency of how we work. We really may not be changing fundamentally what we're doing and just getting people to understand that and not feel, I guess, like it's a threat, I think would be important areas to consider. So just laying the framework, taking extra time to get a more successful product, I think would be an important consideration. I'll also attempt to address IMDRF. I mean, the technical documents, they're not regulations. Countries can decide what they want to do with them. But we do now report on the implementation status. Each of the IMDRF Lease Management Committee members reports on that. I think the documents are written more like guidelines to follow. I do feel like within within IMDRF, just technical discussions, we're always thinking let's not have a document that another regulatory authority could never adopt just because it's totally different. Are there ways we can recognize that the regional regulatory requirements, they're always going to win over what IMDRF wants. But can we build something that allows a level of flexibility that could work within existing regulatory frameworks? Maybe it's not required like a regulatory requirement, but more an interpretation of an existing regulation. So how you might evaluate, let's say, clinical performance, or even the quality management systems within IMDRF technical documents. I think that's a lot of where those documents are trying to go. I think when we're thinking about the scope of activities within IMDRF, we try to think about realistically, what is somebody going to be able to implement because it will fit in within the regulatory framework. I mean, in ways it'd be nice if it was more binding, but that's not really how IMDRF is set up. So a lot of it is just thinking this is an area where we see some potential for alignment. Maybe we're all thinking something similar, and it may help to demonstrate that through an IMDRF document that all of these groups have agreed to, and maybe that helps their own regulatory authorities decide what changes are possible now that we have this evidence that we're all approaching things in a similar way. So that's more of a thought process, I think, within IMDRF than anything, but just wanted to offer that in case it's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. ¿Tenemos alguna otra pregunta aquí en la
Are there
sala?
any other questions in the room?
Pues yo sí tengo una pregunta.
I do have a question, and we have talked about this from the very beginning, the shared responsibility of the regulated entity, the regulator. What is it that you would like, as Visa and FDA, ask the regulated sector? What are the contributions for the future you would like to see so that we could build regulations that are very challenging because of the speed of innovation, because of the complexity, the technological diversity that the medical devices offer? What do you expect from the regulated sector? How could they support in a more effective, consistent, timely manner in this transition time? Because right now, we're changing the wheels of the vehicle while the vehicle is not only moving ahead, it's a Formula One. So how could we work in a more efficient way? Alison, let's begin with you. Thank you, Sandra. Well, I believe that this is continuous work, a joint work between the regulators and the regulated sector. On our side at Visa, it is very useful for us to get to know the difficulties that the private entities are having in different areas. And that is the reason why within Visa, we also have a space. We have meetings with the stakeholders where they send us questions, problems, things they face. And thanks to that effort, to the meetings, to the interviews that we have with them, we've been able to update our regulations in different areas. So I believe that it would be important always to have the support of the private sector if they could be more proactive in sending us things they're facing and explaining their viewpoints, justifying what is it that they need or ask. That is input for us. That is how we can start creating to support them, to make processes more agile or preventing the creation of new trade barriers into the market. So the idea is to have a fluid communication. That's the key. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Alison. Ken?
I would agree. Sorry, the camera didn't work. I mean, I think we're even meetings like this are very helpful. Yes, we're regulators working with industry on some discussion of regulatory topics and the kind of feedback that we get to help us understand how our proposals are being interpreted, what is the real burden on industry as a result of us making changes. I mean, these are good practices we try to follow in order to get that feedback and then do something with that feedback to the extent that we can. Maybe we can't always address everything, but just avoiding surprises with implementation, I think, is an important step. I think in working with our industry partners, we've found a lot of value both within the United States and with IMDRF to understand what are areas that may be especially suitable for harmonization? Industry members may have a more global view than individual regulatory authorities may. What areas might not be so good? Maybe certain topics are not ready for harmonization yet. How can we learn from these experiences and just try to find the right areas to start with? Just help really avoid, I don't know, if any of our regulatory changes, whether it's harmonization or just domestic changes, are those perceived as threats to local industry? I think having the discussion to understand where those concerns are coming from are really important points. I think we've tried to emphasize that both within the United States as globally, is that this kind of dialogue is really valuable for us, and we try not to avoid our discussions with industry. I mean, think about the things that make the most sense for us to talk about and be sure that we do something with that information. And I'm always interested in feedback for how we could be doing that better to make sure that we're all, to the extent, to as much as we can, working together to address common challenges and come up with solutions that will truly improve the situations for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. ¿Alguna otra pregunta antes de que yo decida hacer otra?
Any other questions? Because I have many questions here with me. All right, well, this has been a very interesting conversation. I think that we all understand more about the challenges, the role that each one of the actors play, and how is it that those roles will truly become more challenging because of all of the reasons we have mentioned, because of the diversity, because of the speed, because of the complexity of technologies that we already see, and it will continue becoming more and more complex in the future. So we're all invited, right, to keep on being on top of the game, keep on proposing based on international standards if they exist, with the foundations of best practices if they already been created, so that we don't reinvent the wheel. If people have already tried things and learned, let's learn from that. Let's learn from the sharing of experiences in a way that we can all facilitate the work of the regulators, nourishing their understanding of the world so that we can move forward in a more efficient way in the development of regulations that truly allow not only to look after patients, but also to do this in a responsible, professional way as our commitment is. And with this, we complete this session. We will take a small half-an-hour break. If you all agree, we will be back at 10:25. No, it's 10:55 local time, 10:55, so that we continue 5 before the hour. We'll be back. Thank you, everyone. We thank the participants.
Okay, so continuing with our agenda, I would like to invite Tammy Stewart. She is head of regulatory policy for foundational principles and supranational organizations from Roche Diagnostics. She's also part of the IMDRF industry group, and she actively participates in all the work of AFAMED and the Regulatory Convergence Project, MDRC. So Tammy, if you can join us here on the floor, thank you very much.
Oh boy. Hi, everyone. How are you all? Yay. Thank you to everyone that's here in person, and thank you to those that are on the phone joining us via video. It is so cool to be here today. This is my first time in Mexico, and I've already enjoyed a delicious meal last night with Sandra and others, and I look forward to spending more time with you throughout the week. So Sandra has already introduced me, and I will wait a moment for the slides. All right. So to frame our conversation today, I thought I would start with a quote from the WHO. The WHO states that public confidence in medical devices, including IVDs, requires effective and efficient regulation built on a sound legal and policy framework, as well as GRPs. So we can see that that is exactly what set out with the WHO's efforts in the Global Model Regulatory Framework. They created a 300-page document, and while I'm going to cover it in 20 slides or less, we're going to try to hit the high points for you, and I'll do my best to recall the points that Agnes Kijo or Irina Pratt from WHO might recall. All right. So for the purposes of today, we are going to separate the guidances into 3 buckets. Number 1, setting up law and regulation and ensuring appropriate resources, tools, and funding to sustain an effective regulatory system. 2, designing oversight using a staged approach, referred to as the maturity model in the Global Regulatory Framework, which is a guide for regulators to develop their regulation over time to something that is harmonized to international best practice. And then number 3, and finally, what should regulation and law actually look like? As Ken alluded to in the previous presentation, the IMDRF represents international best practice, as well as the consensus standards that are adopted internationally, such as ISO 13485. And I will also mention that the IMDRF is actually listed 132 times in the Global Model Regulatory Framework. All right. So the WHO recognizes that implementing and consistently following GRPs is critical to an effective and efficient regulatory system. In the framework, the WHO spends quite a bit of time discussing good regulatory practices. GRPs are so important. In addition to the Global Model Regulatory Framework, the WHO actually published a 36-page separate document on good regulatory practices. And it is their position that the GRPs create the foundation for risk-based and globally convergent regulation, and therefore GRPs are foundational. That is to say, without a strong foundation created by implementing and consistently following GRPs, risk-based, globally convergent regulation cannot exist. Therefore, GRPs and a strong legal foundation are inextricably linked. All right. So why are GRPs so important? Simply put, they promote public health. They are the quality control mechanism for the development of regulation, and they ensure a continuous and systematic basis that government rules are relevant, of the highest quality, internationally aligned, and least economically restrictive. They accelerate access by ensuring a transparent, predictable, and repeatable process, and ensure technical regulations are not prepared, adopted, or applied with the effect of creating unnecessary obstacles to international trade. The WO states that NRAs, or National Regulatory Authorities, should adhere to GRPs, including allowing public comments on proposals. Typically, that is 60 days. Assessing regulatory impacts prior to implementation, providing a reasonable time period for changes, and adopting proportionate, least burdensome requirements. And the WHO plans on measuring whether or not this is the case with their GBT Plus tool. The GBT Plus tool was designed to measure oversight of medical devices and IVDs specifically. The GBT tool that was previously created is for pharmaceuticals, vaccines, and medicines, and therefore cannot assess the regulatory maturity of a regulator of medical devices and IVDs. And important topics like GRPs and reliance are included as a measure of the GBT Plus tool. So implementation of foundational principles advanced in the Global Model Regulatory Framework are measured by the GBT Plus to obtain a regulatory maturity of 3 or 4. The Global Model Regulatory Framework also states that regulators should publish clear plans, allow reasonable transition periods, and do a gap assessment, and publish performance-based indicators for government and public. Of course, these are all things that you will hear more about this week, but since the Global Model Regulatory Framework spends a great deal of time on these, as well as the GBT Plus tool being tied to these measurements, I thought it was worth noting. Okay, the Global Model Regulatory Framework spends quite amount of time on the process to develop laws and regulations and emphasizes the importance of getting stakeholder input. This was also something that Ken noted in his presentation today with the implementation of ISO 1345. The WHO explains that stakeholder engagement actually increases transparency, improves knowledge, accountability, and compliance of the manufacturer, and increases credibility and trust in the regulator because it demonstrates to the public eye proof of a successful governance model. The Global Model Regulatory Framework also advances a tiered approach to the development of law versus regulation versus guidance. Laws are meant to establish authority, scope, principal powers, and core obligations, whereas the implementing regulations define operational requirements like medical device and IVD classification, conformity assessment, and post-market controls. Guidance explains how these requirements can be met by those parties, such as manufacturers, that are regulated. This tiered approach helps the regulator have the flexibility to handle the diversity encountered in medical device and IVD technology and to respond rapidly to emergency situations and pave the way for innovation while still maintaining strong structural oversight of medical devices and IVDs. So what does the Global Model Regulatory Framework recommend to be included in medical devices and IVDs? They actually have a list in their document, and I have included some of them for you. I won't go through the entire list. You can refer to the document if you want. Some examples: the law is intended to define products within their scope and the entities that are going to be subject to the regulation, to delineate the responsibilities of the national regulatory authority and establish its enforcement powers. And lastly, to define responsibilities of manufacturers, authorized representatives, importers, exporters, and distributors, because they are going to be different. So the Global Model Regulatory Framework outlines what should be in law to allow the regulator the flexibility to adapt. Just like Ken was talking about earlier, some regulators are encumbered by laws that have many years of existence and many details. And for those regulators, it can be more difficult to change the law to embrace regulatory innovations like reliance. All right, so before we jump to the next section of the Global Model Regulatory Framework, just to summarize, the tiered approach, the GRPs, regulation and guidance helps ensures adequate tools and trained resources, clear oversight of authorities and responsibilities to effectively and consistently perform their duties, provides the flexibility to adopt international best practice when it is published to avoid technical barriers to trade, and the ability for regulators to keep pace with technology while maintaining oversight and providing timely access to patients. Okay, we are going to transition to the next bucket of the Global Model Regulatory Framework. That is the maturity model. So the WHO acknowledges that regulation cannot be implemented all at once. Even the regulators that discussed this morning, they were talking about what is feasible for them to implement and when. They need to ensure that they have consistent funding, tools, and availability of trained resources. Otherwise, the authority can actually end up out of compliance with their own law. And that is something we certainly want to avoid. So the framework advances a maturity model because everybody starts at a different place in the development of their regulation, and that's okay. Many of our laws are an outgrowth of pharma laws, and they don't transfer well to medical devices and IVDs. Many regulators have different level of resource. Some have less than 10, some have 1,000. Obviously, the regulation that can be implemented at these regulatory authorities will differ. So it becomes even more important to focus on those things with the highest impact to patient safety. WHO also supports this stance. They state that less laws and regulation implemented and followed are better than implementing many regulations that cannot be enforced. So the framework advances that regulators start simple and build out regulation as funding resources and trained staff are in place and sustainable. Importantly, they also state that expanded level controls does not mean that they should discontinue reliance practices, because reliance applies to all regulators, no matter what their regulatory maturity is. So reliance and recognition is a foundational principle recognized by the IMDRF, as mentioned in the IMDRF Reliance Playbook, and by the GBT Plus tool that will actually look to see if reliance is implemented when measuring the regulatory maturity of an authority. Once a regulator demonstrates they can consistently execute the basic level controls, they can consider advanced controls. Remembering that the WHO states enacting and enforcing a limited set of requirements is preferable over attempting a larger range without proper enforcement. And the advanced controls do not abandon basic level controls, rather they add to it. That's why recognition and reliance remain fundamental throughout the process. And as also mentioned earlier today, no agency has enough resources to perform all of its duties. We also learned that during the COVID pandemic, that global health is more secure when we work across agencies and leverage each other's work and decisions. Okay, we're in the home stretch, the third bucket in the global model regulatory framework, regulation. So one of the things advanced in the global model regulatory framework over and over again, as well as in IMDRF, is that regulatory control should be proportionate to the level of risk. It's many times referred to as a benefit-risk approach. The same goes for IVD and medical device classification. To this end, the WHO included the IMDRF documents for classifying IVDs and medical devices, and also recognized that how they're classified is very different, because not only is medical device and IVD very different from vaccine and medicine, they are also very different from each other. For example, medical devices typically come into contact with the patient, where IVDs typically do not. So they recognize this, and they've included this in their global model regulatory framework. The other thing that's included in the framework is that the risk classification should be determined by the manufacturer. The manufacturer knows their product best. They did the risk assessment. They did the validation and verification. They had collected all of the customer requirements. They know their suppliers. They know the benefits and risks that are associated with their product. It therefore makes sense that the manufacturer would determine the risk classification. Of course, the regulator can challenge this classification, but that is a great conversation to be had from the manufacturer and regulator perspective. A little bit more on the classification. I'm sure you are familiar with this chart. It's included in both the IMDRF documents and the WHO framework, and it illustrates this risk-benefit approach or benefit-risk approach. It's also important to remember that the classifications aren't written in stone. And by that, I mean that the classification of IVDs and medical devices can be up-classified or down-classified. That is something that we saw, for example, following the COVID pandemic, when we realized additional information about the COVID tests, and they were down-classified in many of the jurisdictions. All right, I have included the tables here with examples from the IMDRF guidance, also included in the Global Model Regulatory Framework. And here I will simply highlight that getting this classification approach correct at the beginning is absolutely essential to the success of the entire regulatory framework, because the downstream processes that lead from the classification of the device, like the conformity assessment, like the evidence requirements, whether an on-site inspection should be had, all stems from the classification of the device. So we can see in this particular example, in these examples, here it is. In this particular example, this is also from the IMDRF and Global Model Regulatory Framework. It very clearly states that Class A and Class B, which are the lowest risk devices, typically don't require a review by the authority prior to authorization. That's because inherently they are of low risk, and the Class C and Class D are of higher risk to patients and users, and therefore typically require the review. It's also important to note that Class D and Class C will differ in their amount of evidence and whether or not additional evidence might be required or post-market controls. And I think one point that I wanted to make on this slide, we are experiencing and talking a lot about regulatory reliance, and perhaps one opportunity is to think about whether or not the classifications are aligned, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later this week, because we see that sometimes regulatory authorities want evidence of the review performed at the reference agency. And if the reference agency has adopted this risk-based approach and maybe they don't perform the review of Class A, there isn't necessarily review to refer to. In the case of the US FDA, it's a listing, which is still evidence, but it's not a thorough review of that product. Okay. So one thing that we don't see in the Global Model Regulatory Framework is the reference to free sale certificate or certificate of free sale. I think this is challenging because a lot of regulations are based on CFGs and free sale certificates, and we totally understand that. It makes sense how they originated. I think the challenge is that these documents aren't typically an output from the reference agencies. So these documents have to be requested when an authority creates authorization for a product and a relying agency wants to rely on them. We have to request a CFG and a free sale certificate. So this puts an additional burden on the reference authority. I think that's one of the reasons in the IMDRF Reliance Playbook, they recommended using publicly available resources over things like CFG and free sale certificate. And I know later this week, we have some regulators that are going to walk through what this looks like and how to access that information on their websites. And going back to kind of our previous discussion on law and what belongs in law and what belongs in regulation and what level of flexibility we have, this might mean that laws and regulations need to change to keep pace with the international best practice, and that can be difficult. But it also allows regulators to move swiftly and to use the evidence generated by the regulatory authority without creating an additional burden for them. One more quick note on in-country testing. This is also something that the WHO spent quite a bit of time on. We understand that in-country testing, both pre and post-market, appears in several jurisdictions and in different ways. And so the WHO thought it was helpful and useful to take a position on this. The WHO states that in-country testing should generally not be a requirement, that rather it should be reserved for high-risk products or patient safety issues. And instead of retesting products or requiring in-country clinical trials, unless of course a scientific reason exists to justify that, the recommendation is for national regulatory authorities to consider the use of global clinical data. These are two additional ways to avoid repeating the work already performed, which can reduce unnecessary requirements and accelerate access to safe and effective products. All right, last slide. To bring it all together, we talked about the international best practice because it ensures the same high standard around the world, helping both the import and export of effective products to all jurisdictions. It helps minimize unnecessary regulations that can inflate costs, delay products, and impact business decisions of where to launch. Following GRPs, having a risk-based approach based on international best practice and standards can help ensure markets remain attractive and patients get timely access. And the global model regulatory framework can help us do that. So thank you. Gracias. Do you want me to stay or go?
Thank you very much. También muchísimas gracias. Y pues vamos a abrir el espacio para la
Thank you very
sesión.
much, Tammy. So now we're going to open the floor for questions with all the people here in person, as well as with our digital audience. If you can raise your hand, if you have any questions, we would thank you for that. Thank you.
Nos cayó de peso el café.
I think we drank too much coffee.
Okay. Por lo pronto no tenemos tampoco preguntas. Ay, perdón.
We have a question here. Yes, John.
Por allá también tenemos. Si nos ayudan con los micrófonos, por favor, el equipo técnico. Un minuto, por favor, para los participantes virtuales para que hagamos llegar el micrófono y puedan tener acceso a...
So we're just taking a minute so that we can pass the microphone and they can ask via the microphone so we can everybody hear each other.
Sure. I'm John Beloy. I work for Abbott Labs. You mentioned COVID and how we worked better together. We've had several instances or threats since then of additional pandemics that may be coming, right? Why do you think, what's your impression of why it's taking so long for regulators to move more quickly to adopt reliance and recognition pathways with that threat and the disruption that COVID caused during the pandemic?
Thank you, John.
Oh, I'm sorry, there was.
Thank you.
It is supposed to be on.
Better? Okay. Thanks, John, for that question. And, if you asked me that question 5 years ago, I would have a different answer. But I would say that there's actually been rapid adoption of reliance in so many jurisdictions. And in fact, when we present at IMDRF what jurisdictions have adopted reliance, it's actually really challenging for me to keep it straight in my head. And I rely on my partners like Fatime from Medtronic and Sandra to keep me straight. I would say that the challenge that we really see now is in operationalizing it. I think that we have a challenge not only within regulators, but in the manufacturers to embrace reliance and to adjust our launch process to make sure we're taking advantage of reliance. And from a regulator perspective, while I certainly don't want to speak from a regulator perspective, and I invite our regulators to respond, in working with them, it seems that they have adopted reliance in many ways, but how that trickles down through their organization and how it gets practiced and maintained, through the years is what's been challenging. And that's why publicizing metrics and KPIs, which is also something that's recommended in the IMDRF playbook, helps us understand, we're doing it, we're making it work, right? We're providing visibility to what's working. And we're also gaining visibility to those things that might not be working. And it gives us an opportunity to talk, just like, our folks were talking this morning about. This is a great opportunity for us to talk about what's not working. We see things differently from a global perspective because we launch into 170 different countries. We know what the requirements are in 170 different countries. And we know where reliance is working and where it's challenged, but we're here to help try to make that better. Thanks.
Gracias. Si nos ayudan con el micrófono, por favor, aquí atrás.
If you can help me with the microphone. Okay.
Navarro, Boston Scientific. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm wondering, why is it that the CFG or CFS was not included in the framework? We know that a lot of countries across LATAM do require, as well as other emerging markets, and that continues to be a significant challenge for us. We can have the dossier ready, but if we don't have that document, then it doesn't go into the agency, right? So how can we collaborate, or how can we help each other to make this happen and make a smoother process for all of us? Because, it's very sad that because of one piece of paper, the product cannot get into a particular country that needed it. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you for that question. And it is, I'm a patient. I know many of the folks in the room, I had a brain surgery, so I was very lucky to be able to have access to the medicine and the care that I needed when I needed it. And we can't say that for so much of our world, and whatever we can do to change that. That's why I'm here today. That's why you're here today. That's what drives us to get out of bed at 3 a.m. So regarding the CFG, though, I can't speak directly for, obviously why the WHO didn't include it in their document. I think in the IMDRF Reliance Playbook, they do speak to it being an additional requirement that is an output that is not typically provided by the reference agencies. And it's not just LATAM that uses the CFG. It's also Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So it's not just unique, right? It's across the world. But it's a great opportunity for us to figure out what can we do to fix it. One solution might be have the reference authorities provide the CFG or the free sales certificate. But another solution might be to ask, do we need it? It also drives additional downstream processes, a notary or a apostille. There are other things attached to the CFG that I think challenge the system. So where there are opportunities to find evidence that can be trusted, then perhaps the regulator could also use that. The trick is, if the law is so specific that it requires a CFG or free sale certificate, it makes it difficult for the regulator to accept something different. And that's why sometimes laws need to be written flexibly to say a CFG or a free sale certificate or something of equal nature, because that gives the regulator flexibility to use other evidence when it's available. Just like the notification, or excuse me, the listing for US FDA or authorization of a 510K, PMA, or de novo, which is listed on their website. And I know HSA and Tracy Duffy from Australia will also go over how to access that information on their webpage. But just kind of, I invite people to think about what would we need to do to make that process better. There's more than one solution, but we can get there. I know.
También muchas
Thank
gracias,
you.
muchas gracias por la pregunta. Y a mí me gustaría complementar un poco esto porque es uno de los temas
Thank you for your
prioritarios.
question, and I would like to add to this because that's part of the work that we do at the IMDRF, because we understand that in the whole world is evolving in many things. This requirement had a purpose when it was created, but it's not necessarily now the only way to accomplish the objective. Back then, the objective was to guarantee that the product was being presented to be used in a certain jurisdiction was actually the one that was being referred to, that it was the real one. Now we have many other instruments that allow us to guarantee that sameness, that similarity between the products. That we have that substantial sameness that the WHO is mentioning, and the Pan American Organization is also mentioning. So to that regards, it's also interesting to see how regulators have found different ways to reinterpret law. As Tammy was mentioning, there are some regulations that are quite strict, that allow no room for interpretation, but there are others that allow us this room for interpretation. And for this case, I'm going to talk about Mexico. Mexico changed the regulation, and so now the path to prove what product we're talking about is not an FSC or a CFG. We have other possibilities, other things, and those who are requesting for the health registry can add the link to the regulators database on which they are basing this, so that they are applying this reliance mechanism, so that they can find the product and they can ensure that the product actually is the same product. There was a way to interpret the law there, and that's a space that happens and that's present in many countries. And so it's important to work together between regulators and private initiative, private institutions to find these opportunities so that we can benefit patients at the end of the day, and so that they can have access in a faster way. Because what you were mentioning, sometimes that's the only document that is preventing that product from coming into a specific market. And obviously, not all regulators worldwide have information publicly available in their databases. And in those cases, well, yeah, I mean, we need to have some type of additional option that's not a health-related option, but that's a mechanism to make sure that we're talking about the same product. So, I mean, yes, we're here together to work so that we can find those solutions that could help the work of regulators so that the patients can benefit. I'm sorry for participating, but I thought that it would be good, to add what you said, Tim.
I'm so glad you did.
Trabajamos muy de la mano todo el tiempo, entonces encontramos.
We always work hand in hand, so yeah. Thank you very much. Now let's see. We have a question here. Veronica Hernandez is asking,
are there any KPIs that show the level of IVD's implementation in health registration criteria across the LATAM health authorities? What would be the main challenge for the implementation according to your point of view? Do you want to read it? Probably it's easier if you read it. No worries. Okay, here it is.
Okay, I'm gonna try this, but I honestly don't think I have a great answer, so I invite others, if you have information to share with Veronica. I think one of the ways that we have really started to look at the metrics for implementation of regulation and reliance is through the IMDRF reporting. The IMDRF has a survey that they give out each year that has the members list which international guidelines they have implemented and which ones they have partially implemented and which ones they have not implemented. We also added information to the Reliance database that we keep for the IMDRF to state whether or not the regulator has clear criteria for a reliance pathway for medical devices and IVDs. And because we talked a little bit earlier in the presentation that a lot of laws and regulations are an outgrowth of pharmaceutical law, we do see in several situations the regulators in some areas don't have clear criteria for medical devices and IVDs to follow that path. So the reliance pathway is there, but how you verify sameness between a drug and an IVD is very different. How you verify the manufacturing process is also very different. So I think that criteria is something we're gaining visibility to and implementation, but we definitely still have some more work to do in that area together. Do you have something to add, Sandra?
Pues muchas gracias, a menos que haya alguna otra
Well, no.
pregunta.
In case there are any other questions here in the room, we don't see questions here or on the chat. Thank you very much for your presentation. Tammy and her expertise will be with us for the rest of the week, so this conversation continues. Thank you.
Yes, perfectly fine. Thank you. And now we will continue with our program, and I'm very happy to introduce you to Nancy Breyer. She is a Deputy Office Director, CDRH Office of the Center Director and Associate Center Director for Quality Management and Organizational Excellence Program de la FDA de los Estados Unidos dentro del CDRH. Y ella nos va a hablar, ella está participando con nosotros de manera virtual, ella nos va a hablar sobre la implementación de los sistemas de gestión de calidad para los procesos regulatorios de una agencia regulatoria nacional.
Regulatory process of national in nature, what are the challenges, what are the benefits for those implementation processes?
Joining us virtually today, and the floor is yours.
Hello, buenas tardes y encantada de estar con ustedes aquí hoy.
What a pleasure to be here with all of you today. My presentation will be done in English, but in case you have any questions, as you've noticed, I can also speak Spanish, so you can write them in either language. Thank you for the introduction. Nancy Collar is my name, and I work for the Food and Drug Administration.
I'm going to talk about something that is central to everything we do at CDRH, quality. Specifically, I'm going to be walking you through how we have implemented quality in CDRH to support the regulatory processes that we oversee. I hope you leave today with a clearer picture of what quality means in our context, how our system works, and with some reflections of what we have done to be able to do our quality system and what we have learned along the way. So next slide, please. Or do I do the slides? Okay. So as I mentioned, today we're going to be talking with you about three key areas. First, I'm going to talk to you, we will explore what quality means for a regulatory agency like CDRH, because quality in a regulatory agency context is not quite the same as in other settings. Second, we'll take a closer look at the CDRH QMS itself, its structure, its infrastructure, and how it functions day to day. And finally, we'll close with some reflections, lessons learned, and key takeaways from our journey. So let's start. Let's talk about a quality system. Okay. So what exactly is a quality management system? As we all know, at its core, a quality management system or a QMS is a formal system, a structure of processes, roles, responsibilities, and procedures, all designed to help an organization achieve effective quality management. Think about it as the backbone of how an organization coordinates its activities to consistently meet both the customer needs and its regulatory requirements, while also continuously improving over time. Now, it's worth noting a common misconception. Some people use the term QMS to refer especially to the ISO 9001 standard, but a QMS is actually much broader than that and refers to the entirety of the system, not just the documentation that we put together to get a QMS certification. And underpinning all this is actually quality management itself, which is about how we oversee our products, our services, our programs to ensure that they consistently meet expectations and maintain high standards. And that really is the spirit behind everything we do. Now, the framework that CDR has chosen to anchor its quality efforts is ISO 9001. The world's most widely adopted quality management standard. ISO exists to help organizations demonstrate their ability to consistently provide products and services that meet customer and regulatory requirements and to show a genuine commitment to continuous improvements. What makes ISO so powerful is that it represents an international consensus on good management practice. It's not industry specific. It can be applied to any organization or any sector. And it is built on 7 quality management principles that guide everything from leadership to customer focus to evidence-based decision making. And for CDRH, embracing ISO 9001 means that we're holding ourselves accountable to a globally recognized standard, one that brings rigor, credibility, and structure to how we manage quality across the Center for Medical Devices. So why are we using ISO 9001? Well, the benefits of ISO are significant and wide-ranging. Holding ourselves accountable to the standard signals that CDRH has processes in place for managing quality. It drives internal discipline and consistency. It creates a culture of accountability. It gives us a structured framework to identify problems, to address them, and to continually get better. For a regulatory authority like us, that is really, really important, because these aren't just benefits. They directly support our ability to fulfill our public health mission. And let me be a little bit more specific about how we do it at CDRH. Okay. At the heart of what we do is quality. Is it will. Let me. Sorry, I'm having some setup issues here. So ensuring that patients and providers have timely access and continued access to safe and effective medical devices and radiation emitting products. That's our North Star, our mission and our vision. To get there, we operate according to a set of tenets: transparency, standardization, predictability, and simplicity. These aren't just buzzwords for us. They are themes that guide how we serve our customers and stakeholders every day. And central to us is our customer focus. We work hard to ensure that we meet the needs of our customers. And we actively seek opportunities to improve the product and services in ways that continuously foster process improvement. So let's talk a little bit about our QMS. Our commitment with quality at CDRH starts with our quality policies. That actually states that CDRH mission is to protect and promote the public health by providing high quality products and services that meet the requirements and the needs of our customers, and that we are committed to the continual improvement of our quality management system. As you can see, at CDRH, our QMS is directly tied to the center's mission and vision to promote and protect the public health, and is the foundation upon which every process, program, and decision in our QMS and our center is built. Well, if you can tell, my apologies, because the mouse is fighting me today. Well, let's talk about a high-level overview of how our QMS is organized. Let's talk about the basics. Those are our quality principles, our mission, our vision, the ISO standard that we follow, our quality policies, and our commitment to improvement. The framework that we use. At CDRH, we use a one unified framework, a one-level QMS. All actions and activities are traceable, data-driven, and incorporate customer input. This is our one CDRH QMS approach, which ensures that we're not operating in silos. Content. Our program expectations, what our programs must be appropriately documented, able to demonstrate that they're meeting requirements, and capable of identifying risks and opportunities. And lastly, data, quantifiable metrics to track performance and justifiable improvements. Because at CDRH, we believe that improvements are driven by data, ideas, and customer input. And together, these four layers create a system that is both structured and adaptive. How does our QMS actually work in practice? CDRH managed through three categories of processes, and I'll share with you that we call at CDRH endearly this our CDRH macaroon. And they are organizational processes is the layer at the top. And if you're familiar with ISO, you will see the clauses in there that it covers. And really that is, those are the processes that are used to lead the center, to manage the quality of our products and services. These are the high-level processes that set the direction and ensure accountability. Core processes and services are how we, the center, fulfill our responsibility for promoting and protecting public health. These are our mission-critical processes, outputs, and the outputs of our work. And at the bottom of our macaroon is the enabling processes. And those we use, this is the infrastructure that we use to manage and support everything else that we do. The systems, the tools, the functions that allow our organizational processes and our core to run and work smoothly. These three categories work together in an integrating way to ensure that quality is embedded through our center, not just in one office or program, but across the entire center. Now, we do have an infrastructure to support that. The CDRH QMS is supported by a robust infrastructure. And let me talk to you a little bit through it. We have a tool we call Feedback CDRH, and it's our centralized platform for staff to submit ideas, suggestions, and issues. So that is internally focused. Externally focused, we have a customer service survey, a tool to gather feedback from both internal and external customers. We have a document control system that houses all program procedures and mission-critical documents. We use internal audits to ensure programs are operated as intended and identify opportunities for improvement, nonconformities, and best practices. We have a nonconformity management system, a process for identifying and addressing problems when they arise. We use metrics, quantifiable data that allows us to track performance over time. We use best practices sharing so that what worked well in one program can be shared with the entire center. And together, all these components bring the rigor and standardization to programs all across CDRH. Let me talk to you a little bit about our different components. Let's talk about voice of the customer. One of the most important elements of our QMS infrastructure is how we listen to our customers. And for CDRH, is what we call the voice of the customer covers both our internal and our external customer. Feedback CDRH serves as a one-stop shop for our staff to submit ideas, suggestions, and issues directly. It's simple, accessible, and ensures that feedback doesn't get lost. On the other hand, our customer service survey is available to both internal and external customers. And importantly, All CDRH staff are required to include a link to the survey in their email signature blocks. This keeps the feedback channel open and visible at all times. These mechanisms help us assess our effectiveness, gauge our customer satisfaction, and drive meaningful improvements. Another cornerstone of our QMS is the documented information that we have. This is where our document control system plays a critical role. Programs across CDRH use DCS, the document control system, to document their structure, processes, role, responsibilities, and procedure. The system stores and makes all QMS documentation available to CDRH staff, supporting consistency and standardization across the center. Critically, the DSS houses CDRH procedures in one repository. This means that no matter where you are in our center, you have access to the same authoritative source of information. In addition, our programs follow established record management guidelines to ensure that important information is kept organized, controlled, and retrievable when needed. The third pillar of our QMS infrastructure is continual improvement. And this is where everything comes together. Programs use feedback from customers, performance metrics, and audit results to address whether their processes are working as intended. These results are discussed at regular meetings, including our quality management reviews, where leadership takes a strategic look at the data. Input from staff and customers, combined with monitoring data and audit findings, help us identify two things: best practices to share across the center, and nonconformities, problem that needs to be addressed. Ultimately, it is a review of data that drives program improvements. This is how we ensure that improvements are not just aspirational, they are systematic and they're evidence-based. What I want to emphasize is our QMS is not something that sits separately from the work we do. It is woven into the fabric of a typical workday at CDRH. From the moment a staff member opens their email and sees the customer service link in a colleague's signature, to the moment they submit a suggestion through Feedback CDRH, to the moment a manager reviews metrics in a quality management review, the QMS is operating quietly and seamlessly in the background, supporting everything we do. That integration is by design, and it's one of the things that we're most proud of. Now we have covered what quality means for CDRH and how our QMS is structured. Now let me close with some reflections. Here we go. The QMS follows a well-established Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCS. So let me walk you through how this maps to our eight-step approach. First, we need to understand the requirements. If you're interested in putting a QMS in your organization, collect feedback and oversee the procedures, establish a quality policy. This is how we plan. We keep appropriately documented procedures in place, and that's how we do documented information. We give evidence of what matters so we can demonstrate conformity. 4, we monitor for signals using quantifiable metrics. 5, ensure conformity and identify improvement opportunities. This is the check phase. 6, strategically review the activities and the resources to ensure alignment with the mission. 7, correct. Address problems through nonconformity management and address good practices through the implementation of best practices. And 8, program improvement. Improve programs and procedures based on everything you have learned. And this is the act phase. And this cycle doesn't stop for us. It repeats continuously, which is exactly the point. quality is not a destination, it's an ongoing commitment that takes effort, time, and resources. I'll close with a quote that I think captures the spirits of everything we discussed today, and that's attributed to Durant. That is what a quality management is really all about: building the habits, the structure, and the culture that make excellence not an exception, but the norm. Muchas gracias por darme la oportunidad de hablarle hoy.
Thank you very much for having listened to me. And now I can entertain any questions you may have. Thank you.
Nancy, thank you very much for your very thorough review on a quality management system at National Regulatory Authority. Ahora abrimos el espacio para las preguntas para
We
la
have
audiencia que
time
está
for
participando
a
presencialmente.
Q&A. If people here in the room would like to ask a question, raise your hand. We can pass a microphone around. People on the Zoom call, if you have questions, please write them on the Q&A box. Could somebody help me with the microphone here? 1 second, the microphone is troubling.
Llegando.
Emanuel Franco de Metronic. Gracias,
Emmanuel Franco from Metronic. Thank you very much, Nancy, for having shared what a quality system is for a regulator. When we speak about quality systems, we mean a robust, extended, deep implementation for regulators. That's of the essence. So my question has to do with what we are discussing during this sessions, both for the regulator as for the regulated entity. What are the examples in this quality system of indicators that truly measure that you're able to meet the requirements of everyone, especially considering how in public health matters this is of great importance. There are always risks that I guess are assessed, not only specifically when we speak about the regulation of devices or drug matters, but also regarding the ailments of the population, etc. What are the indicators that you could give us that regulators pay attention to? What are the things you are measuring to improve on? Thank you.
Muy buena pregunta.
That is a good question. And there are different answers to that. In order for us to have metrics, indicators that truly measure public health and the impact of what you do on the population, on the world, on the regulated entities, we know it's not an easy thing to do. It is something that requires great reflection. And I believe that during this week, there will be people who have much more experience than myself to explain our metrics. What I can say from my perspective in our organization and for the quality system that we have, the indicators that can help us know if we're doing the work correctly to serve companies when they come and ask for an approval or when they are requesting a market permit. It's a very different process. The type of metrics that we measure for that, they are not
a par con public health metrics, con medidas de public health, pues sí,
related to public health metrics directly.
Nos portamos como decimos como un negocio.
We act like a business. When companies come to us, what is the customer service that we give them? We don't talk to them or we don't answer. I mean, we answer the questions, and one of our metrics is the customer service, which is standard to many organizations. And we usually score about a 90% satisfaction level of the people who request a service from us. And this includes the academia and the whole ecosystem of the medical devices world. And that's what we measure. And I do care about those metrics, but they are a bit different than when you are considering our center as if it was another type of operation. And when we wish to give our customers and the American public what they need, which is the part that we do when regulating medical devices. Thank you, Nancy. There is another question from the Zoom audience. Veronica Hernandez says, thank you very much for sharing. What is the most important challenge that you face when managing or maintaining, giving maintenance to the quality system? The biggest challenge, as always, is being able to have the staff, the capabilities, and the support necessary. At CDRS, we have full support from the leadership tier, and that is always of the essence. But imagine, this is a volunteer system. Unlike the industry, we do not have to be certified, but we have decided as a center that we will get certified. My program is certified, the director's office is certified, our labs are certified. So we have decided as a center to walk the path that we make other people walk. Thank you, Nancy. Any other questions? Yes, we have another hand raised.
Gracias. Pregunta.
Thank you. The question is, could you please introduce yourself?
Siempre se me olvida.
I forget, sorry. Maria Jesus Valdez from the EQ Medica company. Has any authority approached you to copy or to install the same quality system in Latin America? Well, this is the first time I present in Latin America. A few years ago, there was a meeting with Kenya. We presented our system to them, but that's it. We believe that in our search for excellence, it is important to have a robust quality system, and we also acknowledge that it's not an easy thing to do within our own homes, if you know what I mean. Thank you very much for that. Nancy, thank you very much. And any other questions? One final question before we break up for lunch. Which is the most important challenge for regulatory authorities nationwide in the process of implementing a quality management system from within? The most important challenge for us, and we're all very committed to this, but the most important challenge is to understand that managing a good, robust quality system takes a great deal of effort. Yes, it is worth having. The benefits surpass the effort. But it's all about the small things. For instance, our document control system has procedures of everything we do, pre-market, post-market surveillance. It's a single site. Our staff can look for anything they want. And this didn't happen in the past because you know what it was like. It was fragmented in different offices and everybody kept a piece of the pie. Not anymore. Everything's been centralized. We made an estimation and the literally millions of dollars that's been devoted to centralizing, but you also save that same amount or more when you have a site that it makes it easy. Everybody can save a great deal of time because you are simplifying things for millions of people. Sometimes we forget about that, but it's important to keep it in mind. And keeping metrics is always important. You always have a gut feeling of how things are going, but it's very different when you have evidence made for your decision making, and then that's important. And also you should celebrate the
pero también
the
para nosotros
success.
hace organizaciones más
So it's worth it because you become a more effective organization. Alison, Dinavisa, could you please help us?
Un segundo, Nancy, por favor.
1 second, Nancy, please. Sure.
Bueno, más bien es un comentario apoyando un poco lo
It
que
is a
decía
comment to
Nancy.
support what
En
Nancy has been
Dinavisa
saying.
estamos en un
At
proceso
Dinavisa, we are currently
de
undergoing
certificación
a certification
ISO
process,
9001, en este
the
momento
ISO
el área de
9001.
medicamentos, el que
This is now for
estaría
medication.
enfocado en esa certificación, pero
We are
también todas las
working
áreas
for
de
that
Dinavisa,
certification,
de
but the
todos
rest
los
of the
productos que regula
Dinavisa
Dinavisa, están
areas and for
trabajando
all of the products
ese
we
proceso
regulate, we are all
de
involved in the
ordenamiento, reestructuración,
process of
¿verdad? Todo lo
the
que conlleva este
restructuring
tipo de
and
certificación.
everything that goes behind a
Lo que
certification
quería
like
comentar
this.
es
So
que
what I
es un
was trying
trabajo
is that
gigantesco
it's enormous work
porque
because
generar toda esa documentación,
creating all the
ordenarlo, tener
documentations to
todos los
keep them
números,
orderly,
las
to put the
métricas, medirlos,
metrics
calcularlos,
updated, to do the
genera mucho tiempo
calculations, it
y más
requires a
aún
great
si
deal
es que
of
las
time,
personas que lo realizan son
especially
los
when
propios
the
técnicos
people who are in
que
charge
a
of
la
the
par
quality
de estar
technicians who,
realizando las
aside
evaluaciones
from
de
doing
de las
their
solicitudes de las
regular
empresas, también están
assessment
con ese
of the
trabajo. O sea,
requirements
es un
from
trabajo
companies,
de
have to
verdad
keep the
enorme.
system going.
Yo
It's enormous work.
creería de que
And I would say
debería haber un
that
responsable que se dedique
somebody should be
exclusivamente a eso en cada
responsible
área para
exclusively
poder
for that in
tenerlo
each
bien,
area
¿verdad?
so that it was
Y
very
en
well
buen tiempo.
controlled
Pero
and
bueno,
could be
es un
done
desafío
in good time.
que
It's
lo
a
estamos llevando a cabo
challenge.
en Inavisa con mucho
And
esfuerzo.
Dinavisa, we're
Por el
making a
momento,
great
el área de
effort
medicamentos es el que
right now.
está para esa certificación, pero
Medication area is the one
después
that
de
is going
eso
to be
pasan para
certified,
las
but
otras
after
áreas.
that,
Y lo
they'll go
importante
to
es que
other
por más
areas. And the
que
important thing
el
is
área de
that
dispositivos médicos
the
no
medical
tenga
devices,
ahora esa certificación, ya va a tener el sistema
once it
estructurado y
gets the
ordenado para
certification,
esa
we
certificación, que es
will
lo más
have learned the
importante, o sea, no es por
process
tener el
and we
papel,
can get it to
sino
others.
por
It's
tenerlo
not about
todo
getting
bien
the
ordenado y
paper, but
estructurado y
it's
tener los
about
datos
keeping
que necesitamos.
everything
Ese es el objetivo.
orderly
Entonces, de
when you
verdad
need it.
es
So
un trabajo gigantesco,
I
es
just
un
wanted to say
desafío para la
that it's a
autoridad educativa
challenge
nacional en ese
for
sentido.
national
Gracias.
authorities. Thank you, Sandra.
Muchas gracias, Alison, por ese comentario, porque
Thank you, Alison, for the
estamos claros
comment.
que sí.
Yes, we
Un gran
agree.
reto, es un gran
It
desafío. Tenemos
is
a los mismos recursos
quite
que
a
tienen que
challenge.
dedicarse
We
a
have
muchas cosas, pero como
to
mencionaba Nancy,
look
el
after so many
beneficio a lo
needs and
largo del
resources
tiempo
are scarce,
es
but the
evidente.
benefit
Y me parece
is
que
worth
el tema
having.
no es solamente
And so it
económico.
is not only
El
an
tema
economic
económico en
matter,
términos
but
de los ahorros para las
also
autoridades. El
it's
tema
about
tiene que ver
everything that is
también con
saved for the
garantizar la
authorities, and it has to do
consistencia,
with
garantizar
the
la
way in which we
confiabilidad,
guarantee
garantizar una mayor
consistency,
eficiencia en los
reliability,
procesos.
and more
Y en ese
efficiency in the
sentido,
process.
pues
So in this
yo
sense,
reitero el
I
ofrecimiento
once again
del trabajo
repeat
colaborativo con la industria.
the need of
Ahora sí que
collaborating with
como
the
industria
industry
fabricante de dispositivos
as
médicos,
a medical
hemos
device
desarrollado a lo largo de
producer,
muchos años una enorme
and
experiencia
everyone,
en el
we have
desarrollo e
acquired so
implementación
much
de sistemas de
experience in
gestión de calidad.
implementing quality
Entonces,
management
como
systems.
para todos los
So
temas, este no es una excepción.
this is
Cuenten con
no
la
exception.
colaboración
You can
del
count on
sector
the
regulado, de
collaboration
las
of the
iniciativas que
regulated
trabajamos
sector
en
of the
todos estos
initiatives that we
procesos
work
para
in all
poderles
of these processes so
ayudar
that we
si
can
hay
help
espacios
you
para poder hacer esta
when
implementación. Ahora tenemos a
implementations
Paraguay acá.
require. So we
Sabemos
have
que
Paraguay
Reforma también
here.
tiene un sistema de
COFEPRIS
gestión
also
de
has
calidad.
a
Sabemos
quality
que los
management
sistemas
system.
y
We
los
know
procesos de
that
calidad pues se
systems and
tratan de
quality
mejora continua.
processes are all about
Insisto, estamos
continuous
aquí
improvement,
para
and
poder
that's why we're
colaborar
here
con
for,
ustedes,
to
traer
offer
a los
collaboration,
expertos
to bring in
en estas áreas que
experts
puedan
in those
facilitar la
areas so that
implementación de los procesos, hacerla un poco
implementation
menos
of processes can be
difícil,
facilitated, and we
todos
can
estos
make
procesos, pues para poder
all
gozar
of the
de los
lives of the
beneficios lo
people
más
involved
pronto posible,
easier, and we
no
can enjoy
solamente
the
en la
benefits as
operación,
quickly
sino
as
reitero, y me
possible, not
escucharán
only
decirlo muchas
for
veces a lo largo de
operations.
estos
And
días,
you'll hear me
para los
say this
pacientes.
over and over again.
Muchísimas
It's
gracias,
all
con eso
about the
cerramos la
patients. Thank
sesión.
you, everyone.
Nancy, muchísimas gracias por tu
That's the end of
participación.
this
Y ahora
session. Thank you,
pues
Nancy, for your
cerramos la
presentation.
sesión por una hora para
We will take 1
almorzar
hour
con los
lunch break.
participantes presenciales y agradecemos la
People
participación
here
de los
will go have
asistentes
lunch,
virtuales. Nos vemos en
and
una hora.
we'll meet.
Muchísimas gracias.
We'll be back in an hour.
Rafael Hernández, he's Deputy Director, and I'm going to switch to Spanish, perdón. Estoy en automático. Rafael Hernández, subdirector del desarrollo farmacopeico y científico de
So we
la
have with
Farmacopeia
us
de los
Rafael
Estados Unidos
Hernandez.
Mexicanos,
He's
a quien
Assistant
invito
Director here for the
cordialmente a que nos
Pharmacopeia in
acompañe
Mexico, and I
en el
invite him
panel.
to participate here
Igualmente
in
a
the
Ana
panel,
Riquelme Frankenstein,
and also
directora
Ana
ejecutiva
Raquelme
de la AMIF.
Frankenstein, who is the
Y en esta
Executive
ocasión,
Director of the
Juan
AMIF,
Antonio Dorantes, que es
and Juan
Managing
Antonio
Partner de
Dorantes,
Dorantes
the
Advisors,
Managing
nos va a
Partner
ayudar
of
con la moderación de
Dorantes
este panel.
Advisors, who's
Los
going to
invito a
help
todos,
us
por favor, que
moderate
nos
this
acompañen.
panel. So I invite everybody to join us, please, here at the panel.
Bueno, pues muy buenas tardes, bienvenidos todos a este panel en
Welcome
el que vamos a
everybody
estar
to
hablando
this panel where we're going to
sobre
be talking about
el marco legal y
the
regulatorio
legal
de los
framework and the
dispositivos médicos en
regulatory
México
framework for medical
y
devices
qué
in
esperar
Mexico.
de la
And
reciente regulación
what can we
sobre esta materia
expect
en nuestro
from
país.
recent
Antes que
regulation
nada, pues
on this
Sandra, muchas
topic?
gracias por invitarme
Before
a poder
anything
moderar este
happens, I want to thank
panel, que es,
Sandra
pues
for
como ven ustedes, de primer
inviting me
nivel.
to moderate this
Tenemos
panel. As you
a
can
dos
see,
de
it's
los
a first level
principales
panel.
y
We have two
seguramente
of the
más
main and I
actualizados
believe most
representantes en materia
updated
del marco legal
representatives
de los dispositivos
regarding
médicos en
the
México
legal framework for medical
y
devices in Mexico
creo que
here
no
with us.
podríamos tener
And
mejores
I
ponentes
think
para que nos
that
expliquen dónde
we
estamos en este
couldn't
momento.
have
México,
like
como
the best
muchos de ustedes
speakers
saben,
to talk about
está
Mexico today.
sufriendo,
As you all know, Mexico is
y lo digo
undergoing,
no negativamente, sino
and
sufriendo como
I'm not talking in
experiencia,
a negative aspect, that we're
cambios
just undergoing
importantes en el marco
important
legal,
changes in the in our
derivados un
legal
poco de la
framework,
actualización del marco legal,
mainly
pues,
because of the
naturalmente se va
update of the legal framework
generando, ¿no? A lo
itself
largo del
that
tiempo,
occurs
pero
as time goes
también
by, but
como
also
resultado, pues, de
as
recientes desarrollos en el marco de
a
los tratados
result
comerciales
of some
internacionales que
developments
México ha
that have
firmado.
occurred in
Algunos de ellos, pues,
international trade
tenemos que
agreements that Mexico
recurremos a
has
revisión,
signed, like the
en este caso,
USMCA, that
pues,
Mexico signed, and
simultánea a cómo se están discutiendo temas a nivel
it's
doméstico. Y
this changes
pues
occurred
obviamente
simultaneously
también
to
el
what is
desarrollo a
happening
nivel
nationally,
internacional, las
domestically,
normas
and
internacionales y
also
los propios
international development.
mecanismos de
International
cooperación regulatoria
standards
que se han
and the
venido
regulatory
gestando
cooperation
pues
mechanisms have
sin ocasiones con la
also
intervención de los
been
gobiernos
modified,
como fue
many
mucho en
times
en
without
esa.
the intervention of the
Entonces,
governments, like
en
with the
ese contexto
MDSAP.
es que pues
So,
queremos platicar en este
based on this
panel
context,
de
we
la
want to
visión de
talk
Ana desde el
about
punto de vista privado y
Anna's
de
vision
Rafael
from
desde
the
el punto de vista
private point
público,
of Anna's vision from the private point of
precisamente
view, and
de
from
estos
Rafael from the
desarrollos
public point
y
of
qué
view
esperar
about
de
these
lo último.
developments
Hacia el
and
final,
what we can
pues la
expect
idea
here.
es que después de que nos
And
presenten,
at the
vamos
end
a
is
abrir una
the
ronda de
idea is that
preguntas
after
para
they
que
present,
nuestros
then we're
ponentes
going to
puedan
open for some Q&A so
pues
that
complementar lo que nos presenten
you could
y a lo mejor hacer
add
preguntas
information to
que
whatever is
surgen.
presenting, and maybe you could ask
Entonces,
some
sin
challenging
más,
questions if
le cedo la
necessary. So
palabra a
without
Ana.
further ado,
Ana, bienvenida.
I will pass the floor
Perdón,
to Ana.
a Rafael.
No, I'm
Adelante,
sorry,
por
to
favor, Rafael.
Rafael. I'll pass the floor first to Rafael.
Gracias.
Rafael, please go ahead. Welcome and thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes.
So,
Antes
good
que
afternoon.
nada, quisiera darle las
Thank
gracias
you.
en
And
nombre de
before anything
nuestra
occurs, I want to
directora
thank you
ejecutiva de la
on behalf of
Farmacopea,
Executive
maestra Belén
Director of
Vergara,
the
quien
Mexican
agradece
Pharmacopoeia,
el espacio
the
y que se
Professor
encuentra en
Belén
este momento
Vergara.
justo
She
en una
thanks you
reunión,
for inviting
la
her,
reunión
but she's
internacional de farmacopeas
currently
del mundo
in the
número 16,
International Pharmacopoeia
que justo en este
a
momento está
meeting.
haciendo la
It's meeting number
presentación
16, and she's
de lo que
actually
corresponde a la
presenting
Farmacopea
right now
mexicana.
what is
Y bueno,
related
me ha
to
encomendado
Mexican
compartir con
Pharmacopoeia.
ustedes parte del
And
quehacer normativo,
she asked me to share
específicamente
with
de
all
la
of you
labor que
part
se
of the work that
realiza
we're going
desde
to
la
do,
Comisión Permanente de la
specifically what
Farmacopea de
is
los
being
Estados
done through
Mexicanos.
the Permanent
Entonces,
Commission of the
si
Mexican
me ayudan
Pharmacopoeia
con
Committee.
la primera diapositiva, por
So
favor.
let's go to the presentation,
Quisiera entrar a
please.
comentar
And
que
first, I would
hay
like
una
to
serie
mention
de
that
elementos que nos ponen en una condición muy
there's
particular
several
de la
elements
temporalidad en
that talk
cómo
about
estamos madurando nuestro marco regulatorio
how
siguiente, por
we
favor.
are maturing our
Y
regulatory
algunos de
framework.
los elementos creo que
And
podemos dejarlos muy claro
I think we
porque
can
de primera
leave some of
instancia
these elements really
nuestro
clear
marco
because
regulatorio
our
en este
regulatory
momento
framework, as
tiene,
is,
digamos, el resultado de una cantidad de esfuerzos de
results
diferentes
from
actores
many
llegar a este
efforts
punto.
done by different
Y el mejor
stakeholders that we
ejemplo de
can get
ellos
to this
es que
point.
el concepto de
And the
dispositivo
most
médico,
important one
si
is
bien es
the
cierto que
concept
desde
of
el
medical device.
84, desde
Even though
1984, lo tenemos claramente
we have
identificado,
clearly identified
realmente
it's in
la principal
1984,
reforma a la
the
Ley General de Salud
main amendment
del
done to the General
2023,
Health Law
específicamente
that
del
was
10
done
de
in
mayo,
2023 on
justamente
May the 10th,
lo que nos
actually,
permite es dialogar
allows
la figura del
us
dispositivo
to
médico, diferenciándolo
call
de
the
los
medical
demás
device
o
by
los
itself
otros
by
insumos para la salud.
differentiating it from
Por otro lado,
others and from
en
other
el
health
contexto
inputs.
de
And on the other
el,
side,
el plan de gestión de esta administración,
when we talk
se
about the
centra en
management
una
plan
visión
that
muy
this
clara
government
sobre el
has,
Plan
they are
México.
clearly
Y en el
focused
Plan
on
México,
the Plan
vemos que hay
Mexico or the Mexico plan.
una oportunidad
And in this plan,
única en la historia que es
we have a
darle su
unique
lugar al sector
opportunity
de
in
los
history
dispositivos
to
médicos como un
give
sector
medical
estratégico.
devices its
Es la
main
primera
role
vez que se
as a
anuncia dentro
strategic
de
sector.
un programa
It's the first
diferenciado
time
del
that
sector
we have
farmacéutico.
differentiated this from the pharmaceutical
A
sector
ello
in
tendríamos que
a
adicionar
program in
todavía
Mexico. In
algunos otros
addition to that,
elementos que es,
we
por
would have
ejemplo,
to add
la
other
incorporación
elements, like, for
de
example,
la COFEPRIS a una serie
incorporating
de
COFEPRIS
organismos
to
internacionales, pero
a series
particularmente en
of
materia de
international
dispositivos médicos, también
organizations,
tenemos
but
que mencionar
specifically regarding medical
que
devices,
México se incorpora a
we would
través de la
have to
COFEPRIS
say that through
al
COFEPRIS,
IMDRF en
Mexico
2024
now will
y a
join
MDSAP
the
en
IMDRF in
noviembre de
2024
2023.
and MDSAP in November of
Lo cual
2023.
es muy interesante porque
Which
dejamos
it's quite interesting
esa etapa
because
en la que
we
esperábamos que los documentos de
set
referencia
aside
internacional
that
se
phase
maduraran
where
y
we
se
were
implementaran
waiting for
y
international
después nos
documents to
adaptábamos y
mature
ahora ya somos
and to be
partícipes
implemented,
en las
and
mesas
then
de
we would
discusión justamente
implement them
para
and
actualizar
adopt them.
esos
But now we
referentes
are
internacionales.
participants and we
Y por
work,
supuesto,
we have
pues
the same
siempre ha
work
habido el
sessions so
trabajo
that we can
conjunto
implement those
con
international
organismos
frameworks.
como la
We've always worked together
OPS,
with other organizations like the
impulsado
Pan
ampliamente
American
el marco
organization,
o
the
el acuerdo regional
Pan American
para
Health
los
Organization,
dispositivos
that
médicos.
has
Con ese contexto, y
working a
añadiría
lot
uno
in
más que
driving
justamente
medical
mencionaba
devices and
nuestro
having that
moderador,
differentiation. And I would add an
en
additional one.
esta
In
etapa de
this one,
revisión del
in
TEMEC,
this
por supuesto que los dispositivos
USMCA review
médicos son
phase, of
un
course,
elemento
medical
fundamental
devices
en la revisión.
are
Tan
very
es
important
así
in the review.
que ya entrando en
And
materia,
they are so important that if we go
hemos vivido
and talk
en
about
los
these
últimos
specific actions,
3 años una
in
visión
these
de
last three
actualizar el marco
years, we have
regulatorio,
undergone an
alineándolo
updating of the
contra las referencias
regulatory framework,
internacionales, con las referencias
aligning it
internacionales,
with
particularmente
international benchmarks,
ISO y MDRF
specifically
y
with
MDSAP.
ISO and
Ellos
MDRF
documentos que
and
integran la Organización Mundial
IMDRF
para la
and
Salud.
MDSAP, and with
Por
all of those
ejemplo,
documents
la norma
produced by the
241
WHO. For example, Standard
2025
241
tiene la particularidad de que
SSA1 2025
justamente requirió la revisión
had required
no quinquenal, sino que se
uh,
adelantó su revisión
not a
por la
5-year
necesidad
review,
de
but
ver
anticipated
elementos que le
review
den
of it
más
because
certeza
we
al
had to
usuario.
include some elements that
Y
would
hay
give
unos
the
elementos,
users more
hay puntos
certainty.
muy específicos
And there
como
are some
es
specific points
el
there,
caso de las
like, for
muestras de
example,
retención, que no quedaba lo
retention
suficientemente
sample
claro
cases.
y
It was not
que
clear before,
obligó a que se hiciera
and
un
this
capitulado
forced
específico, un apartado
us to
específico para
develop a
muestras de
specific
retención.
chapter for
Igual ocurre
retention
para la
samples.
revisión anual
The same thing
de
happens
producto,
with the annual
que si bien su
review
nombre
of the
dice que es
product.
anual,
Even though it
es una
says it's an
realidad que
annual
dependiendo de la
review, the
naturaleza del
reality is that
dispositivo
depending on the type of
y una
device
gestión de riesgos,
and the risk
puede
management that we
modificarse la
have,
periodicidad.
the
Estos elementos
frequency of that review can
favorecen, por
be
supuesto,
changed. And these elements,
al
of course,
sector industrial, al
will
sector
favor
comercial,
the
pero además nos
industrial
permite tener
sector,
un
the commercial
resumen
sector,
eminentemente
but
científico.
it also allows us
Y
to have
eso nos
a
hace entender que la
scientific
visión de
summary,
la revisión
which
de
means
toda la
that
normativa
the review
tiene
of
que
all
dejarse de lado
the standards
para ver solo las necesidades locales,
has to
sino
be
entender las necesidades globales, de
done
manera
not
que
only understanding
la
local
normativa se
needs, but
convierta
global
en un
needs also,
puente y no en
so
una
that
barrera.
all of these
Ese es
standards
el
become
ejercicio que
a
se ha
bridge
realizado
and not
con la revisión de las
a
3
block.
normas
And
de
this is the
dispositivos
exercise we
médicos.
carried out by
Ya lo
reviewing the
mencionábamos
3
entonces
standards
con respecto a
regarding
la
medical
norma
devices.
241,
We talked about
que vale
a
la pena
standard
señalar
241,
que
And it's worth mentioning that last year, there was some clarification done regarding the scope of the quality management system, which refers to, in the chapter that talks about quality management is equivalent to ISO 13485, and whenever necessary, it should be understood as what is specified in the MDSAP. But Standard 241 is even larger and much more complex, and there are other standards that are specific in ISO for risk management of medical devices that add to Standard 241. There are other elements that have to do with stabilities, for example, which in other areas require specific regulations, but here we are already specifying that. The standard could be much more complex without any doubt, but this means that it is connected to other instruments. For example, to understand how to fulfill Standard 241 regarding risk management, it has a chapter when we talk about medical devices. They have to require a medical device chapter specifically for risk management. So Standard 241 would align to international standards with the specificities that the country requires. Now, Standard 137 that has been recently been published, it was just published in May, and that has 1 year to be enforced. Also takes symbols established by ISO and other areas as a reference, and they favor the possibility of using other types of supports like the electronic codes. And well, lastly, we're still reviewing Standard 240 that has to do with technosurveillance, and we planned this with COFEPRIS, and we're going to finish it as in that order: 241, then 137, and lastly 240. And then in the public consultation period, they are in this process. The first one, for public comment, and then it could be added. All those comments could be added for their corresponding review.
¿Cuál es la interacción que tiene la normativa, las
What
normas oficiales
is
mexicanas de manera específica
the
que sabemos que
interaction the
están
Mexican
peleadas por OMS
standards have
internacionales
with,
con
we
respecto
saw that
a la farmacopea de los
they
Estados
already
Unidos?
are related to
Bueno, de
international
entrada,
benchmark, but what
nuestra farmacopea
relationship does it
nacional,
have with the Mexican
a diferencia de
pharmacopoeia?
otras farmacopeas,
Well,
cuenta con una publicación
differently to other
especializada,
pharmacopoeias, we
única en
have
el
a
mundo,
specialized
que
book
justamente
or
considera monografías específicas para
that
dispositivos
talks
médicos,
about specific
métodos generales de análisis
descriptions of
específicos para
medical
dispositivos
devices,
médicos, y contiene
analysis
también
methods
algunos
for
otros
medical
elementos
devices
como
specifically, and includes other
apéndices
elements like
informativos y algunos normativos,
informational
lo que nos van a
attachments
permitir es
and
tener un
standardization
contexto
attachments that
que
would allow
permita
us to have
la
a
correcta
certain
interpretación e
context so that we can
implementación de las
correctly
monografías
interpret
farmacopéicas de
and
dispositivos
implement
médicos.
the
De manera
pharmacopoeia standards
concreta,
for
habría que
medical
mencionar
devices.
que
Now,
las
specifically,
monografías
we would have to
y
say
los
that
métodos
all of
generales de
these
análisis
descriptions,
son
specific
normativos,
descriptions,
son
and
de
the
carácter
general analysis
obligatorio,
methods
y
are
algunas de las
regulatory,
monografías
they
no
are
son solamente
compulsory,
de un producto,
and
sino de
some of
una
these
familia.
descriptions are not only
Eso
of a
ayuda
product,
muchísimo,
but
por
of a
ejemplo, en el
whole
caso de
family.
suturas,
And that
la
helps a lot
monografía
when we talk
quizá
about
la más
sutures. I think that
ambiciosa porque
the
es
general
muy amplia
description
en
is the
su
most
alcance.
ambitious one because
Y hay
it's quite,
monografías que sí son
it
muy
has a
específicas
quite
para un
wide scope.
dispositivo concreto.
And there are others that are quite
Pero
specific
quisiera
just for
referirme a
one
los
device.
apéndices
But
porque
I would
algunos de
like to
los
talk about
apéndices
the
que ustedes verán
attachments because some of the attachments that you're going to see
son muy particulares. Por ejemplo,
are quite specific.
el referente a la clasificación
For example, the
de
one
los
that has to
dispositivos
do
por su
with
nivel por el riesgo.
classifying
Es muy
devices
particular,
based on their
toma de
level
referencias
of
no
risk.
solamente lo que piden
It's quite specific,
o
and it
lo
takes as
que
a reference
reportan
not
organismos
only
internacionales
what international
como la propia
agencies are
OMS
mentioning,
y
such
MDRF,
as, I don't know, the
sino que
WHO
además
or the
se toman en
IMDRF,
cuenta, por
but
ejemplo,
they also
la
consider
consideración de las guías de la FDA o de las directivas
FDA
europeas
guidelines
y
or European
ajustándolo pues a
guidelines,
nuestro marco
and
nacional.
they adjust them
Eh,
to the national
pero
framework.
por si eso fuera poco,
If that
no
wasn't enough,
solamente basta
well,
con normar la parte del control de calidad y la fabricación.
It's not only
También desde la
regulating
farmacopea
quality
se
control
cubre
and
otro rubro que
manufacturing.
corresponde
From the
a el área
pharmacopoeia,
de
there's another
almacenamiento y
area that has to
distribución,
do also with
el cual
storage and distribution,
señala requisitos
which
específicos para
mentions
los
specific
dispositivos médicos
requirements for
en
medical
suplemento para
devices,
establecimientos
as
dedicados a
well
la venta y suministro de
in the
medicamentos,
supplement for
dispositivos
the
médicos y
sale
demás
and
insumos para la
distribution
salud,
of medical
que va en
devices
su
and
versión
other
7.0, que se
inputs
publicó
for
en noviembre
health.
del año
That
pasado,
is
la
in
versión
its version
electrónica, y que apenas en
7.0. We
abril
had a digital
se
version published
hizo,
just last
bueno,
January,
se
and
dispuso la versión en impreso.
the printed version
Como
has
les
just been
mencionaba en la
made
diapositiva
available.
anterior,
So as I was saying in the
tenemos
previous
que entender la
slide,
regulación
we
común
need to
entre más
understand
armoniosa.
this
En
regulation
ese
as a
sentido, no podemos tener
harmonious framework.
contradicción entre lo que
And
señalen las
therefore, it
diferentes
means that we
normas
shouldn't have
y lo que la
contradictions between
farmacopea.
what the different
De manera
standards
que
specify and the
todas
pharmacopoeia
estas
is
revisiones que se han
specifying.
realizado pues
So
han sido
all of the reviews
coordinadas,
that
los
were done
actores
have
han
been
sido casi los
compared.
mismos actores en
All
los
that the
diferentes,
stakeholders are basically like the
en los
same
diferentes organismos de
in
revisión,
both
tanto de las
review
normas como del
organizations,
suplemento. Y
of
bueno,
the standards
básicamente
and the supplement.
lo que quisiera enunciar es
And
que
what I wanted to
muchos
announce here
de
is
los
that
elementos que
most of
mencionan
the
las
elements that
normas
are
oficiales
mentioned
mexicanas
in the
para su
Mexican
cumplimiento,
official
como les había
standards
referido,
for
obligan
compliance, as I
a
referred to,
consultar
force
la
us
farmacopea y sus
to
suplementos.
consult the Mexican
Básicamente, en el tema
Pharmacopoeia and
de
its
dispositivos
attachments.
médicos, la norma
So basically, when we
241,
talk about medical devices and
ya creo que
standard
les había mencionado
241,
que
as I
remite
mentioned
a
before,
un
that
apartado
standard
del
will
suplemento
send
para
us
dispositivos
to a
médicos
section of the
referente
medical
a
devices
las
attachment
estabilidades,
that has to
pero
do with
también
stabilities.
al apéndice correspondiente a la
And it
gestión de
also refers
riesgos,
to the
incluso la
appendix
gestión de
that has to
calidad.
do with risk control
Y hay
and
algunos
risk
casos muy
management,
particulares, como
quality
software por
management.
dispositivo
And there's
médico,
certain specific
que no
cases
tiene una
like
monografía en
software
específico,
used
sino
as
que tiene un
medical devices
capítulo
that
que
does not
le
have a
aborda de
specific
manera
moderation, but
muy
has a
lineal como
whole
un apéndice.
chapter that generally
Y que
manages as an
paulatinamente
attachment
pues,
and that
buscarán su
little by little
ubicación
will try
en
to
las
find
disposiciones
its
que vayan
correct
emergiendo ya de
location
manera muy
in
concreta.
all the dispositions that
Finalmente, por ejemplo,
are
de la
emerging.
norma 240, pues
And then when we
sabíamos
talk
que
about
algunos apéndices
standard 240, then we would
se
want
alinean
some of those
con el suplemento para
attachments to
establecimientos, por
align
ejemplo,
to the
el
supplements that
referente a
we
las
talked,
actividades
this attachments that
nutricionales.
we talked about, especially those regarding
Por último, quisiera
technosurveillance.
mencionarles
And lastly,
que la farmacopea
I would
se
like to
actualiza,
say that
revisa,
the Mexican
elabora,
pharmacopoeia
edita
is
y
updated,
difunde a
reviewed,
través de lo que está
published,
declarado en
and
la norma oficial
presented
mexicana NOM
based on what is
001-SSA1
established in
2020.
the Mexican
Esta es
Standard
una norma que
001
vamos a revisar este
SSA1
año porque está
2020.
incluido en el
This is a
Programa
standard that
Nacional de
will be reviewed
Infraestructura de
this
la
year because
Calidad
it's included as part of
2026,
the
publicado el pasado
National
24 de
Plan
febrero.
for Quality,
¿Qué es lo que
published in
esperamos en esta
February
revisión?
last year, that will be
Bueno,
reinforced as of
ampliar
this year,
los
2026.
principios para
And what
la
we want
actualización de
to
la farmacopea,
update are all the
alineándolos con las
principles to
buenas
update
prácticas
the Mexican
regulatorias de
Pharmacopoeia,
dispositivos
aligning
médicos que
it
ha
with good
emitido la
practices
Organización
and
Mundial para la
regulatory
Salud.
practices for medical devices that have been
También
published
la
by
Ley de
the
Infraestructura
World
de la
Health
Calidad
Organization.
que abrogó
We
a la
also
Ley
want to
Federal sobre
talk
Metrología
about
y
the
Normalización
infrastructure
y una
law,
serie
the
de
quality
principios que
infrastructure
están
law that
señalados
includes several
y que
principles
también tendrían
that
que
are
estar
mentioned and that
incorporados
also have to be
a como un principio de la elaboración de la
incorporated
farmacopea.
as
Solo
one
por
of the
mencionar
main
uno de ellos,
principles for the
ese sería
development
el
of the
principio de la
pharmacopoeia. Just
unidad
to mention
monitorial
some,
y
that
regulatoria, es
will
decir,
be the
que deben
principle
de
of
ser
this
consistentes los
regulatory unit,
contenidos de la
so all the
farmacopea con
contents
todo el marco
have to
regulatorio
be
y no generar
consistent
contradicciones.
between all the regulatory frameworks
También
and the
está
pharmacopoeia so that we
previsto
have no
ampliar el periodo
contradictions.
de entrada en
We've also
vigor de las
considered
publicaciones.
the enforcement
Generalmente
period
ha
to
sido de
extend the
2 meses
enforcement
y
period of
creemos
all the
que
publications
alineándolo
because
con
in
la
the
Ley de
past it was
Infraestructura de la
just of two
Calidad,
months. And if we
ese
align it
periodo
with the
no debe ser
quality
menor
infrastructure
de
law,
180 días
that
para
period should
darles el
not be
espacio
under
suficiente
180
para
days so
que
that everybody has enough
se
time
preparen para su implementación.
to be
Y
prepared
uno de
for
los
its
elementos
implementation.
fundamentales es
And one of
que
the main
en el
elements or
caso
the fundamental
específico de
elements is that
dispositivos
in the
médicos
specific case
tenemos
of the
que
medical
priorizar
devices,
la
we will need to
inclusión de monografías
prioritize how
que
to
están
add all of these
consideradas
detailed
dentro del
descriptions or
Compendio
monographs
Nacional
that
de
are part
Insumos para la
of
Salud.
the
Ese es uno de los
National Book
principios que
of
viene del
health
acuerdo de
related
operación de la
items.
Comisión
And
Permanente de
that's
la
one of the
Farmacopea de
main principles
1984.
that the agreement,
En
the
términos
Pharmacopoeia Agreement of 1984 has. So in general terms, those are the main changes that are really relevant. There are other that really specific, like incorporate the concept of medical device as such. Yes, very specific. But I think that in general, those would be the main elements that we are considering to modify the standard 001. We're going to call to the Committee of Health Input Products to meet so that we can finalize this. Now, thank you, Rafael. I think you give us a great framework and a very exact framework on where the changes exist, in the legal framework, and also a perspective on how to take this into practice, and how to implement it in the Mexican government. And I think that based on what you've said, Anna's presentation is really relevant because, as you know, she's from the National Industry of Medical Devices here in Mexico, known as AMID in Spanish. And so with that perspective, with the perspective of the manufacturers, the distributors, all the sellers, she can give us another perspective of what has been present there. So, Ana, you have the floor. I'd rather stand up, so good afternoon, everybody. And I stood up because the chair is too big for me. So in the meantime, if you can help me with the presentation, please.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias.
Great.
Pues bueno, muchas gracias en nombre de la MIT. Yo soy Ana Riquelme.
On behalf of the AMID, I am Ana Riquelme. As
y yo les voy a hablar un poco del proceso de simplificación.
he mentioned it, and I'm talking about the simplification process that we've undergone as the regulatory framework based on what COFEPRIS has published and throughout this last year of how we manage things. First of all, as AMID, we have several conversations during 2025 with Dr. Almeida Zuniga, the commissioner back then, and we have another meeting now scheduled with the new commissioner, Dr. Victor Hugo Borja. But something that the Minister of Health, Dr. David Kersenovich, told us in January of this year is what set forth our activities and what COFEPRIS is going to do to date. What the Minister of Health told us in January of this year was that throughout 2025, COFEPRIS worked together with the Digital Transformation Agency to create all of those changes that had to do with the simplification, which is what I'm going to present right now, aside from improving the standardization environment that was back then authorized by the commissioner that we had then. So what happened last year was that because the medical devices sector is considered an important productive sector for the Mexico plan, throughout last year and 2025, they built all of these foundations, the legal foundations, so that this year we could start with all the digitalization aspects. So on the words of the Minister of Health also, he said we want to digitalize something that does not have updated processes and that does not have processes that could be compared with the law to prevent any bureaucratic or red tape problems. So what I'm going to present is what happened last year. There are a lot of simplification agreements. There was a lot of work being done and really extraordinary work, and as the medical devices sector, we have to acknowledge that we were involved from the beginning based on our knowledge in this area. So if you can see here, in March of 2025, up to May of 2026, we've had several simplification agreements developed. And in each one of them, we have the medical devices sector involved. And basically all of us that work in this regulatory area receive newer news every month that were referred back from COFEPRIS as well as from the Digital Transformation Agency. You need to remember that the person who led the effort of this simplification effort was not only COFEPRIS, but also the Digital Transformation Agency using this dynamic of simplification. So I'm going to go very quickly through each one of them. I'm not going to repeat what you already know about. I'm just going to refer to the positive impact that we had in the medical devices area. Starting in March 27 of 2025, we simplified all the functioning notifications regarding the health use of the device. As you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, which were the simplified procedures, but I'm going to talk about specifically about the simplification because there we merged around 10 identification numbers in 2 processes only. We eliminated physical forms. We went to the digital area, and we eliminated all the requirements for the deletion of the health-related responsible parties. Then in April 28th of 2025, we started in the expert certificate and health advertisement permits, certificates. You can see what we simplified there, everything that had to do with the experts of devices and the permits for health-related ads. And here, we had some elimination of documents, reduction of all the information required to form files, and they simplified the procedures for foreign trade. So for those who export, this was an important reduction. On April the 28th, we also had a simplification process for clinical research. We know this is for health-related research. You know that our President Claudia Sheinbaum and Dr. Kristanovich have a great interest that is in part of the Mexico plan regarding health. And there we see the simplification of all the protocols for clinical research, the bioequivalence studies that is more for pharma than ourselves. We had research with biological and medications. That's a really important part of that sector. And there were modifications to protocols and amendments. The simplification was the elimination of documents and the simplification of authorized protocols. As the medical devices sector for investigation, in this case, we're doing a research and investigation. We're doing our first steps here. We have some meetings in the short term with research institutes so that we can find what are the best steps for the research of medical devices.
On 4th of July, streamlining was related to health inputs, as Mr. Hernandez has said. Even though we have been acknowledged since May 2023 as medical devices, in certain places, certain regulations, we are still called the Office of Inputs for Health, or we are including that category. Simplified procedures included sanitary licenses for places, sanitary accountability, which thus corresponds to us, ionizing radiation, and others. And the simplification had to do with the merging of several forms and the immediate resolution for several notices. The simplification agreements in June and July and August for sanitary licenses and registries on July 11, practically the impact on our sector had to do with managerial simplifying to the sanitary registry and a lower burden of documents for future changes in the registry. We have been aligning to the sanitary authority, explaining how we're different from pharma and that the molecule of a medicine is very complicated for it to change radically, or the way in which it is made up. Our medical devices, because of the changes in technology, be them managerial and technical, are very large, because all throughout the cycle of 5 years, which is what the extension used to last, now it's 10, we could change 2 or 3 times the same product, be it in the way it's administered or from a technical perspective, and that big impact when the device is very different. On August 11th last year, once again, an agreement for streamlining for sanitary imports was done for foreign trade because of the plan Mexico, the one that is trying to get more financial resources and investment, tap into that for internal production and external production in Mexico. And the impact on medical devices had to do with the streamlining of medical devices for clinical research and lab tests. Once again, thinking about research and a lower documentary burden for import goods. On August 22nd, the impact on medical devices that date, we were moving forward all throughout the year of 2025, and we had greater impact for our sector every time. Simplified procedures had to do with medicine and medical devices, extensions of registries, as I had mentioned before. It used to be renewed every 5 years, now it's every 10, biological products. the licenses for establishments and the export registry or certificates. So new procedures that were consolidated started. There was a registry for medical devices of low risk that was separated. Mr. Hernandez didn't speak of that, but there was an update of the low risk of medical devices registry, which we can now see how the products that are not considered medical devices were updated, as well as 1A medical devices separated from class 1. Here we can see that there's an acknowledgement of that registry that can give rise to what later I'll be explaining. There was a merge of other modalities, classes 1, 2, and 3 of the registries, the national and foreign registries, and medical devices of a low risk. In certain conversations that we had with COFEPRIS and even with the Digital Transformation Agency, we mentioned several times that it was striking to us that from a diversity of procedures that we had to go through for medical devices, for lane, for the level of risk, whether it's national or international, everything had been brought together. And what DDT explained is that they noticed that several procedures had such diversification because throughout the years there was an accumulation. That is why they had requested COFEPRIS to simplify them and to streamline the procedures when there was a similarity between them to avoid red tape, and that's why it had happened. Obviously, there are challenges and opportunities with the equivalences agreement. We have already discussed this with the FDA representatives here today and even with the Ministry of Economics, but we know that this is a work in progress for the new guidelines to appear on October 22nd, 2025. Pesticides, toxic substances, and other food complements were also streamlined, and there was a reduction of the times for classes 1, 2, 3, low risk and extensions, and that is something that had not happened before. It was a reduction of a 10 to 30% in terms of the times for getting a response from the sanitary authority. Later, I'll speak about digitalization, which is the work with TDT and COFEPRIS together so as to be able to achieve those response times. On November 18, 2025, the titles might sound different from the final resolution because here they're speaking about precursors or controlled substances. Obviously, all of the streamlining of procedures had to do with that, but here there was a simplification of the implementation of an integral substance system. It doesn't have to do with us, but rather with the sector, but we were following through because sometimes medical devices were in May 4, 2026 this year. And I believe that this is the last effort that was made for the simplification. There were regulatory changes in sanitary licenses. So what was simplified? There were changes in the sanitary registry, something that does correspond to our office, along with the licenses for health establishments, licenses for establishments that use radiation, ionizing radiations, sanitary registries, once again, advertising, and the procedures for foreign trade, once again, because of Mexico. The simplification of the files to a digital formula or format and the payment of rights. There was a generalized reduction of the resolution times, and the impact on medical devices was changes in the sanitary registry administration, the granting of rights, which is a big opportunity for the sector, and the updating of the information of the holder. The modification for managerial changes went from 22 to only 15 days. All of this wouldn't serve anything, and this is something that we have discussed once again with COFEPRIS and TDT. If the digitalization process doesn't close a cycle, that is to say, as Dr. Casanovas mentioned, 2025 was a consolidation of the regulations and of a simplification on the side of COFEPRIS, but in their own words, and we support them in 2026 and 2027 will be years of digitalization. For those of us who every single day work with regulatory procedures with COFEPRIS, we know that many of the processing is done still in an analog way. That is to say, everything is entered in hand with just a few computers, and that is why the Digital Transformation Agency came up with a diagnosis of the requirements that the medical devices has with COFEPRIS so as to be able to simplify the procedures as a whole. So we know that there's been a coordinated effort that's been permanent between the Digital Transformation Agency and COFEPRIS to be able to be successful, because the efforts of the agency couldn't be fruitful without the technical expertise that COFEPRIS has, and that in 2025 Mr. Hernandez was ahead of. We also understand that agreements combine simplification, streamlining, and redesign, and digitalization. COFEPRIS has been around for 26 years, and just as any office, some new changes are required for improvement. It is a continuous improvement process that any agency, be it public or private, has to go through. We all need to do that. So all of the agreements follow the regulatory process according to the law based on Article 36 of the National Law for Eliminating Bureaucracy, something that was recently enacted. And obviously, something that is very relevant that we brought to the findings was that the simplification agreements not only meant reducing requirements, but also it's about eliminating requirements, merging procedures, digitalization, and the reduction of times. Obviously, those agreements show that there's a change from a documentary review model, the one that COFEPRIS had followed because of the law, to a model that is risk management based, something that is very important within the transformation in COFEPRIS. Streamlining will only provide benefits if the digitalization model is concluded. And we understand that this digitalization model has to be implemented and updated with the passing of the years, and it has to be scalable so that it will be face the challenges that there are 2,000 procedures a month for medical devices. The risk level there between a class one or a low risk med procedure is quite different. But in terms of volume, there's plenty, and that is what poses a risk and an opportunity for us to improve the way in which we work with our digitalization. Obviously, this implementation requires collaboration between the agencies constantly, and as medical devices, we are joining whatever effort is necessary for us to understand the procedures. There are more than 18,000 of them are still ongoing on the side of medical devices. And finally, obviously, regulatory streamlining has to be conceived as a permanent effort. This is something I have already mentioned. Just like any private or public institution, everything has to be scalable, everything has to be improved through a continuous improvement process. And we as a sector, we will be joining the efforts all the time. Thank you very much.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias, Ana. Creo que fue un
Thank you,
excelente
Ana.
complemento.
That was a
Nos ayuda además
very good compliment, and it does
tener el
help
panorama
us
completo
have
de todo
a
lo
full
que ha
picture
pasado en
of
tiempos
everything that
recientes.
has happened
Y bueno,
during
pues
the
creo que tenemos
recent
tiempo
past.
ahora para
We have
preguntas
time
de
now for
la audiencia.
questions from the audience.
¿Alguien tenga
Are there any questions or comments?
algún comentario? Sí, por acá, por favor.
Yes, please go ahead.
Si pueden decir su nombre y de dónde.
Don't forget to tell us your name and the office you work
No
for.
se oye.
That microphone's not on.
¿No? Ya.
Can you
María
hear me
Jesús
now?
Valdés de la
María
compañía
Jesus Valdez
Icumérica.
from the Icumérica
Maestro
company.
Hernández,
Mr. Hernandez,
¿cómo se ha
could you
enfrentado
please
la
let us know
reclasificación de
how has
dispositivos
the
médicos? ¿Se
reclassification
ha
of medical
tenido
devices been
contacto con
approached?
ustedes
Have
en
you
el
had
área de
contact
CAS,
with
que es
the
de
CAST
autorización
area,
sanitaria,
that is
con
the
respecto a
sanitary
la
authorization area,
reclasificación que está
regarding the
haciendo con los
reclassification
dispositivos
that is
médicos
taking
que ya
place for
tenían un
medical
tipo de
devices that
clasificación?
already had a classification beforehand?
Sí.
Yes.
Como mencionaba, tenemos un apéndice dentro del
We
suplemento
have an
para
appendix,
dispositivos médicos
an
de la
addendum within
que aborda
the
el tema
FM
de
document that approaches
las
the
reglas de
subject of the
clasificación.
rules of classification.
Esta revisión implica,
This
y
review
permítanme que hacer
implies,
la
and
aclaración,
allow me to
¿quién
clarify
elabora, quién
something,
actualiza la
who
farmacopea?
does the updating of the
La Comisión Permanente
pharmacopedia. It
de
is
la
the
Farmacopea es
Permanent
un órgano
Commission of
asesor científico de la
Pharmacopedia is a
Secretaría de Salud.
scientific
Está
committee of the
constituido por
Ministry of Health.
23
It is made up by
comités de
23
expertos. Uno de
expert
esos
committees.
comités es el
One
Comité
of
de
those
Dispositivos
is
Médicos
the Medical
y
Devices Committee.
en este se incorporan
And
o
this
está
is where
conformado por
there is a
representantes de diferentes
configuration of
instancias
representatives from different places.
de universidades, por ejemplo, de la
Universities,
UNAM,
for
del
instance, UNAM
Politécnico,
or the
del
Polytechnic
sector
Institute. They're also
gremial,
members
como
from
el
the
Gremio
Guild,
Nacional
the
de
National
Ciencias
Academy
Farmacéuticas,
of
el
Pharmaceutical
Colegio de
Sciences,
Ingenieros
the
Biomédicos, el Colegio Nacional de
Biomedical
Enfermeras, la
College,
FM.
the
Pero también hay
COFEMEX. But
una
there's
figura muy
also
importante que son los
another
enlaces
important figure,
institucionales.
which
Los
is the
enlaces institucionales
institutional
son
liaisons.
representantes de la
Those are
COFEPRIS en los diferentes comités.
representatives of COFEPRIS in the
De
different
manera que cuando se
committees.
hace la
So
revisión
when a
de
review
todos los contenidos, pero de
of
manera
a
específica,
content is done more
de
specifically,
este apéndice
when
de reglas de
the
clasificación,
rules
por
of
supuesto que
classification was reviewed,
uno de los primeros
obviously
usuarios
one of the
de
first
los contenidos
users of
farmacopéicos es la propia autoridad.
Pharmacopedia context is the
Y
authority itself.
cuando se hace la
And so
revisión,
when the review was done,
papel que juegan los
the
enlaces
role
institucionales
that
de
the
la COFEPRIS
institutional
dentro del
liaisons of
comité es
COFEPRIS play
justamente
within the
manifestar
committees
esas inquietudes
was to
que presentan como
express
autoridad al momento
concerns
de la
the authorities would
implementación
have
de
when the
de la farmacopea.
implementation of the
De
pharmacopedia
manera
would
que
take place
de
in
entrada
such a way that to begin with,
nos da mucha tranquilidad que
we
en la
feel peace
construcción
of
de este
mind
apéndice
that in the
pues fue
construction
tomada en
of
cuenta
this
de entrada
document, the authorities were always
las
considered.
necesidades y
The
la
needs,
experiencia
the
de la propia
experience
COFEPRIS,
of
que
COFEPRIS
no
were
solamente son enlaces
recorded.
de la Comisión de
So it's
Autoridad
not only
Sanitaria,
that they
están de
were a
Operación
liaison
Sanitaria, están de
of
CAIAC, están de
kayak or
otras
sanitary office or
unidades
from
administrativas.
other
Y
managerial offices.
cuando se hace la
Everyone
revisión
cooperated. And so when the
este
review was
acuerdo
made
de
of
reclasificación,
this
también
reclassification
hay
agreement,
quien es responsable de la
the
generación
person who's
de este
responsible for
acuerdo es
creating
la
this
COFEPRIS,
agreement
pero
is
también invita
COFEPRIS, but
a la Comisión
COFEPRIS
Permanente de la
invited the
Farmacopea
Permanent
para que haga
Commission of
sus
Pharmacopedia
aportaciones al
for them
respecto
to
y
provide
digamos que
feedback. And so
que se genere la congruencia y la
this is
consistencia entre
how
los criterios
consistency
de ambas
amongst the criteria of both agencies was
Muchas
considered.
gracias. A ver,
Thank you.
creo que por acá tenemos otra pregunta.
We have another question on the
Is there
side.
another question here? Yes.
There we go. Okay, thank you so very much. My name is Tammy Sturwald. I am with Roche Diagnostics, and I'm so thankful for you guys presenting this information because I'm a new learner. So I have a question, and I'm sorry it's a novice question, but can you help me understand how FIAM and COFEPRIS work together to align to international best practice at IMDRF? And who would be going through a GBT plus assessment with the WHO? How would that work? Thank you. I said it was a novice question, but I have to ask these questions so I can learn. Thank you.
Gracias por la pregunta. Sí, justamente es COFEPRIS
Thank
el
you
que
for the question.
actúa como
COFEPRIS is the
interlocutor
one that
ante los
is the
foros
one that
internacionales, tanto
speaks on behalf
IMDRF
of
como
us, IMDRF, and NDSAP in all of
Igual
those
tuvo su
fora.
participación
And so COFEPRIS
en
also
en el
participated
marco
during
global
the
de
global
laboratorios clínicos de
framework
la OMS
of the
y,
WHO. And
será quien le corresponda la
COFEPRIS will be
implementación
in
de
charge
GBT
of
Plus.
implementing GBT+.
Pero no es un trabajo que
But
hace de
this is not
manera
done only
independiente, es un
or
trabajo
independently by
conjunto. Como
COFEPRIS,
ya se
it's
dejó ver,
team
la
effort.
regulación no
As
solo
you've
depende
seen,
de la
the
COFEPRIS,
regulation
es
doesn't
un
only depend on
trabajo, las
COFEPRIS, it
normas
is a
sociales
work. The
incorporan
official
la
standards
visión de la
obviously
industria,
incorporate the
incorporan la visión de la
industry's vision
academia, la
as well
visión
as
del
the
personal
academia feedback and
médico, personal regulador
medical and
y,
regulatory
por supuesto, la
opinions, and
farmacopea
therefore pharmacopedia
junto a sus comités.
also
Entonces, no es un
amongst the committees. So
trabajo
it is not
independiente, pero
something
el
that
interlocutor
COFEPRIS
finalmente
does
es a través de la
alone.
COFEPRIS.
We are only the one that facilitates the conversation.
Gracias.
A lo mejor esta también la tienes que contestar tú, Edgar.
Perhaps you have to answer this question as well, Edgar.
Carmina Arevalo, Abbott.
Carmina Arevalo from
Entendemos que la
Abbott.
autoridad ha comunicado una reducción
The
significativa en
authorities
los
have
tiempos que
spoken
la
about the
presentó Ana
significant times, according to
en
what Anna has
el
mentioned.
día. Bueno, los tiempos que se redujeron, ¿no?
The times that were reduced.
¿Cuál sería la mejor manera o
What is the
el
best
mejor
way?
criterio para la
What is the
interpretación en
best
estos
criteria
tiempos?
for
Y
interpreting
en
the
particular, ¿qué rango de
set
tiempos
times?
deberíamos de
And what are the
considerar
time
de
ranges we
manera
should
realista para la
consider to be
planeación de nuevos
realistic in
registros o
the planning of new
modificaciones,
registries
ya
or
que en la
changes?
experiencia,
Because in our
pues no son los
experience,
tiempos los que están ahí proyectados?
the times that are offered are never the times that are observed. I knew that question would be coming.
Estamos muy conscientes de que
We are aware
la
that
parte legal, la parte
from the
del
legal
escrito ya
perspective,
está incluso
the
publicada.
documentary things have
Tiene algunas
already been
reservas al
published.
final estos
Of course,
acuerdos,
the
los
agreements
cuales
have
nos
certain
llevan a lo que
reservations
comentaba
at
hace
the
rato,
end,
que una
and that
parte
is why
también depende
we
de la
say that
implementación
one
de la
part depends on the
infraestructura que
implementation
acompaña a
of the infrastructure that
estos trámites,
accompanies
parte de la
the
digitalización,
procedures, part of the
parte
digitalization,
organizacional de
part
la
of
propia
how
COFEPRIS
COFEPRIS is organizing
y de
itself,
la
as well
transformación,
as the
de la transición
transformation or
de los procedimientos
transition
operativos
of
internos.
the internal procedures.
Muy pronto, porque también
So
el
it won't be long
TEMEC nos está
because
orillando a eso,
USMCA
ya
is
se dijo ahí
also
en el capítulo 12 de anexos
forcing us,
sectoriales. Hay uno
Chapter
específico para
12 of
dispositivos
sectorial
médicos. Ahora ya
management
empezaron
is
las
also speaking
negociaciones
about
de forma
medical devices.
bilateral con Estados
Now
Unidos,
that the
pero van
bilateral
rumbo a la
negotiations have
negociación
started with the
del
US,
TEMEC, en la que
and now
incluiremos a Canadá en su
USMCA
momento.
will also be included, so
Y
Canada
una
will
de
be
las
joining.
peticiones que nos
One
han
of
dado es
the
justamente darle claridad a
requests
estos
has
acuerdos
been to provide
sobre todo a
clarity
a
to
los de
the agreements,
equivalencia.
especially
Y ya
the
se tiene
equivalence
contemplado,
agreements.
ya hay
And
trabajo muy
work
avanzado
has
al
been done.
interior de
It's quite
COFEPRIS. Tenemos
advanced
contemplado que en
actually within
julio
COFEPRIS.
tengamos
By July,
la
we will
publicación de
have
las guías de
published the
cómo construir
guidelines
su
of
dossier que van a
how to
presentar,
create
de cómo
the portfolio,
qué
the
es
dossier
exactamente lo
you
que el
present,
dictaminador
what
revisa
are
al
the things
interior.
that
Si
reviewers will
bien
go
el
through.
requisito hasta ahora
And
es
even
presentar
though
un
the
dossier
requirement so
completo,
far
que
is to present
sepan
the
que
whole
no se
dossier,
revisa por completo
not
en estos casos que ya
everything
vienen
is
con una
looked
preautorización,
into,
sino que el
especially if they
dictaminador
come
se
with a
enfoca en
pre-approval.
ciertos
The examiner will
puntos
look
específicos.
into
Entonces hay
specific
guías,
things only. So
cédulas
there are
específicas de evaluación
guidelines
para
for
estos
the assessment
canales. Y bueno,
through
muy
those
pronto los van a ver
channels, and soon
reflejados.
enough
Ahora
you will see
sí,
this
sí, estamos
reflected.
en un
And
periodo de
yes,
transición todavía.
this is a transition
A veces
period.
la política nos gana
Sometimes
y hay
politics
que responder y
is
atender a
very
las
quick, and
publicaciones.
we need to look
Pero
into
sepan
things that
que esto es
are
un
very
trabajo
time consuming,
que no
but
ha
this is
parado. O sea,
a work that has not stopped.
se planeó, se
It
publicó
was
porque así nos
planned, it
ganamos los
was
tiempos, pero el trabajo no ha
published
parado
with a lot of rush,
internamente.
but
Sobre todo la
internally
CAS
we
tiene
have not
un trabajo
finished. The
inmenso,
CAS has
aunque
great
disponen no
deal
de
of
tanto
work,
personal
even
como
though they don't
quisiéramos,
have as many staff
pero ya
members
de
as we would
verdad
like them
esperamos
to
en
have.
julio ya vean
But
publicadas
by
estas guías
July,
que
we
seguro nos
hope the
ayudarán
guidelines will be
resolver sus
published
dudas,
and
y
your
conforme
questions
a
will be
menos dudas
answered.
haya
And the less
parte
questions there
del
are
regulado,
from the
también se
regulated
agilizarán los
entities,
tiempos
the
al
more
interior, ya que
expedite
nos
the
cuesta
times will be
menos tiempo
within,
estar
because it won't
respondiendo
take us so
preguntas por
much time to
separado.
answer questions on a
Vamos a
one-by-one
recibir
basis. We will
dossiers
be
adecuadamente, que
receiving
no estemos
the correct
regresando y
dossiers.
haciendo
We won't have to go back and
requerimientos
start over
adicionales.
or ask
Entonces, sí,
additional
esperamos ya
things.
en un
So
plazo
a
corto
little
estar
patience is
acercándonos
required.
a los tiempos
Shortly,
prometidos.
we will be meeting the promised times. Thank you. There is another question over there, Marina.
Gracias.
Thank you. My name is Marina
trabajo acá con
Carballo,
la
and I
Coalición
work with the
Interamericana para Convergencia
Inter-American Coalition for
Tengo una
Regulatory
pregunta
Convergence.
para
I
maestro
have a
Hernández,
question for
considerando
Mr.
las
Hernandez.
obligaciones
Considering the
internacionales
international
que tiene
obligations
México
that
en materia
Mexico
de
has in
transparencia,
terms of
así como la
transparency,
legislación
as
ahora
well as the current
orientada a la
legislation
simplificación
for
administrativa y desburocratización,
managerial
y teniendo en
streamlining and the
en
getting
cuenta
rid
que
of
las
red tape,
disposiciones de la
considering that
farmacopea
the
son de cumplimiento
pharmacopedia
obligatorio.
provisions are
Me gustaría
mandatory,
saber si
I would like to
existe
know
alguna
if there
propuesta
is a certain
o iniciativa
proposal
para que
or
dichas normas sean
initiatives for
públicas o de
standards
acceso
to be
abierto.
called open access
Actualmente,
or
para acceder
public,
a la
because right now, in
literatura es
order for you to
necesario
learn the
realizar un
content,
pago,
you
¿sí?
need to pay.
Y dado su carácter
And due
obligatorio,
to the mandatory
agradecería
nature of
conocer
them,
si las
we would
autoridades
like to know whether the
han
authorities
evaluado
have considered, have
mecanismos que
assessed
permitan
mechanisms
garantizar
that
un
would
acceso
guarantee free access for those provisions. Thank you.
Existen varios modelos
Well, there are several models
que tienen las farmacopeas en el mundo.
that the world's pharmacopoeias
Digamos, la
follow.
mayoría de las farmacopeas
Most of those offices
se consultan por suscripción.
are on a subscription
ese
basis
caso de la,
offered to
de la
the
farmacopea
audiences.
americana
That
y
is the
lo que
case in the
hacen,
Mexican Pharmacopedia.
hay una
So
serie de
there
pensadores
are
como
several
Recoleta,
thinkers like
que es una
Recoleta,
europea,
who's an
que ha explorado
European
mucho el
woman who has
ámbito de la,
explored a great
el carácter
deal of
vinculante de las
the
farmacopeas
binding
en el mundo.
nature of
Y justamente lo
pharmacopoeias
que
around
hacen es
the
eso.
world.
La mayoría
And
de
so
las
that's precisely what
farmacopeas
they
es
do. Most of the pharmacopoeias
desde su
from
marco
their own
legislativo,
legislative
sanitario,
framework, sanitary framework,
señalan la
they
obligación
point
o la naturaleza
to the obligation or the nature
normativa de las farmacopeas y las vuelven
of
instrumentos vinculantes.
how they become mandatory
La Comisión
instruments.
Permanente de la
The
Farmacopea,
Permanent
siendo un órgano
Commission of
asesor de la
Pharmacopeia,
Secretaría
even
de
though
Salud,
it's a consultancy
no
entity for the
recibe
Ministry of Health,
recursos
does not receive any
del sector
resources
público.
from the
Digamos,
public sector.
solamente tiene la vinculación con la Dirección
They're
Ejecutiva
only
de
connected to
Farmacopea y
the Executive
Farmacovigilancia,
Office of
funcionario
Pharmacosurveillance, Pharmacopedia, which is
que
a
se encarga
covered
de
person who
vigilar
is in charge
que
of
no se desvíe el
surveilling
objetivo de
that
la
the
Comisión Permanente.
objective of the Permanent
Digamos,
Commission is
a
not
excepción de ese
lost.
recurso
With
humano,
the exception of
digamos,
that
todos los
human
demás
resource that is
recursos,
provided,
como las
all of
otras
the rest of the
farmacopeas del mundo,
resources,
como
like
la
other
mayoría de las
world
farmacopeas del mundo,
pharmacopedia,
porque sí
most
hay
of the
excepciones,
pharmacopedias of the world, there are certain exceptions,
digamos, mantienen su modelo a
they
través de la
preserve the
venta
model
de
through the sale
las farmacopeas y de sus
of the
materiales de
pharmacopedias
referencia.
and the
O sea, en este
reference
momento el modelo que
materials.
tiene la
So right
farmacopea
now,
mexicana es de esa
in
naturaleza.
Mexico, that is the
Sí,
case.
podríamos mencionar, por ejemplo, el caso
Yes,
de la
we could also
farmacopea
speak
brasileña o
about the
japonesa,
Brazilian or
que
Japanese
sí hacen
pharmacopedias.
público su
They do
instrumento, pero
make
bueno,
their
sí
instruments
tienen
public and available to
un
everyone, but
apoyo
they do
de
receive
los recursos del erario público
money
hacia
from
esas instancias, que esa es la gran
taxes.
diferencia del
That's a
modelo
great difference
que seguimos en
between
otras
their
farmacopeyas.
model and our model. We don't have that sponsoring. Thank you, Rafael. Any other questions? There's another question over there.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Yadira
Hello, my
Sandoval.
name is
Soy
Yaira
vieja.
Sandoval. I
Yo
work with
no es tanto
your
una
rat.
pregunta.
It's not a
Ustedes hablaron hace un
question.
momento de todo
You
lo que
spoke
nos tomó
about
llegar hasta aquí, donde fue
how
primero un
much work
entramado
had to be done.
regulatorio,
First, we
legal.
had to go through a
Que
legal
Anita
set
lo
of
mencionaba.
rules.
Estamos
Anita mentioned
construyendo todo
this.
para
We are
volvernos más
building everything so
eficientes y
that we
creo
can
que
become more
habíamos hablado aquí
efficient.
todos de
And
eficiencia.
we have
Yo
all
sí quiero tomar
spoken
unos
about
momentos para
efficiency here.
reconocer
So I
ese
would like to take a
trabajo de
moment
las
to
normas
acknowledge the work of the
porque es un buen
standards because
ejercicio
it is
de
a good
convergencia
exercise of
en la definición de
in
convergencia.
how the definition of
Se
convergence
consultaron un
applies.
montón de
Any
instrumentos internacionales,
instruments
tomamos algunas
were
otras normas
looked into. We follow the
ARNs
example of
que
IRNs,
nos llevaran a tener
IRNs,
un mejor
and that is
instrumento
how
del que
we
teníamos.
built a
Yo sí
better
quiero tomar unos
instrument than the
minutos
one
porque
that we
muchos de
had.
aquí,
So
todos, yo creo que
we want to
todos,
acknowledge
como
that all of us
usuarios,
here
como
as
regulado, como
users, as
regulador,
regulators, as
participamos en
regulated
estos
entities, we
ejercicios.
all participated
Los invito
one
también
way
a que
or
las
another.
empecemos a usar, a
Let us
consultar
start using them. That's
y
my
bueno, hago
invitation. Let
votos
us
para
start
que continuemos
making
en estos
use
ejercicios
of
que creo
them,
que nos
and
llevarán
I hope
a
we will
una
continue
buena
with
conclusión,
these
pero esto solamente por
exercises that will
considerarlo.
help everyone. That it was just I wanted to recognize and applaud. All right, so if there are no further questions, I would like to conclude with a question and a reflection. Let's see what you have to say about this. It's quite impressive, you know, how much medical devices legislation has changed in the last 3 years. The streamlining agenda is quite, I'm a lawyer, right? So it's very difficult for me to keep up, to get follow-up, to try to understand where is the benefit for each element. And so that is why the presentations were so relevant. But what is missing? What is the Mexican framework missing to be efficient, to be a legal framework that is one that is effective? Because not just because you have more regulation does that mean that you'll be able to protect the health of the people, of the users, the users of those products, or providing information for the consumers, or to guarantee any type of legitimate objective. And my reflection is, it is not only about digitalization. Digitalization is not a synonym of simplification. Digitalization is not streamlining. This administration has been looking for a digitalization agenda very strongly, but we do not see, and I say this on a personal note, I do not see regulatory improvement that can be substantially, that accompanies that digitalization process. So even though a lot of streamlining has taken place and procedures have been reduced, but what if the procedure is problematic on its own or by itself because of how the regulation is designed? So that is my question. Could you please tell us with the Chatham House rules, procedures, what is spoken here stays here? What would you change to the legal framework? How would you make it better considering what Mexico is currently facing?
Bueno, ya que estamos haciendo cartita Santa Claus.
Well, since
A
we're
ver,
writing
¿cómo
a
dice tu
letter to
abogada? La
Santa
Ley General
Claus,
de Salud fue
as a lawyer,
creada
saying that
pensando en medicamentos. Y eso es algo que
health law
subsiste
was
aunque en el
created
reglamento de
considering
insumos para la salud
medications.
y haya
And
normas
even though
oficiales
there are
mexicanas
official
específicas para dispositivos
Mexican standards for medical
médicos.
devices, it
Imagínense
was
que
never
en todos
separated.
6 años
It took us
poder
6
introducir el
years,
concepto
6 years to be
dispositivo
able
médico en
to
la Ley General de
introduce
Salud.
the concept
Y
of
tuvimos
medical
que hablar
devices
con
into
todo
the
tipo
law.
de
We
actores,
had to talk
hasta
to all
actores
sorts
fuera
of
del sector,
actors,
o sea,
even people outside of the
medicamentos, qué
sector,
opinaban los de
medication,
poder
pesticides, everyone, so that
Entonces,
this was brought to the agenda.
creo que
So
el modelo de diferenciación
the
respecto de medicamentos y
differentiation
dispositivos
model,
médicos es
the difference
urgente en todo el
between
mundo
meds
fenómeno.
and
Yo
devices,
invito a las
it has to be
autoridades que están aquí
strengthened. And this
presentes
happens all around the world. I invite all
empaticen con
authorities
nuestro problema de que
empathize with our
constantemente
problem. We're
nos lo ha
constantly
dicho la
having to
autoridad
prove.
sanitaria, yo te
And the
tengo que pedir
sanitary
este documento porque así
authority
dice en la ley. Aunque no te
has
aplique a
told
ti
us,
porque
well,
eres
I need this
dispositivo médico.
document because the law
Y me
state says,
refiero
even
al
though I know you're
famoso
not
certificado de
med
libre
or
venta
a medical
que ha
device,
generado
that
tanto
is
ruido y que si
official
es libre venta o
certificate, very
CFG, se
controversial,
entrega,
but
se
this is a
entrega,
CFG,
se
should you
entrega
give it,
digital o no.
should
Ese es el
you
primer
give
tema.
a digital
Y
version or not?
segundo,
It's because
por
it was written in the
volumen,
law
y lo
and it
voy a
has
volver
not
a
changed.
referir,
And once again,
somos el
because of the
sector que más
volume,
trabajo le
we
da.
are the sector that
Entonces creo, y es
gives
una opinión
COFEPRIS
de
the
la
greatest
asociación,
burden of work. So
acompañar a la
it's an
COFEPRIS para que el
opinion
área
of
de
the
la
association that we
distribución de
need to
dispositivos médicos
support
en la
COFEPRIS so
COFEPRIS
that the medical devices of
crezca,
COFEPRIS can
porque pues
grow.
por más simplificación
Because
y por más
even though there's a
digitalización,
lot of
al final
streamlining
tiene
of
que pasar por los humanos
digitalization,
para que se pueda
a
resolver.
human
Esa
eye has
sería
to
una segunda petición. Y
solve things
tercera,
at the end of the day. So
creo que el
human
tema de la
resources
digitalización
are
sí le va a
needed.
hacer un cambio de paradigma a nuestro sector,
Digitalization is going to change our
porque creo que
sector,
somos
I'm
de los sectores
certain,
menos digitalizados
because
en
we are
COFEPRIS.
one of the
Por
less
tanta dificultad
digitalized
tenemos de que
sectors in
un solo
COFEPRIS,
registro luego
because
tiene tres
it's so difficult that
modificaciones
the single
y
registries change
4
4
prórrogas y
times
demás,
and there are 4
pero también
extensions and it becomes
creo que el
very
cambiar de
complex.
modelo
But
basado en
changing
revisión
from a
documental
model
a
that
modelo
is
basado en
documentary
riesgos nos va a
revision
ayudar mucho
based
a
into
nuestro
a risk
sector.
model is
Alguna
going to
vez nos
help the
decía
sector.
COFEPRIS que el mayor
COFEPRIS
nivel
once told
o
us that
volumen de
the
prevención que puedan
greatest
dejar
volume of
vivo
prevention
ni
was
siquiera,
legal. It
o
was
sea, no
not
alcanzaban a
technological,
llegar
not technical.
allá,
They
porque se
didn't
decía que
even
si la
reach
cesión
the
de derechos se
technical
había hecho bien,
matter
que si el
because
poder
it was
notarial,
because of
que si el representante legal,
legal
y todo eso iba atrasando
problems.
tiempos y pues también son
And so
problemas que vivimos en el día a
this
día.
is something
Entonces yo lo
that still
resumiría en tres
remains.
cosas,
So I would
que la Ley
summarize
General de
this.
Salud cada vez
The general
incluya más a
health
nuestro
law
sector,
has to
de que
include
me
our
parece
sector
claro que
more and more.
no les corresponde a COFEPRIS, es un tema del
It's not
Ejecutivo.
about COFEPRIS,
Dos,
it has
que
to
el plan de
do
digitalización
with
nos
the
incluya, ojalá nos
legislative
facilite,
power,
pero
the
va pronto lo
digitalization
posible. Tres, la
thing
capacidad
is something
operativa de
that
la
still
COFEPRIS, no
affects
por
us. And then
determinación, sino
COFEPRIS
por volumen de personas que
has
están
a great deal
fabricando
of
los
work
dispositivos
birth
médicos va a hacer
because
la diferencia.
more stuff is needed and that could make a difference aside from everything that's discussed today.
Pienso en cuatro puntos de
Well,
reflexión.
I
El
am
primero de
thinking
ellos es
about 4
que
points of reflections.
a nivel mundial hubo una gran diferencia en la visión de cómo tratar a los dispositivos médicos desde la
So
OMS,
worldwide, there was a huge difference on
cuestión
how
de
to deal
Margaret
with
Chan.
medical
Y es un
devices
elemento muy
from the
interesante porque
WHO
decía,
with Margaret Chan. And then it
no
was really
solamente debe
interesting
existir para
because
cada país
it should
una
not only,
política
I mean,
farmacéutica,
there should be a
debe existir una
pharmaceutical policy
política
in
de
each country, but
dispositivos médicos.
there should also
Es una
be
política
a medical
industrial
devices
que tiene que verse de
policy in
manera
each
global, no
country. It's an
solamente desde la
industrial policy
perspectiva
that should be
sanitaria, sino
considered globally,
de todas
not
las
only from the health
dependencias, y creo que
perspective,
ese es un
but
elemento
also
fundamental.
as part of all the
Me parece que
agencies and entities. And I
utilizar
think that that's really important.
una
I
política
think
de
that
dispositivos médicos
if
es
we
fundamental. Creo que todos
drive a
debemos
medical
ser
devices
corresponsables de ello.
policy, it would be really
El
good
segundo
because we can
punto,
all be
efectivamente,
co-responsible in that
después de
case. The
que
second point,
hubiera una
actually,
reforma a la
when,
Ley General de
I mean,
Salud, que
after
está
there was
muy
an
orientada
amendment
a
done to the
medicamentos,
general health law that is quite just for drugs and medications. It's necessary also to regulate all health-related inputs, and I would specifically think that an element that needs to be reinforced is clinical evaluation, clinical assessment. I think that the three standards that we have are a good base. If we had a good standard for clinical assessments, then we would have a good substantial element that is quite necessary. And lastly, I would like to mention that it's not only all the work behind it and the building, but the implementation also. And I think that the implementation is really necessary. If we think that we could work on reliance, and that's how we can build things, we would have then a huge possibility, as we mentioned, and as you were mentioning, to make sure that standards are not a barrier, they are a bridge. I think that, how much time do we have?
Ya terminamos porque hay una pregunta más. Sí, si me permiten. Entonces, una nueva pregunta. Yes, please. Go ahead. Just wait for the mic.
Hi, thank you. John Boy from Evitt Labs. We've been hearing that the framework has been an issue for years and years, right? I think the question that you asked was very insightful. What else needs to change in the framework for you to take COFEPRIS to where you want it to be, end state? Are you there now, or do you have an idea where you need to go?
A ver, yo hablé de un proceso de mejora continua y creo que todas las organizaciones.
I spoke about a continuous improvement process, and I think that all public and private organizations go through this in their life. I had already referred to that COFEPRIS has been was founded 26 years ago, and obviously we don't have the same volume for medical devices that we had from the year 2000 and right now in 2026. And I need to acknowledge that Mexico is open to the world. That's why the equivalent report for medical devices was opened from 3 countries to more than 10, and that entails other challenges. We want to be open to the world, but that entails challenges and opportunities that we need to be co-responsible for together with the COFEPRIS so that we can face those. So answering the question that you asked, I believe that COFEPRIS is at a really good transition moment. It has all the support of the federal government, something that didn't happen before. The industrial policy for medical devices topic helps us a lot because then we can see the importance and the weight of our sector, not only in Mexico, but in the face of other trade agreements. It's the same year, it's the same time that we're talking about the USMCA and the European agreement at the same time. We're negotiating them at the same time. These are like the 2 main powers in that regards, and that gives a lot of power to COFEPRIS, but a lot of responsibility also. And we have to help them because that co-responsibility is also part of us so that we can make sure that we can have all those simplified processes that are successful, that can be successful, and that's the main objective.
Bien, pues creo que con esto concluimos.
Thank you. So I think that we are going to wrap this up, this panel, very successfully. I think that without any doubt, it fulfilled all of its objectives. So just to, I ask you for a round of applause to our speakers.
Seguimos con el siguiente panel. Muchas gracias.
And so we'll go into the next panel.
Pues muchísimas gracias a nuestros panelistas. Ahora sí que
Well, we
está
want to
claro
thank our panel members, and I think that it's clear now that we all have a lot of things to do together. Continuous improvement is the name of the game. the implementation of these new regulatory instruments will not happen overnight. We need not only the physical infrastructure and technological infrastructure, but we need to develop a whole new base of knowledge, and that doesn't happen overnight. And that new knowledge structure involves everybody, the regulated sector and the regulators. And as I said before, we are here to help, to bring all the necessary experts so that we can make the acquisition of knowledge faster, so that we can make all the processes much more agile, so that the implementation of digitalization in COFEPRIS will become a very successful process, and I'm coming back to the main topic, to benefit our patients, And with that, we're going to continue with our program. We're going to have a small change. We're going to have now the participation of Diane Wurzberger. She's the Vice President for Quality and Global Policy for GE Healthcare. She's also a member of the IMDRF industry group, and she works very actively with AdvaMed and with the coalition in all of these projects that we face. Diane, you have the floor, please. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to be here with you today. It's really an honor for me to join my colleagues at this important meeting, and I really think it's wonderful. Today, I want to explore a question that's becoming central to how we regulate medical devices around the world. Can a risk-based approach actually help our regulatory systems converge? I'm trying to slow down too, because I usually speak very quickly. So for the translators, I'm trying to read a couple of notes here so that I'm not speaking too quickly. So pardon me. All right, my hope is that you see risk as the common language that lets different national regulatory authorities align without having to have identical rules. Oh, nope, sorry. Okay, let me start by setting the stage with the problem we're trying to solve. First, requirements are fragmented. Every country runs its own system, and that creates real delays and a lot of duplicated effort in getting devices approved. Second, regulators are stretched thin. Many of us, across all stakeholders, have capacity issues. Especially on the national regulatory authorities, they're facing a flood of innovative technologies with limited resources to review them. And third, advanced technologies like AI and digital health keep raising the complexity bar, forcing frameworks to adapt just to keep patients safe. That brings us to the question that frames the rest of this presentation. How can regulators, align their frameworks without compromising patient safety? We know the objective of the IMDRF is to accelerate convergence while ensuring safety and effectiveness of medical technologies. And we know the drivers too that we've seen and we've talked about here already today. Fast changes in the technologies that are happening like AI and digital health, the need for faster patient access. Whoa, I'm going backwards. My apologies. I should look here too, huh? The need for faster patient access, especially as patients now are looking to the web, to social media. They're learning more about changes happening with their healthcare faster than we ever thought could happen. And resource constraints across many of the stakeholders. So what do we actually mean by regulatory convergence? At its core, it's voluntary alignment. Regulators agreeing on shared principles and guidance, not being forced into a single system. And this is the key point. It does not mean identical regulations. Countries keep their own rules and their sovereignty. They just move in the same direction. The payoff is fewer duplications, more efficiency, and safety that's maintained across the whole product lifecycle. Plus, it also supports reliance pathways that build real confidence between regulators. It helps to build that trust. I think it helps to separate the three terms as well here. You'll see that reliance is leaning on another trusted authority's work, harmonization is uniform rules, and convergence sits in between those two as aligned approaches. Now let's look at the other half of the equation, the risk-based approach. The idea is straightforward. Scale regulatory requirements to the level of risk of a device that it poses to the patients and public health. Not all devices are equal. A tongue depressor and an implantable device shouldn't face the same scrutiny. Treating them the same just strains resources and slows everything down, including, again, patient access to those technologies. In practice, that means life cycle oversight before and after market, comparable device classifications, and evidence requirements that are proportionate to the risk. Notice this runs across the whole total product life cycle end to end. It shapes quality controls, the level of evidence that's needed, post-market surveillance intensity, and the risk analysis underneath it all. Risk-based regulation supports convergence because it drives a common language and makes requirements easier to compare the classifications, like classification systems. It leads to shared evaluation frameworks, standardized terminology, and evidence expectations, and predictable controls. It drives efficiencies by allowing regulators to focus effort on the highest risk issues, and it becomes the foundation for reliance as it becomes easier to determine whether another authority's review is sufficient. This is really the heart of my discussion today. When everyone starts from the same risk-based logic, they're effectively speaking a shared language, and even if specific rules should differ. That common foundation is exactly what lets one regulator trust and rely on another's work instead of redoing that work. So risk-based thinking isn't just good practice on its own, it's the mechanism that actually makes convergence possible. And risk-based regulation and decision-making is globally endorsed. We've seen this approach now, not only by the IMDRF, the US FDA, the EU, Health Canada, Japan's PMDA, and China NMPA, just to name a few. People are moving in this direction. Let me make those benefits concrete because this is a practical case for the approach. Proportionate risk-based oversight means scrutiny lands where the risk actually is. So the most attention goes to the highest risk products. It frees up resources by not overburdening low-risk devices. It builds trust between the regulators, and that trust is what unlocks reliance and shared assessments. And ultimately, it gets safe products to patients faster. That's the human payoff behind all of this. So you might be thinking here now, there are too many challenges that impact our ability to consider this risk-based approach, right? There's structural differences at times. We have centralized and we have decentralized systems. We have differences in implementation, same principles, but different evidence requirements, differences in how risk is interpreted. That's sometimes driven by cultural differences or national tolerances, or even public health issues. And maybe there are legal or sovereignty constraints where national laws limit that full alignment. These are the issues that must be considered, absolutely, but they should not block progress toward a risk-based approach. So it's not just theoretical either. Just a quick example, as we've also heard in this discussion already today, software as a medical device. This is a real example of this happening now. The IMDRF framework sorts software into 4 risk levels, 1 through 4. Those levels come down simply to 2 decisions: the clinical impact, whether the software is informing a decision by a clinician or actually perhaps driving the treatment for the patient, and the severity of the condition that's involved. What makes this such a strong example is how widely it's been adopted across regions. It's convergence happening in practice right now, anchored in risk. And for manufacturers, alignment on this risk and this approach allows us to focus our efforts on our products, the transparency and the predictability in what's required across the regulators, and the ability of us to meet those expectations, and what helps us to bring our products to patients as intended. So it's only fair to have the balance of this as well, right? And what happens when the risk-based approach is applied in not such a good way? It can fail in two different directions. Under-regulation is when low-risk controls get applied to high-risk products. That's going to be a problem, right? Because that's going to damage the trust that the public has in the protection that the agencies, the regulators are providing to them as patients. And it also just chips away at the confidence in the whole structure of the system. But over-regulation also has its challenges. It's the reverse. High-risk controls on low-risk products. That delays access, it piles on burden, and it blocks innovation. That too, from a public perception and a patient perspective, is also a challenging way to regulate. The takeaway is that doing this right is all about calibration. It's matching the level of control to the actual risk in both directions. So where is all of this heading? I see a few trends that I've noted here. I think we'll see more reliance models and shared assessments, with regulation building on each other's work, regulators, building on each other's work instead of repeating it. I do think the level of trust has been growing. We're seeing more examples, and my colleagues will speak to many of these in the coming days. We can also expect broader adoption of IMDRF guidance as a common reference point. The Management Committee has been looking at IMDRF guidance document adoption and implementation among its members. And those national regulatory authorities that would like to become affiliate members are also adopting the guidance documents. They're trying to demonstrate their alignment to these principles. What's really important here, though, is not just saying that they are adopting those IMDRF documents, but it's actually putting those into practice, right? Implementing those. That's really key. There's also growing alignment in post-market surveillance and change management, like predetermined change control protocols, which is a really effective tool to help enable access and continued innovation while ensuring there's oversight for those changes. And risk-based models are evolving for newer challenges too, especially AI and machine learning. That is taking off at such a rapid pace now. It's really critical to be able to manage the volume of work that we'll see there. So in summary, a couple of key takeaways, if you take nothing else from this short talk. Risk-based regulation is really the foundation of modern device oversight. It's already a shared global principle. It's not something that we just aspire to or that we've been dreaming of. It enables convergence without demanding full harmonization, and it delivers proportionate oversight, efficient use of resources, cross-regulator trust, and faster patient access. And this is the bottom line, really, to think about, is that without this risk-based thinking, convergence just can't scale. We'll be stuck in a system that is really having a challenging way to meet the needs of the patients and to be able to manage our innovations as they are developing. Thank you. Sure.
Diane, thank you very much. I think it was really a very nice way, very practical way for you to put together something that is kind of like complex into easily understandable terms. And I think that you put an emphasis on what it is the most critical next step. How do we really put in practice all the hard work that has been done by regulators and industry participating in the development of all these initiatives? So how do we implement those? And how do we all together work to make them become a reality? So with this, and again, I don't know why I'm speaking English. Perdón, por favor. Abrimos el foro para preguntas.
So we open the floor for questions here in the room and for our virtual participants. If you have any questions, just let us know. So everything was very well understood? Yes, we have a question over there. If you can help us with a microphone, please. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? Claudia Navarro, Boston Scientific. What tools do you guys use in terms when you're speaking of risk-based evidence or analysis or approach? How do you account for the diversity across regions, ethnical, cultural? Because devices are developed primarily in developed countries, right? And then when it gets to certain territories that have different access routes, different challenges from geographical aspects, how do you then apply those risk-based assessments and ensure that the device continues to be safe and effective?
Good, I think we're on. Perfect. Thank you for the question. It's a very important one, and what's really critical for us if I speak for myself as from GE Healthcare, an international global company, it's very important for us to ensure that we are aware of what's happening globally. For our teams that are in the regions, in the respective jurisdictions, for them to be plugged in, if you will, right, to understand what's happening, what are the differences that are apparent or being implemented locally, and then for us centrally in our risk management system to take those into consideration as part of our design process. So there is active dialogue, there is monitoring of the environment, there's feedback from my colleagues, as I have here, who's joined today for this week, to make sure that we are not doing that work in a bubble, in isolation, but rather being aware, made aware, and then including that as part of our inputs.
Thank you, Diane. ¿Tenemos alguna pregunta adicional?
Any other questions?
Excelente. Diane,
thank you so much.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Entonces, con el cambio de programa que tuvimos,
So since we have a change of agenda, we'll have a 30-minute break right now so that we can have some coffee, and we'll come back with the following 2 sessions. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break.
Buenas tardes. Bienvenidos de regreso
Good
a esta
afternoon. Welcome, everyone.
sección de nuestra agenda del
Welcome
día de
to
hoy.
the last part of
Vamos
today's
a dar
work.
inicio
We will
a
begin
2 sesiones.
now with
Antes de
2
concluir nuestros
sessions before
trabajos,
we conclude the
me
work for the
permito
day.
presentarles
Let me
a
introduce
Fatemeh
Fatemeh
Rajuyan.
Rajuyan,
Ella es director
who
senior
is
de
Senior
Política
Director of
Regulatoria
Regulatory
Internacional y
Policy
Armonización
internationally,
Metronic.
as well as
También es miembro
Harmonization
de la
Electronic,
industria del
also a member
MRAS
of the
y
IMDRF,
una
and
participante muy activa en
a
todas las
very
iniciativas de
active
ABAMED
participant
MDRC
in
y la
AVAMED,
coalición.
MDRC, and
Ella
the
nos va a estar
coalition.
hablando del
She will
impacto que
talk
tiene la
about the
variación
impact
en los
that
criterios de riesgo de
variation has
clasificación
in
sobre
the
la implementación de
classification
reliance. Fatemeh,
of
por favor.
risk matters in reliance. So please go ahead.
All right. Okay, while waiting for the slides to load, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but you know what? I was supposed to be the last session for the day, but thanks to my friend who had a delayed flight, I am not the last session anymore. Okay. All right, so I want to keep things practical here and make risk classification as painless as possible for you all. And I want to talk about the real question for reliance. What happens when the same device is classified differently across jurisdictions? When we talk about reliance, typically reliance is discussed as a pathway or a tool that reduces duplication. It supports timely patient access. But in practice, one of the first questions that regulators ask is, can I rely on another regulatory authority's decision if my system's classification tiers or system different than the reference authorities? Okay, so by show of hand, how many of you have seen the same device land in a different class depending on the jurisdiction? All right, well, I see quite a few people here. Exactly, and this is not really a theoretical problem. It's one of those issues that looks simple on paper, but becomes very real when regulators are trying to design a reliance pathway. So on the left side of this slide, we have a reference authority that has classified a device as moderate risk. On the right side, the relying authority looks at the same device and classifies it as a higher risk. The natural question may be, well, if we don't classify the device the same way, maybe reliance is not possible in this case. Well, classification is important, but it's certainly not the final answer. So the question is not simply, do the class label match? The better question to ask here is, does the reference authorities review, regulatory framework, the available evidence provide enough confidence for the relying authority's decision? And this is why the key message here is classification divergence does not automatically prevent reliance, but it may affect the extent and type of reliance that is appropriate. All right, so this slide gets to the foundation of reliance. Reliance is not blind acceptance of an individual authorization. A relying authority is not simply saying, well, this product was approved somewhere else, so we will approve it too. Instead, reliance is built on confidence in the system that produced the authorization. I like to think of it like trusting a building inspection. You do not only trust the final sticker on the door, right? You trust the building code, the inspector's work, the inspector's confidence or competence, the inspector's process, the inspection process, the documentation, and the accountability system behind that sticker. And that same concept really applies here. So a regulator needs to understand the reference authority's legal framework, their regulatory control, their technical competence, their review processes, and available outputs. Then once that trust is established, the authority still needs to ask a product-specific question. Is the device same or sufficiently similar? Is the intended use aligned? Are there any evidence gaps? So there are two important questions here. The first one, can I trust the reference authority system? And the second one, can I apply that trust to this specific device and this specific decision? This is why the core message here is trust the system, but definitely verify the applicability. And this message is aligned with IMDRF Reliance Playbook, or N89, which is really our beloved reference document when you talk to folks who are covering reliance. And I know the references to this document has been made already and will be made throughout this workshop. Okay, so now if reliance is built on trust in the system, why does classification still matter so much? Why do we care about classification? Because classification is not just a label. It usually drives the regulatory pathway behind the authorization. So in medical device IVD regulation, risk classification helps determine what kind of conformity assessment pathway applies. The pathway that applies then affects the level of evidence that's expected, and then the depth of the technical review, and then the QMS expectation, the post-market controls, and the depth of the technical review. So all of that come into play. And this slide is really, from my perspective, the heart of the discussion. Classification misalignment is not necessarily a dead end. A classification mismatch should really be treated like a yellow light, not a red light. And what I mean by that is that it tells us to slow down when you see classification misalignment. Check the crosswalk, understand whether the gap exists, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to turn around and start a full review from zero. Okay, so remember, it's all about yellow line, it's not a red line. And the same really applies here when it comes to medical device classification and classification misalignment. The same or similar device may be classified differently across different jurisdictions for several reasons. It could be different classification rules, different interpretation of intended use, different technology-specific rules, or there could be additional local requirements. And if the reference authority applied a lower risk pathway, then some evidence, documentation, or review output may not be available. And that really matters, but the practical response should not be to automatically default to full review. Instead, regulators can conduct a classification and conformity assessment crosswalk. And they can ask what was reviewed, what was not reviewed, what controls were applied, and are any gaps or evidence gaps exist as far as safety, performance, and quality goes, or as far as the reliance on regulatory, on the reference authority's decision goes. And if there are gaps, the regulatory authority may not be able to address them through targeted supplementary evidence, real-world evidence, post-market information, or a focused local review. Sorry, may be able, I apologize, if there are gaps, the relying authority may be able to address those through targeted supplementary evidence, maybe real-world evidence or post-market controls. So the message is really do not throw away the value of reference authorities' work just because the classification labels are not identical, and use that mismatch to really calibrate the reliance pathway. And again, going back to that traffic light analogy, really try to treat the classification mismatch as a yellow light, not as a red light. I would like to use an example from our beloved document from IMDRF Reliance Playbook, or N89. And a practical example that they provide is that one regulator uses a 4-tier classification system, and another regulator uses a 3-tier classification system. The systems do not line up perfectly, but the playbook doesn't say because the systems are different, reliance is off the table. Instead, they point to a mapping exercise. So the first step is to map the classification systems. In other words, translate the regulatory language. So a Class B, a Class 2, or a Class 2A label may not mean exactly the same across different systems. So the relying authority really needs to understand what each class actually represents. The second step is to compare the associated conformity assessment requirements. This is where the class label becomes meaningful. What did the reference authority actually require? Was the notification or listing required? Was there a declaration of conformity? Was there a technical review where post-market controls applied? And then after that, the third step becomes defining the scope of reliance. So now, if there were no assessment for lower risk device, what happens? Well, as Tammy actually said earlier today, and my colleague Diane alluded to this a little bit ago, the WHO Global Model Regulatory Pathway supports a proportionate pathway for lower risk devices, such as notification, listing, declaration of conformity, QMS obligation, and post-market oversight. Why? Because it's important for regulatory authorities to be able to save or put the focus of their resources on where it matters the most, and that's for higher risk products or medical devices and IVDs. So the key message is classification differences should not automatically stop reliance. They should really help define the scope and extent of reliance. So from classification misalignment to a reliance decision, let's just go through the steps real quick. And this slide, the goal of this slide is really to give a practical decision framework. The first step is sameness. And I know my colleague Tammy is sitting here. We call her the expert on sameness. But what we actually talking here is about the same device, or sufficiently similar version of the device is being reviewed or being considered. And if the product, intended use, indications, or designs are materially different, reliance may be limited. The second step is classification mapping. How does the reference authority's classification compare with the relying authority's classification? Is the difference mostly administrative, or does it reflect real difference in risk or regulatory expectations? The third step is to compare conformity assessment and regulatory controls. This is where we ask, what did the reference authority actually require? Was there technical documentation review? Was there a QMS assessment? Was there a certificate, a review report, or other regulatory outputs that can be leveraged? Then the fourth step is to assess evidence gap. If something expected locally was not reviewed by the reference authority, is that gap material important, and is that something that the relying authority should be asking about? And finally, the regulator selects the reliance pathway. That could be recognition, verification, a bridge review, targeted review, or it could be a standard review based on these questions that they conduct. But the key point here is that reliance is not all or nothing. The goal is not identical classification. The goal is confidence that the system review and applicable and available evidence are sufficient for relying authorities' decision. So the decision rule, and this is my final slide that I try to put the whole discussion into a simple decision rule. For a reliance pathway to proceed, 3 things need to come together. First, the device needs to be same or sufficiently similar. Second, there needs to be trust in the reference system. That means confidence in reference authorities' framework, competence, processes, and regulatory output. And third, any classification, conformity assessment, or evidence gap needs to be identified and assessed. And when these conditions are met, then reliance can proceed. Thank you so much. Sure.
Do you have your hearing? Okay. Fátima, muchísimas gracias por tu
Fatima,
presentación.
thank you very much for that presentation. This is a subject that is crucial to me, because all of a sudden we find ourselves with the fact that this could become a barrier that cannot be surpassed when you find different systems, different criteria, different decisions, when in reality, it's just a matter of understanding the risk with each medical device and finding the way in which we could make an efficient use of our time and resources to have the devices available in the market. It seems to me that the playbook that was developed by IMDRF provides us with very useful tools. We will actually have a presentation tomorrow that'll go into greater detail, but the practical understanding of how to deal with this is quite relevant so as to be able to guarantee that the reliance is a mechanism that can be successful and that can favor the operation of regulatory authorities. Having said this, we're ready for questions. Let us begin with the participants who are here in the room. If you have any questions, please raise a hand so that a microphone can be given to you.
Ok, aquí tenemos una pregunta.
Here's the first question. Alison, could you please help us with the microphone?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Solamente es un comentario más que
It's a
pregunta.
comment, it's not a
En
question,
Vinavisa
really.
nosotros tenemos
In
un proceso
Vinavisa, we have a
para
simplified procedure
dispositivos médicos de
for
clase
medical
3 y
devices
4.
class 2, 3, and 4.
El proceso es
The
simplificado porque
process
vienen
has been streamlined
de
because
países que
it
Vinavisa
comes
considera de
from
referencia.
countries that we consider as reference
Entonces,
countries.
por eso ingresa por esa vía.
That is why we
Cuando
classify them as
encontramos
such.
una
If we
situación
find
en
a
la que
situation like the one that was
está
described,
aprobado en el país de
the
referencia
product
con una
was
clase
approved
diferente
with a
a
different
la que
class in the reference
consideramos
country
nosotros
to what we
en
would
base a
have
nuestras reglas de
classified it
clasificación.
according to our classification
Tenemos
rules.
en la normativa
In our
un
regulations,
artículo donde nos
there's
da
an
la
article,
posibilidad de
and it gives
poder
us a chance
solicitarle
to
a
be
la
able to
empresa mayor
request the
información,
company
documentos
more
que
information, more
en
technical
realidad
documents,
necesitemos para
something that could help us
revisar mejor esa
clarify
información.
the
Entonces, en ese
information that might
punto,
be
eso puede ser una salida,
misaligned.
por ejemplo,
So
para
this
esa
is our way
situación.
out when we face a situation like that one.
Nosotros revisamos siempre de que la
We
información
are always
de
making
indicación de
certain that
uso
the indications for its
sea la
usage
que fue aprobado por el
is the one that was
regulador de
actually
referencia,
approved
que
by
eso
the
es lo
reference
más
authority,
importante, ¿verdad?
which is the most
No,
important thing
no
for us.
sería un problema muy grande
It
que
wouldn't be
fuera
too
de
big of a
clase
problem
diferente,
if it was
pero en todo
from a
caso
different
existe
class.
la
That's not
posibilidad
such a
de
problem
documentación adicional.
because you can ask for additional documentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience, and I think this really speaks to what IMDRF Reliance Playbook says, that just because there are differences in classification, it doesn't mean that Reliance is automatically off the table. And it talks about, to your point, sorry about that. To your point, it talks about doing a crosswalk, and in your example, you're actually going to ask for additional information to make sure that the device is same or sufficiently similar or as for intended use. So thank you for sharing your experience.
Muchas gracias, Alison. ¿Tenemos alguna otra
Thank you,
pregunta
Alison.
aquí en la sala?
Any other questions here in the room or any other comments? A hand was raised at the back. Yes.
Hola, Janelli de Boston
Hello,
Scientific.
Janelli from Boston
Mi pregunta va
Scientific.
más
My
dirigida hacia
question
alguien de
has to do,
COFEPRIS.
it is for
Me
COFEPRIS
gustaría
really, a
saber
question for
cómo
COFEPRIS. I
enfrenta
would
los
like to
retos
know,
de
how do you
clasificación
face the
en los
challenges of
ejercicios o en los sometimientos de
classification
Reliance
when
actualmente?
reliance is being
Porque sí
done
es un
currently?
reto
Because
bastante importante
it is quite a
para la
challenge
industria cuando
for the
queremos
industry
utilizar una
when we
vía
want to
y
use
nos
a
enfrentamos a
pathway
cómo
and then we
puedo
face
yo
the question of
ingresar mi trámite
how can I
sin que
present
la
my
autoridad me
papers
rete a algo que no
without the
le voy a poder
authorities
entregar.
challenging
Y
me or
viene el
asking
vacío
for
de que hoy
things I
no tenemos
cannot
esas
deliver
guías, pero
because
¿y
we
cómo
don't
lo
have
enfrento?
guidelines nowadays? But what are you doing about that problem right now? Thank you for the question. COFEPRIS, somebody from COFEPRIS, would you help us, or shall we keep it in the burner? Because COFEPRIS will be talking about reliance tomorrow, so we'll put in the parking lot. It'll be answered tomorrow. Okay, I'll ask it again tomorrow. Wonderful. Anyone else?
I think because Dinavisa shared their experience, automatically everyone wants to know what is COFEPRIS experience.
Exacto, pero mañana vamos a tener un largo día para hablar
I
justamente
know, but tomorrow we'll speak about what COFEPRIS is going through. So somebody's written a question on the chat here, and it says, it's in English. Veronica Hernandez says, earlier this morning,
what impact does it have on the reliance framework when risk classification does not consider IVDs separated from MDs?
Sorry, I missed that first part because I was trying to listen to the translation.
Do you want to read it over here? Yes. I think that's going to be way better compared to me reading. Do you have it there?
So the question is asking about the different, when the risk classification does not consider IVD separated from medical devices. I do invite others to chime in, but I don't necessarily see this as a sort of a road stop for implementing reliance. I don't see that the differences in classification again being sort of making reliance off the table. I don't know if there's Tammy.
¿Nos ayudan con un micrófono por acá, por favor?
You cover IVDs. Thank
Nos
you,
van a
Tammy.
ayudar a complementar la respuesta.
Thank you. I actually wanted to add to that because I totally agree. And at the same time, when jurisdictions have particular standards that they require for either medical devices or IVDs, if those standards differ in a significant way or have a significant requirement that may differ from where the product has been launched in other jurisdictions, then that might not exist as evidence to go to the new jurisdiction, right? So the standards, and I know Stephen Bipes isn't here today, he's here with us in spirit, but standards are the backbone for what we do when we design and develop and manufacture and control our products. And so the standards that are developed in the jurisdictions matter quite a lot. So whether it separates medical devices from IVDs, not so much, as Fatemeh has said, but the standards themselves certainly define the path we are going to walk to bring the product to market. And if that varies significantly throughout the jurisdictions, then we have a potential technical barrier to trade, but we also have patients who can't access the product. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Tami. ¿Alguna otra
Thank you
pregunta
very
o
much,
comentario?
Tammy. Any other questions or comments here in the room?
Perfecto, tampoco veo más la
I don't
presentación, así
see
es de que
any more hands
Fatemeh,
or
muchísimas gracias por
questions
tu
written.
participación.
Thank you very much for your
Pues ahora sí que
participation.
te ofrecemos a la
So
disposición de la audiencia para continuar conversando. Muchas gracias.
we'll continue this conversation throughout the day and through the week. Thank you.
Pues ahora sí que contra viento
And
y marea.
so now, against all odds, we're about to begin the last session for today. And I say this in a real way, not just a figurative way, because the moderator of the session actually, against all odds, managed to get here after being 2 days stuck in Montevideo. Then she had to go back to Buenos Aires and come to Mexico City to moderate the session. We thank Roberta for being here with us. And I will invite Roberta Melen Massa to join us. She's going to help us with the moderation. She's the technical director for Roche Diagnostics based in Buenos Aires, and she's also regional responsible for Paraguay. She's a member of the executive committee of the Pan American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence, and is also a very active member of the MDRC. So I also want to invite Alison Iglesias, who was also present here beforehand, representing Dinavisa for the medical devices sector, and Carmen Portillo, who is in charge of the in vitro diagnostic products, also from Dinavisa. So I would like to invite the three of them to join us here at the panel. And Roberta, you have the floor.
Hola. Funciona. Bien. Bueno, buenas tardes.
Right,
Muchas
so good
gracias.
afternoon, and thank you, Sandra, and thank you to all the organizing team for your patience. It's a pleasure to be here with you after so much traveling. I think that we have to catch up after all of the virtual sessions so that we can have time and be here on time also. It's a pleasure also to share this session with Dr. Carmen and Dr. Allison to talk about and close a little bit about what was spoken regarding regulatory framework and go into specific examples that will help us to work on the specific objectives of the training course. It's really valuable to understand, generally speaking, how the different agencies work or what level are they are at today. And so that's what we're going to close with. So to start, the questions are for any of you two. Whoever wants to answer, you can go ahead and answer it. Just one second, please. You have a presentation?
Como quieran. Si
So,
no arrancamos, sí, con eso. Sí, bien.
if you want to, I mean, we can do as you wish.
Bueno, arrancamos con las preguntas.
So we're going to start with a question. So maybe just to, as an icebreaker, I would like to ask you, what are the main characteristics of the regulatory framework in DINAVISA? We know that DINAVISA is one of the young authorities regulating medical technology, and we're quite anxious to find out what are the main characteristics that you have achieved, what are the main features that you have achieved, ensuring, I mean, knowing that you have captured a lot of knowledge of all the progress made in the region, and you have implemented all of this in a very successful way. So who would like to start? Well, I will start then with medical devices then, not with the IVCs. And well, I wanted to talk about the regulatory framework a little bit. There we had a first law that was the 2012 law where the concept of a medical device was mentioned, including cutting instruments, and everything was mentioned individually. They mentioned these concepts, and they also mentioned the institution that was in charge of regulating those products. After that, in 2016, we had another resolution, and at that moment, DINAVISA was part of the Health Ministry in Paraguay. So it was a resolution from the Ministry of Health, but the entity in charge of executing that was DINAVISA. And this resolution, for the first time, detailed the concepts and requirements needed, So based on that, DINAVISA started registering the first medical devices in Paraguay. Afterwards, in 2024, in September 2024, there was new regulations enforced with all the updates that we've had up to then. And this new regulations is updating concepts regarding medical devices and software as a medical device. What are the classification rules that were also updated? And all of this was done based on the IMDRF documents and the guidelines that we've been working throughout Mercosur. So with this guideline, we were able to develop reliance, and we trusted regulatory decisions, and we also made some changes to make all the processes more agile, and for that to help us optimize other processes also, which we considered really important, optimize them regarding that. In Paraguay and DINAVISA, there's only 7 people working in the medical devices area. And so it was just a matter of making everything more agile and optimize it. So for medical device, class 1 medical devices, we go through compulsory sanitary or health notification. It's related to a tariff, and also a statement, notarized statement with all the legal documents that the standard requires. That goes digitally within DINAVISA. And once that's generated, then we have a certificate, which is a compulsory health certification that will enable the company to market that device for import and for manufacturing. Then for class 2, 3, and 4 medical devices, we have 2 pathways. One is a simplified process where DINAVISA uses the reliance process, trusting the regulatory decisions of the regulatory authorities that DINAVISA has a list of as part of the regulation, and that is based in countries that are considered strict regulatory authorities like the WHO and other regulatory authorities that have a high level of maturity. So once that request enters the system, they need to present all the technical and legal requirements by law. It's like 8 or 9 documents, plus the product guideline or manual and the technical information. And DINAVISA just assesses 3 or 4 of those 8 or 9 documents, and so that way we make the process faster.
We trust on what the other authority already approved, and we only review certain documents based on the case. And that's done through the simplified way. In the other pathway for 2, 3, and 4 class devices, we have the regular process, which means that we have to have a regular assessment of all the documents that need to be presented. And that also has a specific timeline to follow in this type of process. Another important change in the standard is that the compulsory health certificate or the health certificate went from lasting only from 5 years to 10 years. And in addition to that, we also decided to classify the authorizations, the authorizations by classification, type 1 and type 2. Type 1 are automatic, means the classification was done with no risks. And I mean, once the company requests the notification to modify by type 1 and it's connected to the tariff, then that would create a certificate that would allow them to perform the change if necessary. And on the other side, we have a type 2 modification where Idinavisa has to assess all the information, approve it, and then the company can implement the change. So those were the main changes that we had, and obviously in the classification rules were also updated, which is really important because when we have different regulatory authorities, and we have different classification rules. One is older than the other one, and there is where we also find some class and classification differences between the same products in different countries. So that's basically like the general overview of what the Health Registry of Medical Devices at Dinavisa. Thank you very much. So now it's your turn. Hi, I'm Carmen, and I'm in charge of the product registry for IVDs. And I want to explain that the implementation of the standard is relatively new. This implementation comes from 2022. So it's just gonna be our 4th anniversary, let's say. But how has this transition happened? Well, beforehand, these products were regulated by the reference laboratory in Paraguay, which is the Central Public Health Laboratory. And they carried out the regulation of these products, but we didn't have a specific standard for the IVDs. It was more for import purposes and for releasing it from customs so that it could be available sell it in the market. Then in 2021, Dinavisa achieved to enact a new law where we had more independence from the health ministry, and that they gave the national director the power to be able to sign the resolutions that can be, so that they can be quickly implemented. Before that, everything was done through the health ministry. So in August of 2021, we established the powers, the competencies, and everything regarding Dinavisa by using this law. And so the line item, we call it the line items, you know, we separated it as cosmetics and health related, but this category of products went in then and was part of Dinavisa. Dinavisa were responsible for that. And so that's when we started with the main challenge of regulating these products for the first time in Paraguay, because as I was saying before that, we didn't have the legal framework to do so. So we were thinking about how to start this. What do we have to do? What do we have to review, you know? And the idea was not to deviate from what is being done worldwide by the other regulatory authorities, you know? So we started analyzing what Anvisa was doing and regionally, how they were regulating the products. And since Paraguay is part of Mercosur, we use the GMC 24-21, which is the standard that includes these procedures as a base, as well as the criteria and the requirements to request the registry of the products. Another important challenge we faced was that, and let me explain, Paraguay has a law to establish the responsibilities of the biochemical professional. And so in one of this, we have the technical direction, and that's where they define that type of products, those who import those type of products, for example. So what happened was that the biochemical engineer, the biochemical professional, when they graduate, they could go to the clinical area or to the research area. So the regulatory part was kind of like, yeah, stipulated somehow, but it was just like, I mean, it wasn't really implemented when we had that. So one of the main challenges the institution had was to start training all the technical directors in different areas. You know, we're talking about risk classes, for example, because they mix up risk classes. They mix up many types of products. They believe that an instrument or, I don't know, gas meter should be registered as a medical device, for example. And so that work was quite challenging, and it's still challenging because we have a huge amount of products. I mean, we have such a huge volume. I mean, just to give you an idea, a laboratory of clinical analysis has around 140 years operating in the market. So these are products that come and have been used since back then. And the volume of products is so big and so large that that hurts us. There's some laboratories that are still using the manual procedure reagents. Not all laboratories have automated equipment. So as I was saying, the volume of products that we have is quite extensive. Now, regarding the pathways for assessment, we also have two. The first one is the implementation of Standard 266-22, which is the first Paraguayan standard that regulates the IVD products. This is the regular way of registering it. This is for the four risk classes, and the use of the reliance mechanism is the other one that's for 2, 3, and 4 risk classes. In the case of the regular ordinary way, which is Resolution 266-22, for class 1, we established an automated registry as part of the registry. And even though our platform does not have that module yet, the companies are asking to do that registry in a physical form, but we do assess basic things. You know, we don't do a really in-depth evaluation of that, considering the risk class of the product. And all of that could be audited, as I say. That's part of the law, and that in situ audit of the documents is a really useful tool to implement reliance, because since we are using regulatory decisions of regulatory authorities that have high surveillance levels, as my colleague had said, for us, for reliance, we request the whole document, but we are also analyzing based on the risk and the type of product that we are analyzing and not analyzing. But we've established to do the in situ review of all the documents randomly. So the authority has the power at any moment to go to the company and ask for the documentation to be available, the original documentation. Now, regarding the terms are for 5 years. Once a certificate for health registry has been issued, that lasts for 5 years. Nobody has covered those 5 years yet because we're just 4 years old. Next year, the first registries are going to be due. And so that's when we're going to have that review. And that's basically like a brief description of all the work that we've done. As I said before, I think that the main challenge that we face is to train the regulated sector. Why? Because that's being quite difficult, actually. Thank you very much. Now, considering, and I have an additional question. I mean, considering that you haven't been regulating the sector for that long of time, you evolve so much and you have such an agile and creative culture. I would like to know, how can you get connected, or how you connected to international standards that are referenced for the current
Sí,
standards that you have?
yo
Well,
particularmente me considero una persona práctica, tanto en mi
I
vida
consider myself
real,
a very
en mi
practical
vida
person in my real
particular y en la
life
vida
and
profesional,
in
¿verdad?
my professional
Pienso
and
que uno
private
tiene
life.
que
And
adoptar,
I believe that you
el
have
caso
to
de
adopt,
de la primera
I mean,
norma,
in the
que
case of the first
considero que es una
standard,
norma muy
that
básica,
I
¿verdad?
believe
Pero
it
sin
was really
embargo
a
es
basic
práctica
standard, but I mean, it was
y
quite
también creo
practical,
que entendible por el
and
sector regulado,
it's quite,
cumple con los
it could be
requerimientos, como
understood
habíamos
by
dicho.
the regulated sector.
Y
It complies with all the requirements, as I
nos
said before.
mantenemos siempre conectados
And
a través
we're
de la
always
Mercosur
connected
con las
through
reuniones y
Mercosur
ahora como
in the
Paraguay
different
también está
meetings, and
participando
now
vía
Paraguay is
MDRF,
also
también
participating in the
estamos
IMDRF.
mirando un poco las
We also
realidades que
use
podemos
and
adaptar.
analyze
Pienso que
the
nos vamos a
guidelines and
reinventar
see
la
how we can
rueda, ¿verdad?
adapt them.
Siendo honestos.
I mean,
Es
we're not going
adaptar a
to
nuestra realidad
invent the wheel,
lo que
you
ya
know, we
hay,
need to adapt
¿verdad?
what
Sin
already
dejar de
exists to
lado
our
la
reality
robustez.
without forgetting about
Perdón,
how sound it has to
Carmen
be.
y Roberta, eso es algo muy
So,
importante resaltar
and that's
que
something that
una vez
should
que
be
Dinavisa
highlighted because
también
once
consiguió la autonomía
Dinavisa
y la autarquía,
got
también
that
la
autonomy,
máxima autoridad dio su
the maximum,
consentimiento y su
the
apoyo para
authorities
que
gave it
los técnicos
consent and
puedan
support
participar en los espacios
so the
internacionales en
technicians
donde
can
podemos
participate in the
capacitarnos,
international
podemos
phases and spaces
entrenarnos
where we can get training, we
desde
can
lo
learn
más,
about other things,
desde una
and we can
capacitación en
go from, I
inglés
don't know,
hasta un
English
entrenamiento
speaking
de alto
training
nivel
to a high
sobre
level
dispositivos médicos. Es
training
lo que
regarding
nos
medical
brinda
devices.
hoy en día
So
y
that's
estamos muy
what
agradecidos realmente
it
por
is
eso y
provided,
eso
you know,
también
that's
lo
what
que
they
nos
give us
lleva
today.
a
And we're
poder
really thankful for
actualizar
that, you
nuestras
know, that
normas
helps us
y
update our
estar siempre
standards
tanto de las
and to always
actualizaciones
be
regulatorias, el hecho de
knowing
participar en Mercosur
about all
siempre es
any
muy
regulatory
productivo
updates, you
porque
know,
son
being part of
países de
Mercosur
la
is quite
región
productive
que
because we
compartimos las
include
mismas
countries there in the
realidades,
region that
entonces es
share the
importante
same type
siempre
of
respetar
reality.
ese
So it's
espacio
always really
y
important to
también
have that
conocer
space
las otras
and
realidades
to learn about the other
otras regiones más
realities
lejanas,
that
¿verdad? Que lo
other
vemos a
authorities that
través
are
del
further
IMDRF.
away that have
Entonces,
what they have, and we see
eso
that
nos
through the
ayuda siempre y
IMDRF.
justamente
So this
estábamos
always
hablando en el
helps
break
us, you know. And during the
mi
break, we were actually
universidad
talking about
tiene
the regulations. My
se puso en
regulation,
vigencia en el 2024 y
the
ahora
agency
estamos
was
dando
set forth
cuenta
in
de que
2024,
tenemos
and we
que volver
realize
a
now
actualizarlos.
about the
Entonces,
topics
es
that
un
need to
trabajo
be updated
constante,
today, you know.
continuo,
So it's
que
constant
tenemos
work,
nada más. Gracias.
continuous work. And so
Gracias.
we still have a lot of
Siguiendo
work
en la
for the
línea
future.
de
Thank you. And now
evolucionar las
following that,
normas y
on how
conectado con
to
la evidencia
evolve
que
the
ustedes tienen,
standards and
¿cuál
with
es el
the speed
procedimiento
that
para
you
consultar
have,
con
what is the
Dinavisa?
procedure you have for public consultation?
Dinavisa.
Sí,
What do you do
en el caso de los
in
productos de
Dinavisa?
diagnóstico, establecimos todas las vías de comunicación.
In the case of
Desde la plataforma, ¿verdad?
us for public consultation, we establish, we open
Cuando se
all
encuentra un
communication
proyecto de
media.
resolución,
You know, whenever we have a project
eso
for
se coloca a
resolution that's
consulta pública
ready,
por el término
we
de
open
30
it for
días
public
para
consultation
recibir
for
las
30 days
sugerencias, los
so that we can
comentarios de
get
los
any
usuarios.
suggestion or
Entonces, la
comments from the
plataforma
users.
Dinavisa es una
So the
vía de
platform,
comunicación, también los
Dinavisa's platform,
correos,
is a communication path
y
as well as
hemos
the
fijado días
emails.
de
And
entrevista.
we
En
set
mi caso, estos
also
son los días lunes y
interview
miércoles.
days.
Yo
In my
misma
case,
salgo a
that's
recibirle al
Wednesday,
usuario.
Monday
Como
and
les digo,
Wednesday,
esto es
I
algo
go
nuevo,
and
entonces
receive
vamos
that from the
prácticamente de
users.
la mano con el
And so this
sector
is new.
regulado,
I mean, we're
enseñándoles
actually
paso por
working together with
paso,
the regulated sector.
mostrándoles
We're teaching them step by
cómo
step.
diferenciar un producto
We're
de
showing them
otro,
how to make the differences between the
enseñándoles
products,
que un producto
teaching
para
them
diagnóstico de
that
uso in
a
vitro,
product for
por
IVD
definición, tiene que
use
tener una
by its
finalidad
own
médica, o
definition
sea, tiene que
has to
tener
have
una
a
finalidad de uso
medical
prevista por el
objective, you
fabricante,
know,
porque
the
hacen un uso
foreseen
muy
use
literal de la
or
palabra
intended
reactivo.
use by the
Entonces piensan que
manufacturer
cualquier
is
reactivo utilizado en
for
laboratorio de
medical
análisis
use
clínicos
because
es
they use the
objeto de
word
registro, ¿verdad?
reagent, and I think that
Entonces, como
any
les había dicho y
reagent is an
repitiendo un
object
poco,
of
¿verdad?
registry.
Empezamos de
So
cero
as I was
exactamente.
saying and just repeating myself, we are
Yendo
starting from
más
scratch with those,
abajo de lo
with
que
all of those,
mencionaba
and
Carmen,
going a little bit lower
en
than what Carmen
Dinavisa,
was mentioning at
a través de la
Dinavisa,
dirección de planificación
in the
y
planning
buenos directores regulatorios,
direction and in
tenemos
the
una
good
planificación anual
regulatory
sobre las
practices
normas que
direction, we
necesitamos
have an
revisar.
annual review of the standards that need to be be reviewed. And we have that as part of the planning, but it might happen that this could be a proposal from the regulated sector if there's any need of a new standard or a new topic or something that's still open that hasn't been regulated, or if there's any type of health emergency. So that's where the technical area will create a resolution project, and that resolution project is shared by the technical areas that are involved or that may be involved, the legal area, the auditing area, the post-market area, and they have all the reports and everything is consolidated and that is sent to a technical review. That's another area we have where we have consultants that used to be part of other regulatory authorities. And once we have the final version of all of that, then it goes into public consultation. And as Carmen was saying, we communicate that via all media, communication media, to receive the necessary comments. And we were actually talking about that during the break, that for us, it's really important to receive all the comments because we need to know how what is being presented in the project could impact the regulated sector. Fortunately, we normally have good comments and a good receiving of comments, and we go to further parts of the world. For example, in Korea and South Korea, we receive comments from our standard, suggestions, everything that's quite valid. We received many comments that were considered. Others were not considered because maybe the basis of them was not the best or adequate. So we also have a criteria and operational procedure that has been approved in DINAVISA to do that review. And as I said, we do the socialization. And once we receive the public comments, we do a consolidation and then we implement the resolution. It's enforced. That resolution could cover a specific period of time before it is fully enforced, or depending on if it's an emergency or not, it could be enforced when it is signed at that same date. After that, we have all the job of doing the awareness, the training, and to the regulated sector, and the other types of training to the regulated sector. That, as Carmen was saying, that's a lot of work for us because as part of our everyday activities, we also have to have the space, that's already planned to receive companies or chambers with representatives that represents importers or manufacturers and talk to them. And we do all that work because we realize that if the regulated sector understands, interprets, and really knows about the standard, then everything becomes much more agile.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And thinking a little bit, these are the last three questions. Am I still on time? Yes. So thinking a little bit about innovation and about what we have in medical technology, how is DINAVISA getting ready for this regulation based on AI and machine learning, etc.? This topic at DINAVISA is still being worked on. We're reviewing all the different regulations, documents, international reference guides. And so we're working on that and maturing on that area with the different areas that could be impacted. And at DINAVISA, we can also say that, I don't know, we have the advantage of having some time because more than 95% of all the products registered at DINAVISA as medical devices are imported devices. So we still don't have many manufacturers. But even though we are seeing that there are more and more coming into the areas, we see that there's more interest in manufacturing medical devices in Paraguay. So that's another challenge that we're going to have. But we're working on this topic. We're still maturing it, and hopefully we're going to have news very soon.
Bueno, entonces entramos en las últimas dos
So let's go into the last two questions that we had set forth so that we can learn about DINAVISA, and then we'll go into the specific question. We'll have other presentations that will occur during the different days. I would like to ask you, what is the assessment, or what assessment do you make of the private sector, right now that you were implemented these medical technologies regulations? In the case of diagnosis products, the IVDs, it was quite a huge change, because we were requesting the enrollment of a product on Monday, and then they would get the approval on Tuesday, 24 hours after. And now we consider timelines that are quite accessible. You already know the standard. And so it was a huge change for the regulated sector. Many, as I said, is wondering what is a regulatory thing, what am I facing with this? And so a group of users was kind of rejecting that change. It was harder for them to accept it. And another group, to make me happy, really just came closer and connected us, and they were really happy. And they said, oh, finally, Paraguay has its own standard for IVDs, and they actually told me that by implementing the standard, they were going to try to prevent any counterfeit or illegal purchase of products via internet, because it's quite a complex topic for us. So since we have a standard already, this will become a little bit better. And in general terms, it's been good. It has been received quite positively. In the case of medical devices, well, we also had a huge impact in the regulated sector once the standard was updated, and especially when classifying the risk level of medical devices, because with the previous standard, the Navista was the one who defined lastly what class was that product. But with this new standard, the interested company is the one that needs to define the risk classification, because the company is the one that knows the risk the most, or the product the most, the manufacturer or the importer. Because, I mean, there were many mistakes with the concepts because of lack of knowledge, and we had a lot of work to do training what were the classification rules and considering also how this was done previously. But I can tell you that to date, this has already given us good results. Most of the companies understood and understood all of this, and they've created larger awareness with a new the new areas in the area of medical devices. So there's no a lot of classification mistakes anymore. There's still some, but we're still working with a group of companies to solve that. And that's another point that could delay this registry, health registry process. So I do believe that we are working well to that regards, and at some point, I hope we're going to be able to have or be completely welcomed, by the regulated sector, and not be or not have these kind of doubtful situations or claims, because of the classification that has been given. Thank you very much. I'm sure it will be like that. My next question is, what is the main learnings that you've had this year regarding medical technology? What could you share with the audience to that regards? Well, what I rescue, and based on what I heard also, is that it's hard to work by yourself. It's really important to have the assistance of regulatory authorities that already have a level of expertise that have been regulating this type of products for years. You also need to have the participation of the regulated sector, because at the end of the day, as we said, you manufacture the product, but who's better than you to know about the project and to prove quality, efficiency, and performance? So I think that one of the main learnings is that one, to always have the contribution and participation of in this part of events. In the case of the diagnosis, it's the first time that we left the country, showing what we've done in these past few years. And I think that it's really important. And basically, we are ordering this type of categories of products that, as I said before, was a huge mix of everything, in it. So that would be it. I fully agree with Carmen. We received a lot of assistance from our peers and in other regulatory authorities. We're always thankful for their openness, and they've also asked support from us at Vinavisa, and we also try to provide as much as possible, because we feel each other identified, and because at some point we needed to have the same doubts answered, a situation that occurs in many countries. So sharing that information between authorities is really important. And as I said in the other presentation, this will help us a lot to learn. It will help us a lot to learn the situations of the different companies with the regulated sector, you know, what problems they face, in the labels of the products, it's so small and not all the information that we're forcing them to have, it could be there. So we have a lot of situations there that could complicate it, the registry. So we have the knowledge and we can solve in a certain way, you know, until we can solve it permanently. So I think that that's it. I think that the openness of all the interested parties, all the stakeholders of having that contact between the limitations that we have is really important. And also to participate in the training spaces. That's another really important thing. It's really important to be in touch with the reference regulatory authorities helps us to have an open mind, to face new things, to train, get training, you know, and to learn more. And that could be brought back to the regulated sector through the awareness courses and sensibilization courses that we do. And so those are the main pillars that helped us at Dinamisa a lot. Thank you very much.
The dialogue between the public and the private sector is important for safe regulations that can help innovation, considering patients first. So that was the last question. If there are any other questions for our speakers, Marta and Alison, we have a question.
Emanuel Franco de Medtronic.
Emanuel Franco from Medtronic. Before I ask the question, congratulations for the construction of your medical devices IDVR framework. Very interesting, and you must be very satisfied. How many hours have you devoted, and are you still devoted for the continuous training and the reference standards? Because obviously they are extremely important for keeping everyone updated. That is the first question. Then you also spoke during the previous session that you have an article for when there are discrepancies between the classification from the reference authorities and the reliant authority. What other things have you done for reliance to be solved in those cases? Well, regarding the amount of hours, I don't know how to answer that because there are so many, but to give you an example, when we have the IMDRF sessions in Singapore, it's the wee hours in the morning in Paraguay. So it's dark and we have to stay 6 hours connected, then you have to go to the office. And I'm always paying attention to what's happening in the region. What is it that Europe is doing? What is it that the FDA is doing? Are there new regulations? We also have many conversations with Alison because in the case of Paraguay, I understand in most of the countries this goes all together, but since in our case, medical devices were the first to be registered, the first standard was in 2016. It's been around for 10 years. The medical device standard has been in Paraguay for 10 years. The in vitro started afterwards. So because of the decisions of the authorities, it was divided into two. There are certain products are very borderline. It's half in vitro, half a device. So we're always trying to be updated. So I cannot give you the number of hours, but it's plenty. The important thing is to be updated. It's all the time, practically all the time. But we're happy because we believe that this is how we learn. And we also feel the pressure because in spite of the fact of all the work we do, we still have so much to go. When we were attempting to become members of the IMDRF, We were told that the important thing was not to be an affiliated member, but to keep the membership. That's what the real work, and it is true because you have weekly meetings, monthly meetings, and you have to cover the commitments that we have acquired with Mercosur and the IMRF, plus the rest of the work we do with other regulators. And then the language barrier. Everything's always in English, and that is something that has forced us to keep on studying, keep on practicing, reading documents in English all the time. It is quite a challenge. So the training is continuous, it doesn't stop. And then the second question, could you remind me? Yes, in the previous session, you mentioned that there's an article in your local legislation that can help you ask for additional information from the manufacturer when there is a misalignment in the classification of the authorities. The first question is, in this path of the implementation and reliance, have you found any other mechanism, another article that can give you flexibility to respect the system that is, doing the reliance? The standard has helped us to ask for additional documents in the case of reliance, but also at any point during the life cycle of a device, they're allowed to ask for those extra things. In the pre-commercialization, the post-commercialization stages, we can always ask for things. Even though reliance is the main focus for the post-sale, the surveillance is a very long process. We have the surveillance area working with that all the time, aside from the claims or the notifications that we receive and the rest of the work we do. We try to have a standard that leaves open windows for us to find solutions or way out to any type of solution we may find. I hope that answered your question. It did. Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Any other question, Tammy?
Tammy.
Thank you. Tammy with Roche, and oh my gosh, it is amazing that you guys have done so much in such a short period of time, really. I mean, everybody should give them a hand of applause just for everything. I mean, wow. And this is super exciting for me to learn more about, because all of these regulatory systems around the world started somewhere, even for pharmaceuticals, right? So it's so exciting to learn about this. And I guess my question for both of you is, what can we do to continue to support you? Like, we are here for you. I don't speak Spanish, and I'm sorry, I think I'm gonna start learning here very soon. But what can we do to help you? Because we see the hard work that you put in and the long hours and the effort that you're making, and we can help. Any way that you need help, we're here for you.
Bueno, le entendí la consulta, pero le contesto en español. Bueno, en mi caso,
I understood, but I'll answer in Spanish if I may. In our case, what we need in our team, I forgot to tell you that it's 4 people in my team. We started being 2, now we're 4. I am the area director. I have 3 spectacular technical evaluators that are so committed. So what we need the most is training, especially regarding those products or technologies that very state of the art, and it is difficult for us to learn about them because science moves very quickly. Things that are very modern now, in 2 weeks, they are left behind So even though the institution does provide support,
emocional, digamos, como del punto de
emotional
vista
support,
económico,
as well as economic
no
support,
corresponde al equipo en
the
particular
team
hacer la búsqueda de esas
has to do the
capacitaciones.
search of those
En mi
trainings.
experiencia
And in
particular,
my
me
particular
cuesta mucho
experience,
encontrar
it is very difficult for
capacitaciones
me to
específicas para
find
el área de
specific
regulación de inglés.
trainings
Así
for
que si ustedes podrían
regulation. So
contribuir
if
con
you
eso,
could help us with that, we would
va a
highly
ser
appreciate it.
súper
That is
útil,
something
¿verdad?
that could make a
Hay
difference for our
productos, por
work.
ejemplo,
There
desde
are
nuestro punto de
products
vista
that, in our
carecen de
perspective,
utilidad
they
clínica.
lack clinical
Entonces tenemos que
usefulness.
convocar un comité de
So we need
expertos.
to call an expert
Cuesta
committee, and it is
mucho
very
denegarle
difficult
el registro
to
a un
deny
usuario.
a registry to a
¿No? Esa
user
es
when you don't have
también
the
es una
resources to
situación que de
prove
repente
that something's not right. So
tienen que
this is a
saber, ¿verdad?
situation that
Y
you
sin
should also
embargo
be
se
aware of.
presentan ese tipo de
And
situaciones.
sometimes those things
No sea la
happen.
realidad de las autoridades reguladoras presentes, pero
And
en
maybe
nuestro
it's
caso
been the experience of
ingresan
other regulators, but
productos
we
no
have
listados
to
en
see
todos
products
los
that are
países del
produced
mundo,
all around the
y cada
world,
uno con su particularidad.
all of them with
Entonces,
their own
la
set
manera
of
más importante,
standards
yo creo,
and things
de
to be
contribuir con
reviewed.
nosotros
So
es
a way in
ayudarles
which
con
you
las
could help us is to
capacitaciones.
understand what's going on. Training is of the essence. Thank you.
Sí, coincido también con Carmen.
I also agree with Carmen.
Invitándonos a estos espacios.
Please keep us
Agradecemos
inviting
mucho por
us
eso.
for
Y
this
también
type
nos
of
ayuda mucho, nos ayudaría
interactions.
mucho recibir
And if we could
propuestas de
also
mejora.
get
Eso
proposals for
siempre
improvement,
es productivo para nosotros.
that is also very
Entonces,
productive. There might be
para
things we're
podamos
not
seguir
seeing, so your feedback is
levantando
important.
la
We can
regulación de los
work together to
dispositivos médicos.
make the regulation better. Thank you.
Hola, Douglas Rodríguez,
Hello, Douglas Rodriguez, Roche.
Bueno, en primer lugar, felicitarles por todo
First
el
of all, I
trabajo
would like
que
to
han hecho.
congratulate
Creo
you
que es muy
for the hard
importante
work. I
reconocer
believe it
dos
is very
puntos
important to
claves
acknowledge
y
two
es
important
que la agencia
aspects.
se da cuenta de la
The agency
necesidad, que a
realizes there
pesar
is
de
a
los
need, and in
recursos
spite
limitados
of
que
the
ustedes están
limited
mencionando,
resources that you have,
actúan ante la
you
necesidad. Y creo
still
que eso es un punto
respond
muy
to the
valioso.
need. That is a very
Segundo,
valuable thing.
reconocer la apertura que
Secondly, to
tienen,
acknowledge your openness,
avalar de que hace falta
to
recibir más
acknowledge that
conocimiento, de
more
pedir ese
things are
apoyo.
needed, more
Para
knowledge
eso
is needed, more
estamos, para ver
support is
cómo
needed,
podemos
and that's
apoyarnos
why
entre
we are
todos.
here
Soy
for,
de los que
to
piensa de
support
que
one
hoy
another.
estamos
I
sanos, del otro
believe
lado podemos estar
that,
mañana.
well,
Y
today we're
entonces,
healthy,
mientras más
tomorrow we might
colaboramos
not
todos,
be. So this is also
mejor
for us.
es
The
el
better we
resultado para el sistema de
collaborate, the
salud.
better
Cuenta
for
con nuestro
all our
apoyo.
health systems.
También
You have
lo menciona cómo
all
podemos
of our
apoyarlos,
support.
pero sí creo que es muy importante
And I believe it is
reconocer
important
la
also to
evolución que ha tenido
acknowledge
la
the
agencia en los
evolution that
últimos
the
años
agency
en el
has had during the
ejercicio de
last few
partir de la
years.
voluntad a la
And it's
acción,
been
¿no? Y
because of
claro,
your
todo
willingness to
camino
go
tiene sus
from
subidas y
goodwill
bajadas y es
to
parte
taking
del
actions.
aprendizaje para la mejora,
So
pero
that
ese
is
primer
part of
paso es
the
fundamental
learning.
y
And that
haber
first step is
contado con la
fundamental. And
apertura de
having
decir
had
hay que
the
hacerlo,
openness
cómo lo hacemos, pedir
to
el
know how
feedback
to
de
do
cómo
things, to
podemos
ask for the
mejorarlo, creo que ese es
feedback,
un paso
I believe that is
significativo
a very
para que la agencia
significant
siga
step so
subiendo a
that the
siguientes
agency can continue
niveles, ¿no? Y bueno, reforzar que cuestan
going to
con nuestro
better,
apoyo para lo que
higher
podamos hacer.
levels. And we're here for you. Thank you.
Gracias, Douglas. Gracias, Tami.
Thank you,
¿Hay alguna
Douglas.
otra
Thank you,
consulta?
Tammy. Anybody else?
Yo no tengo vista de si hay algo online. ¿Tenés? ¿No?
Is there anything online? No.
Entonces,
All
damos
right.
por cerrado el panel.
So with
Para
this,
mí
we
fue un
conclude the
placer
panel. It
compartir este
was a
espacio con
pleasure for me
ustedes.
to share this space with
Un placer
you.
también darles el
It
espacio
was a
así
pleasure to
descontracturado
listen
para
to
hacer la
you.
última del día
And that was a
y
good
poder
thing we
tener
were
una
the
charla y
last
conocer la
session of the day
filosofía de
because we
Dinavisa
had
más
more
allá
time,
del
more relaxed
tecnicismo y
environment
todos
beyond
los
the
aspectos específicos que
technicalities
vamos
and
a
all
ir
the
viendo
specific
durante la
aspects
semana.
that we will
Así que
be looking into
felicitaciones por todo el
the
trabajo. Espero que
week.
se hayan sentido
This
cómodas.
was a
Quiero agregar
very,
algo
I
último.
hope you felt as comfortable as I did in the
Como
session.
había
Yes, I
dicho
would like to add
el
one last
colega acá,
comment,
¿verdad? Yo
if I
creo que
may. As the
uno de
colleague has said, I
uno de los
believe that one
atributos
of the
más importantes de
most
Dinavisa
important attributes of
es
Dinavisa
su capital
is
humano,
its human
porque somos
capital.
funcionarias que
Because
estamos
we are public
100%
officials,
comprometidas con
we
la
are
salud pública. Yo
100%
me considero
committed to
una
public
apasionada
health.
de lo que es
I
Regulators.
feel
Yo hace
passionate
14
about
años que trabajo en
regulation.
Dinavisa.
I've been working at
Empecé
Dinavisa for
evaluando
14 years.
medicamentos
I started assessing medication, then I was granted the challenge of implementing the diagnosis regulations. So I know everyone in the team, Allison. So I believe that that is the most important thing that the institution has, the willingness to keep on learning, keep on growing, and doing things right.
Muchas gracias por compartir eso.
Thank you. Thank you for
Muchas
sharing
gracias.
that. Thank you, everyone.
Pues muy bien. Con esto vamos a dar por
Very
terminados los
well.
trabajos del día
So
de hoy.
we will conclude with the work of the day. This was a work day that was very fruitful. We have all learned a lot. And I love that we changed the agendas we did because we are feeling now very excited to keep looking forward to the learnings from tomorrow's Anavisa's example, all of the passion they're feeling. It's inspiring. The word that I conclude, the word that I take away is collaboration and trust. That's what I take away from today. All of the discussions
Solo puede hacerse realidad
can only become true if we work together following those two premises, collaboration and trust. And in this sense, we must say that everyone involved, the national, international regulatory agencies and the regulated entities, nobody can do well alone because the responsibility is with all patients around the world. So I thank the opportunity I have to have this collaboration, the additional effort. You explained that very clearly. It is not only your daily work about making certain that you can authorize products so that they're available in the markets, but the commitment of the additional time, additional work to keep on learning and finding better ways to look after the needs of the population and look after their health needs. So this is something that has renewed our spirit to keep on working. You can count on us. See you tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning for the registry so we can start the sessions at 9. Thank you, everybody. Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.